Purely combat.
My banana,
All
banana,
we're doing is
apples,
fighting each other and fighting people. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, no, actually, I would like my combat with a bit of role play, as in as our barbarian is punching the dude in the teeth, he goes into his backstory like, my mom left me when I was a kid.
My family was killed
So-
by demons, except for my
Idea of role
sister.
play is putting it through, through a
So
dragon
with
like that.
these options in mind, we will probably see a fair bit of roleplay and a fair bit of combat, but maybe not combat every session. That work for you guys?
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Do you guys want the campaign to be larger scale, as in like the Fate of Nations, or smaller scale, like the Fate of Villages?
What if we did a build?
I
How
like the
many-
idea of a smaller one, since Renora is such a big campaign. I love to do like, we go on adventures and just loot shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Would it?
Yes.
Oh, what was I going to say? What level are you planning to take us through? Like, do you have a plan for leveling and all that stuff through this one?
Nope.
I would like that to be like rational. Those two, if that makes sense. So it's like as our level goes up, the larger scale the campaign becomes.
I agree.
Stakes increase. So I don't mind if we stay in a country, and I also don't mind if we go like, or if we stay in one nation and then we go into like a worldly thing. I don't mind either one, but I would like to level through that, I guess.
I agree.
Level 20. You killed the town bandit. Hooray!
Yes.
Level 2. You try to kill the Rakshasa that has enslaved the entire world and perish,
Right.
obviously.
I think a ramp up would be cool. So we like start out as like a small party, but then as we grow in our accomplishments, we get like hired out for more and more stuff.
Fate of the world. Well, we're the only team.
Like, I would like a session where our characters all just visit an amusement park and have a good time.
And the amusement
I like
park
to play
is
with
a giant orc mummy orgy.
No, not that.
No, we don't do that here.
Can our characters go to Lagoon? Is that something that we can do?
And that's why I can't run a campaign.
The zombie apocalypse happens.
Every single NPC Asa has in his campaign is an orc woman.
We have a 2.5 hour session. An hour and a half of it is him explaining an orc woman to us.
This is
So-
orc woman number 1.
So you see that her abs are exposed and her thighs are rock hard, and so am I.
Okay, next question. Would you guys like this campaign to be more straightforward or more like intrigue and mystery oriented?
I think intrigue and mystery. That's the one thing I realized with Cullen's campaign is I'm very bad at like thinking of like having a puzzle presented to me and thinking it through. I'm stupid is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know.
So
we
I want to
solved that
get
one
better
pretty
in that
good.
regard.
We solved the statues one pretty good.
Yeah.
Just drop it down the hole.
Yeah, Cullen's so like, dude.
Oh, I like how like it's those memes where the DM's like, all right, solve this puzzle. Searches puzzles for 5-year-olds, and then it takes 2 hours to figure it out.
And we even couldn't understand. We just put stuff places and it worked.
Yeah, we didn't do it the right way, but it just ended up working.
He's like, do you guys know why those statues go there? We're like, no. He's like,
No.
they have the same breath weapons. We're like, oh,
Oh.
the dumb little children that we are.
Can the main story of the campaign be our journey to find the clit on an orc mommy?
That's the most like.
Who turned off
Yeah. Whoever did that, thank you.
Ouch. So is that a no?
Yes, that
There's-
is a no. I am
There's something
sorry.
called taking a joke too far.
Dante,
And
I'll make a one shot that only you play. I don't DM it. No one else here plays it. You play it, and it's that. Sure, why not?
Sure.
I'll just send it to you, and
Okay.
you can role
Hey,
play
but
it
I'm
yourself.
sending you the 40 pages of smut that I write.
No,
because of
no, that's okay because I'm gonna do it in my world. So
it's an intriguing idea that a gay man writes that much smut about
I know, right?
male reproductive organ.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it being an orc mommy, that's the
Orc mommy.
closest you can get to it being a man.
All right.
Okay. Next question, you guys.
Logan's like, move on.
Moving on.
I'm just crying.
So why do I hang out with you people?
I just don't want you guys.
How do you
watching
guys
me while
feel
I go
about
get walked.
character deaths?
Good.
I'm
Dude,
fine with
How do you
character
kill
death.
someone?
Kill my
I'm fine.
character.
I
They're
literally
Brian,
was
kill
wanting to
character.
kill one of my.
I expect a character death
Every session. No.
every session. I mean
At least one
I-
party wipe.
I
Sam Carter
already,
and Kate want to go to Lagoon in the next couple weeks. You down?
No, we're not
Uh,
down.
anyways,
Oh, sorry, I
Um,
forgot I was on mute.
I already told you about my backup character idea, Logan, and I like him. So I would appreciate if it's not like crazy soon, but if my first character died, I wouldn't like, feel like
Be
it
too
came out of
heartbroken.
it wouldn't
Ace's
feel like
first
it came out of
character
nowhere.
should be a Dragonborn,
Hey, that's really
and-
cool. I love being cut off. It's your turn, I guess. That's fun.
and we should have someone stomp through his chest.
That's crazy. I love that. Anyways, I wouldn't feel blindsided at all if you were to kill my character, because like I said, I have a backup plan for it.
Okay.
Now what do you want to say, Dante? Okay.
I don't know why it has to be my character, but I get it. I feel you. Okay, I see how it is.
I say, like, I don't want you to just kill my character outright. But like, try to.
Yeah.
Like,
I dare you.
definitely want to fight for my life. for
You've
it,
just
so-
been
Dragon coming up.
challenged.
No.
Right,
Yeah, you've just been challenged. He's like, try it.
I've got God and anime on my side. Oh.
There's a dragon. My character runs as fast as he can away from.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think character deaths add a bit of depth to a story that
Agreed.
not really anything else can reach. So I'm
Okay.
for him.
Next question. Do you guys want this to be quote unquote linear storytelling or non-linear storytelling? I will try to never railroad you guys where I'll say, no, you can't do this. Within reason. Right? If you want to
Want to sail
suddenly
to another
sprout
planet.
wings from your heels and fly like
Hermes.
the messenger god Hermes, then I will say no, you can't do that. But I will try to never railroad you guys.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, do you guys want to have a set direction to work towards on every session, or do you guys kind of want to figure out stuff to do on your own?
I like
I-
linear as well.
I like
Yeah.
a little non-linear. I had an arc that my brother was DMing where we basically at the end of it was like we can either take the fight straight to the big bad, or we can go to his mansion, perform a heist and loot up there, and then ambush him when he gets there. And we chose the heist because obviously who's not gonna choose a heist, But
Every guy wants to be a part of the heist.
it was a lot of fun, and I think the whole you get it.
Now-
So that's
now-
that's my personal opinion.
Right. I might be confused because I kind of think perhaps I'm not understanding the difference between or maybe I'm thinking too much of a difference because what Chase defined to me seems linear.
Yeah.
There's a desired end, but we can do different things.
Mhm.
So I
yeah.
would prefer that scenario that Chase
I-
explained.
I didn't mean it as in there's two options of how we kill this guy. I meant we there's a side quest of being able to do a heist, and that. So I like the idea of going on side quests and doing heists, breakouts, whatever. that even if they don't really pertain to the story, but get us a little bit of extra loot. I like those.
Yeah,
I'd
so
much
that's
rather
what I
a
was going
linear
to
story
say.
than an open world kind of game.
Mhm.
Like I
Yeah,
love
that's how
linear
I feel.
games rather than open world. Like
Mhm.
Breath of the Wild, I probably wouldn't be able to play that game because of how open world it is.
Mhm.
Like I just can't get through those games because I just get so bored of not having any set direction.
Mhm.
Okay, so with that in mind, side quests.
Mhm.
How do you guys feel about those?
Good.
Fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think I'm okay with an open world. Like I think like my preferred type of game would be like a Red Dead Redemption 2, where it's like there is a story, there is a direction you have to go, but you can do other things. Like there's nothing forcing you to rush the story.
Right. You guys get to choose the pacing.
Mhm.
Now, with that being said, one thing that I think some of the campaigns that I've participated in the past, or even like video games that I have played in the past, one of the issues is the sexy lamp uh
Oh.
example. Have you guys ever heard of that before?
As long
All I'm thinking of
Dude.
is a sexy
is it like a orc lamp? Is that what I'm
Well,
hearing?
so take like the big bad evil guy in a campaign or a game. Some games they will just kind of sit there like an evil lamp or a sexy lamp,
Mhm.
and they don't really do anything until the major boss fight at the end.
Like
Right.
every boss fight in Destiny.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Phoenix moment.
Except
I
for
would like
Death of-
to, regardless of whether we do like a non-linear or linear storytelling type, have the enemy be active.
Mhm.
So you guys like may end up meeting the character like early on in the campaign or something like that. You know, I haven't
Ooh.
decided yet, but
Ooh. So what if there's like you know how in like GTA it's like there's like a police meter, like the more you rob or like like you know the hotter you
Wanted
become.
meter.
Yeah. So is there like a meter, like maybe the boss meter, like the more trouble we make for the boss, the more likely he
Or
is
he
to
wants
show
to
up?
murder us.
Yeah. Like if we're like pissing him off, he's just like, I need to kill these guys. It's extremely likely he'll just show up and try to kill us.
You
That'd be kind of
potentially,
cool. That's all I'm saying.
potentially.
No, I think that's a good idea, keeping the boss active, because sorry to keep harkening back to my brother's campaign. But the big bad in that was a Rakshasa, which are, you know, very cunning. They're really good at disguising themselves and persuading others. And he was the leader of the church, but the church was evil, and like the church members didn't realize that. But it was always really, really cool, like knowing the truth and trying to, like, you know, trying, even though in vain, to get people to like go against this Rakshasa because he was just so, you know, silver tongued. So I always like an active boss, especially when it feels like, you know, you're doing everything you can to stop them, but people just won't listen.
if I may make like a kind of like a parallel. I mean I guess I could attempt a whip and a nay, but like a parallel. So like in the Lord of the Rings, the entire reason Sauron at the end ends up doing what Sauron does is because of the fact that Aragorn has kind of presented himself. So like or like touched the Palantir and said like, "Hey, it's me, the king of the Numenorians, basically. Like I'm here." Right? I mean, you've had like some 50 years to figure out that plot, Dante. So Godspeed. But like, but
Boom, roast.
nonetheless, like so the I guess the whole parallel that I'm trying to bring up is that like Sauron wouldn't have done anything had Aragorn not revealed himself as the one guy who could kill him. So it's like Sauron wasn't passive, but he was slowly making a perfect plan. And then once Aragorn was like, "Hello, here I am," then Sauron was like, "Oh crap!" and started doing things and sending people out to go and start armies and wars and all that. So I guess that's kind of what I think. Like, I guess that's kind of what I imagine D&D campaigns are doing in terms of villains and all that. Is like they are planning, but the faster you pursue the boss, the quicker the boss is going to start doing his like bigger plays to make things happen. Does that make sense?
Meter.
Absolutely, that makes sense.
Right.
And
Just
I like where your head is at. Because like the idea with like the evil lamp or the sexy lamp is like, if the big bad could be replaced by an evil lamp for half the campaign, I'm not doing my job right. Right? So there may not be like visible repercussions to your guys' actions on every session, but you guys can definitely anticipate that whether behind the scenes or not, the big bad evil guy is going to be doing their thing. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Are you
Yeah.
trying to speak to us? Dante, trying to speak? Because I think you are muted.
I could hear him.
I can hear him.
I could hear him.
No. No.
Caleb just has him muted, dude. Caleb's like, "Oh, mute Dante," because the rest of us could hear him.
Hunter's
You
hard.
know what? I think I know what it was. I'm pretty sure it was as soon as Dante was like, "Can we have a D&D where we're trying to find the clit?" I guarantee that's when Caleb
Oh,
was
yeah,
like,
that's
"Mute."
probably when I.
He's like, I'm sick of this.
Not my fault. Not everyone has taste.
No,
at least
I think it's your fault that everyone else does have taste.
Again, you're the only gay man in this
I-
group. Like you're the only one who shouldn't care about that.
So
Maybe it's because
follow-up
it's
question.
his journey as a gay man to find the clit and to find his way back.
Guys, what's happening?
Find my way back to straightness.
Yeah.
So this is just a curse. I'm like a chaotic evil cleric that has just been cursed to be gay, and I need to find the orc mommy's clit if I ever want to turn back to normal.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think we
And
know what
that's
Dante's
campaign
character
stuff.
will be.
I think.
Oh gosh.
Whatever you do, don't look at my search history.
Okay.
Dude, I would never, ever actively want to step foot in a hellscape. And that's what that is. Looking at your browsing history, that's what that is. It's a hellscape. There's no way.
All right. Moving on. Moving
Sure.
on. I still have a number of other questions I would like to ask. Is that all right?
I
Yeah.
suppose.
Sure.
Okay.
It's on the worst thing to be, but
Caleb, you look like you're like a mall Santa ringing your bell.
So we have talked about combat. We've talked about
Yes.
game mechanics. We've
Mm.
talked about storytelling and the big bad. Would you guys be more interested in like a cityscape or mountain/forest scape?
I like the
City.
populace.
yeah,
too.
You like working around people?
yeah.
It makes
I want
it
there to
makes
be
things-
collateral.
Okay, I was gonna say that a little more tactfully and say it makes things interesting when you have to figure out how to maneuver around like citizens, you know.
Or choose
But
not
yeah,
to.
collateral, sure.
Collateral.
Fireball.
Yeah, city townscape sounds more fun to. I don't mind. Again, I'm not like if you want us to be in the woods for a bit, I'm okay with that. You're not.
Yeah,
gonna hurt
I'm
my
lost in
I
the
don't
woods.
dislike the mountains because it's very interesting when like we're out there and it's like, you know, I want to make a perception check and you like fail it and you're like, well, what if something's watching me? You know,
Us in
Like,
the woods.
yeah. When me and or when Dravai and Alarak got lost in the woods and failed all their survival checks and was like, what's happening? It was only when we found a naked Gotchmead that we were saved.
It's true. I think it'll be a good change of pace from Coolin's campaign. Because like we're in very much mountain forest, and we're just now getting to like the city era. Not really.
Yeah.
So I think
the
it'll
city
be fun.
era.
We've had a
Okay,
fair amount
next
of cities in
question.
Coolin's campaign.
How do you guys think that as players we could improve in any ways?
No, we're perfect.
Well, considering
close.
this will be
Okay,
my
alright.
second campaign, I think I have a lot to improve on.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I definitely do. I need to learn more about the individual classes, specifically the spellcasters.
Okay, so
And I
knowing your
think
character's capacities.
I
And
think I
playing them well.
also
Yeah.
I think also with role playing I can, because I find a lot of the time when I'm just starting a character, I do the classic like like trying to figure out what to say in what voice. And it's
Sure.
once I get that voice down that I'm better with it. Like I'm sure you look at last session and Wager actually has a semi decent sentence going on, so
So, with that in mind, how do you guys think you could, or we, I say you because you guys are now the players, but like, how do you think that we could improve as players? Like, give me some
No,
specific examples.
I think that like when you make a character, you want to put a fault in them. You want to put like their goal and kind of like their personality. And I think it's important to play them true to character. You try to play them how they would realistically act in a situation. And I think that can be hard. But it'd be cool just to try to like just impersonate your character better.
I think the tough part I always have is like, since these scenarios are all imaginary, you try to imagine how you would act, but you're not playing yourself. So you got to think, how would my character act in this fantasy scenario? Which that's the tough part, but I think
Coolin,
as
did you have something to say?
Yeah, I have a
Chase, you're
couple
done.
things to say, but yeah, if Chase was still going,
Oh,
Sorry.
I was just gonna say the simple answer is practice makes perfect for me. That's all.
all right.
That's why I didn't like try to make a fight. Like I was still talking. I was like, I was done, and I was talking a lot anyways. So
Very good.
Sorry.
no, you're good.
Yeah, I think my input as a DM is there's only really two things that I've noticed a lot throughout this campaign and the first one's a positive thing. You guys are very aware of like your character sheets and what your characters are capable of and what they can do, and that goes a long way in terms of combat. It makes combat more fluid, it keeps things stable, and then it also impacts your RP directly with what your character can actually do and what they're capable of doing. So, kudos to you guys for knowing your character sheets. I think my only thing that I would say that I think is kind of a small, it's not even a big deal, but it's a smaller thing, is that we don't need to stop in the middle of RP to say, this isn't me, this is my character. We don't need to do that. Because when we gather here today to play D&D, we all know that we're playing our own characters. So it's not important to pause the session and therefore lose the I guess the deep dive into that situation to say, hey, this isn't. I'm not saying this. My character's saying this. No hard feelings. The expectation is that there are no hard feelings. So that is that if there are hard feelings, then that's something we settle off the table, right? But the table, I think that generally speaking, nobody out here is here to hurt each other's feelings, and we definitely don't need to waste our precious D&D time telling each other that. So that's my only my 2 cents.
I'm here to hurt Caleb's feelings though. So
Well, I'm here to hurt
No,
your
I think that's a very good point. I really think that's a very good point because, like, I don't know, there were a number of times in this last campaign where, like, I found myself reassuring other people that, like, this was Nelwyn. I love you, man, but
I did
Nelwyn's
too.
upset.
Right.
Yep, I did too.
So, like,
We're all
if we can
people pleasers.
compartmentalize the game and make it so we're understanding that this is the character and it is just the game,
Right.
like, our relationships with each other will suffer no downsides.
Yeah,
know?
no, it like this last session was the first time that I had an actual like not screaming fight, but
Conflict.
conflict between two characters without breaking it and being like, I don't mean it. It's my character, and that was with Nelwyn when I was like, you said you'd be here, and then here we are, and blah blah blah. That was the only time I'd ever been able to do that without being like, that's Wager. That's not me. You know, I had to do that with Xavian back in the forest with Bartholomew and all that. I think I actually had to do it with Coolan when it was like except I kind of did it a blanket way where I was like, no, when Xavian Bartholomew, it wasn't me, it was Wager, but it's the same thing, you know. So I'm starting to get to that point, and I do agree. I think once you get to that point, it makes it much more entertaining.
Think about those high tension things that occurred in last session. Those things, what made them so high tension is that nobody was losing their immersion because nobody was saying anything. They were letting them happen. So it's like, like I don't want to hurt Chase. I don't want to hurt Logan. I don't want to hurt Caleb. I don't want to hurt Asa. I don't want to hurt. I don't know who I missed. Someone. I think I said someone's name twice.
No, you're good.
Dante, I don't know who I said. I lost track. But I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to hurt.
You're like, I don't want to hurt.
I know. I was waiting. I was like, what are the odds he doesn't say Dante?
I just I knew. I felt like I had to say Dante, but I couldn't remember if I said it at the beginning, and I was afraid. So,
okay, I hate gay people too.
But yeah, so the thing is that's what they like. It's okay to feel the anger that your character is feeling and feel the sadness or feel all of the emotions that come with playing your character. And it's also okay to assume that the people around you understand that and they're not taking it personally. So that's just my 2 cents.
I love that idea. So we're all in agreement? We will role play till our heart's content?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess.
A couple suggestions from me. I know there have been numerous occasions where the combats rolled pretty long, or went pretty long. And so I was thinking, how would you guys feel about there being penalties if our turns take longer than 30 seconds?
Fine by me.
That's fine.
Nah,
Sometimes it just takes me a while because I still getting adjusted to D&D combat and like what my character can do.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's the only
So-
reason why mine sometimes take a while.
So
Well-
that is something I would love to work with you with. When we decide like what your race or class or subclass is, like I would love to work with you and help you figure out the capabilities of your character. Because I mean, I'm not calling you out in particular, but I know when like one or more than one person in a campaign is unsure of what their character can do, it just ends up making 3-hour-long fights.
Yeah.
You know?
And I would usually do that like while other people are taking their turns, but then that just takes me out of the experience and not knowing like what other people are doing and how they're fighting in other situations.
Mhm.
And so I just got to work on
it's a bit of a
balancing
gray
it and
area.
remembering what things I can do.
Okay.
I have a
I'm-
question. Sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I'm assuming this is barring like, oh, my character activates this and this gives me a bonus, and then I gotta add all this to and like
Yeah.
it just takes a while because of how much you're adding on.
That
Not
and then like also like especially with like spellcasters, like each spell can do so many different things. So I have to like
Yeah.
read
Yeah.
what
So
that spell
it would
can
be
do.
30 seconds to decide what you're doing. If you take longer than that to decide, then there's the penalty. Like maybe you miss your attack or you miss your turn. But like rolling for damage or something like that, or
Yeah. No,
that I'm not too worried about.
I think that's
know
a
what I
good.
mean?
I think that's a good thing. Is like if you don't know what you're doing for 30 seconds, then like if you think about it in a real life application, the bad guy's not going to wait for you to hit him. So you just lose that turn. I think that's a good way of doing it.
I'm gonna press the pause button, drink a health potion.
Guys, time out.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
So does that include like when my turn starts, I know that as a player I like to ask some questions to make sure that I'm gonna do the right thing. Would those questions be included in that 30 seconds?
Questions take a while.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I want campaign, or pardon me, I want combats to run a little bit quicker, so that we can spend more time on the role playing. Because I know several of you guys said you wanted more role play than combat, and if combat isn't very exciting or runs long like that, then it can make for just a less enjoyable experience, you know?
Mhm.
So I think questions, we will try to address those as quick as possible, and then it's up to you to decide how quickly you want to respond.
Right.
Is that okay with everybody?
Hmm. If I had a little bit of insight as a dungeon master, I guess, uh, combat planned, scheduled combat, like that is like this week is going to be a combat session, is not is a bad thing. I don't think it is as effective as allowing combat to occur
Naturally.
whenever. I think you make some maps you might be interested in making, and then if those maps don't get used, then gone with the wind. I'm afraid that's. I think like it'll just allow for a much smoother D&D process, and I know that for me, planning those combat sessions was very stressful and made me feel like I needed to railroad things a lot more to make something happen. So I just say, I want you to know as a player, I'm not expecting combat at any time. I'm not expecting something to occur. So like just do whatever you want to do as the DM. And I should be willing to roll. But, scheduled combat definitely makes things tougher.
Okay.
So
And also a little less immersive too. Like unless you guys are like or like unless we role play an incoming army and you know you have to help fight that army or something like that. Like I'm not anticipating all of the combats being too planned, and the boards in Tailspire may not be very advanced because I've never actually like played around with Tailspire. I started to earlier today, but it's
I saw that.
I am a beginner. I am a beginner with Tailspire.
Mhm.
Sound good?
Yeah, and Coolin, tell me if you agree with this. I told Logan earlier today, I think the best way to handle Tailspire is to just hop in and just try it.
Mhm.
Um and essentially just kind of say like, try to build something. And I even told him like, if you want some big build, just lift it from someone else off the internet
Right.
that's built it and put it up, and then edit the
Right.
fine details to how you want it.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's effective advice. I think there is a lot you can do with Tailspire, and as a program and a system, and looking at it, and having like my first time ever being Tailspire with Runora, and only ever doing basic grid battling and theater of the mind before that, I like Tailspire is just a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So it's like, yeah, go online. There's a ton of people who have made maps and a ton of options. Rip it from them and change little things you want to change. And that is the smoothest way you can use Tailspire. Just, I guess make sure you don't take credit for something you didn't build.
Yeah. Well, I
But-
mean, they put it up there for a reason.
Right.
They put it up there to be shareable for a reason. So, take
Sure.
advantage of that.
Okay. Okay. Some things that I would like to talk about as a dungeon master. Personally, I think that storytelling and creativity are like the best things about Dungeons and Dragons.
Mhm.
So, when it comes to your guys' role playing, I would love to see some creative thinking because that means we're probably surprising the rest of the group, and that'll mean a more entertaining experience for everybody, right? So I will specifically reward moments of creativity or moments of excellent role play, just because that's what I really, really value in Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
Now, I will say, Logan, what you said just reminded me of this, and I'm gonna say this will be implemented in my one shots from here on out. But Coolant or Logan, you guys also feel free to use this if you want. What I'm going to do is, if someone rolls a nat 20, they will also roll a d4 to instigate who of, like, one would be Xavian, one would be Leif, or two would be Leif, three Alarak, so on and so forth. Whatever that lands on, that person gets inspiration from watching you land a critical hit. So that will be implemented in my one shots from here on out.
Easy.
If
Cool.
you get a nat 20, but I will say that will be taking place of Coolin's rule of double nat 20s instantly kills. So, because I don't want nat 20s to be too overpowered,
I almost like that more.
You hear
like
that, Coolin?
the inspiration. I think that's a really fun idea.
You hear that, Coolin?
I don't care. I think it's bad and stupid.
Not give him inspiration for that idea.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point that out. I think I was thinking about that the other day, and I was like, I want to do that. So if you guys want to use that for either of your campaigns, feel free.
Okay.
But it is copyrighted by me. It's my rule now.
Every time it happens, we have to throw up on a stream Turbo TN. We have to announce it.
Yeah.
This Nat 20 has been brought to you by Turbly_Boy.
This is a Turbly_Nat 20.
Colin, where's your face?
Hidden behind a yellow screen.
So I think I've said everything that I would like to say. Is there anything that, or do you guys have any specific requests or ideas for campaign story, setting, NPC interactions, anything like that? Do you guys have anything you'd like to see?
I think I'm good.
Surprise me.
I have a
want there to
question.
be an orc brothel, and
Oh my gosh.
you know what's coming.
I've got one
I
question.
did.
And I don't necessarily want like a super in-depth answer, but like based on, I'm assuming all of us have at least pitched a concept to you, Logan, for a character. Is that true? Have
No,
we-
I have
I
no
think
idea
so.
what Caleb's and Dante's characters are going to be.
I was
Okay.
going to ask when you're free, or if you even wanted me to just like get a rough draft of a character set up, and then we can talk about it later.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I will do that.
The sooner the better.
When are
Okay.
you usually free?
Depends on the day. Though my schedule has changed, so I'm more free in the afternoons and evenings.
Okay.
I've found if you just shoot him a text, he normally will get back to you and say, "Hey, I got this available." And
Logan.
it worked. I was like, I shot him a message I think last night and said, "Hey, do you have time to hop in? Because I want to talk about D&D stuff for Caleb's stream." And today he was like, "Yeah, when works?" And I said, "Tentative one," because I had a lot going on. And he said, "Sure." And then we got in at 1.
Well, last
So-
time I did that, he wasn't available.
So my second question is, so far based on what, like, I guess that means that Chase, Asa, and I are the only ones who have, like, whose characters you know about. Do you think so far the cohesiveness, like the characters we have, will make a solid, like, it's cohesive enough? Like,
Yes,
is that
so
something
that's-
Yeah.
that's
And
awesome?
I was gonna say, so you're talking about like what kind of story you want? Do you want larger scale, like an overall arcing kind of thing? Because with me and so far what we have with me and Payson is it seems like there is kind of an overarching thing. Like we don't know a lot about it yet, but that's definitely my goal is to learn more about it. So I kind of have my goal and you kind of know what direction I'm heading in right now. So I don't know what you want to do with that, but
So that I
Like-
am going to try to tie everybody's character to at least one aspect of like the main big bad evil guy.
right.
Like in some way or another, just so that every character has some skin in the game and some reason to stay engaged with the story.
Cool.
That being said, Cooland, what you were saying reminded me that was another thing I wanted to talk to you guys about was role playing the characters for each other. Because I know there have been times in other campaigns I've played that the characters don't really have any reason to stay together, right? Like they're constantly arguing, there's conflict and fighting in and out of the group, and like it's just not very fun. But if we can get interested in each other's characters, and depending on how supportive your character is going to be, but find ways to support everybody else's characters, I think that's going to be what kind of sets this campaign out apart from other campaigns.
All right.
I feel a little foreshadowing coming on.
Well,
You
I
say
mean,
foreskin.
Oh no, but
I think he
that's
did
on your
mean
mind, I
that.
guess.
does that make sense though? What I'm getting
Mhm.
at? So I'd like you guys to, I don't know, if you guys are planning on making a super brooding, super withdrawn character, like find ways for that character to want to reach out to the other players.
No.
Otherwise, there won't be any reason for your character to be with the rest of the group.
Okay.
That's it. Asa, my character's inviting your character to
I
a pool
think-
party.
I think
Fine.
that's great advice for every character. Like, make sure your character has a reason, or like, because like even you can make a dark and brooding character, but like they do have to be personable, and they do have to have some part of them that is likable. So it's like there has to, or else like your party's just gonna kill them. Like it just really like if they're a bad guy, if they're a villain, if they're not working with the party, then they don't get to be in the party. So it's like, you know, I think,
Yeah.
and you can achieve that by writing solid goals and like aspirations for a character, or even not, like leaving enough mystery for them to grow in that way. But I think that is great advice just for any character in any campaign. Make sure they're not just, you know, a dick. Like there's
It's important.
My character is gonna be fun. You guys may end up killing him, but it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, so actually,
Day
oh, I hope we don't end up killing him.
But we'll find out.
I've got your number,
But-
Asa.
I shared a list of questions with Chase. I've used this for the last couple of characters that I've created. But it's essentially just like a list of questions
That's a lot of.
about your character
That's a lot.
that if you answer every question on this list, then you will have a very keen understanding of your character and how it interacts with
I
other
feel
people.
like the meme right before it. I'm sorry. That was just funny.
What meme?
Oh, it's the GIF. Like we're trying to be all serious, and then I look up and I just see the Alarak GIF. It's just funny. It's just funny
Oh.
stuff. It's just.
Oh gosh, I didn't even look at that.
It was a funny
Oh, boy.
conversation that we had.
It was pretty good.
There's been a lot of degeneracy in the tavern lately.
True.
But that
So,
sounds good.
There's one
along
point
those
where I was like,
lines,
there was one point where I was like, you know what? I'm done talking in the tavern right now. I'm just gonna let it play out.
Let it simmer.
Yeah.
I think we all know that point. Asa's picture is that because nothing was said in there for 2 days after that. So
okay. Any other thoughts about game mechanics or things you'd like to see other characters do or things like that?
I think we're
I
good.
think of any, I'll let you know.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
I learn how to play the game, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I learned how to play the game.
So that's actually one other thing. If you guys go through these questions and like kind of use those as a baseline for when you role play, like when it comes to role playing, you'll already know what your character would do.
It did help me get into the mindset of that character. because he asked a lot of questions that I never thought of for my character, and one of the questions actually completely altered a very big moment of like a big descriptor of my character. So you go through them because it'll really open your eyes to a lot of stuff about your character that you don't normally think about.
Thank you, Chase.
You're welcome.
Shoot, there was another thing I was thinking about. It'll
Sorry,
come
I
to
didn't
me
mean
later.
to. I didn't mean to.
No,
get you
you
off
were
track.
just fine. Okay. For the moment, I think that's it.
Cool.
All right.
Solid.
Well then,
Okay.
if I may,
Yeah.
Pass the
I'll
baton.
bet.
if I may, I'm gonna take the DM cloak now. So somebody want to do a recap?
Gladly.
All right, verbal.
So last time on D&D, we get to the city of Bellamar, and on our way to healing Alarak, we find, more specifically, Wager finds that his arch nemesis is in the city, and that he's been pardoned. So the team splits up. Leif and Wager go to the castle, while Nelwyn, Alarak, and Alora all go to the church. In the castle, Leif and Wager find themselves in a pretty sticky situation, and Wager almost gets killed. But ultimately, the king took mercy on him. Meanwhile, in the church, Alarak was healed. Big man's been healed.
Yeah.
As well as we have been reunited with our good friend Xavian. So lots of well, no, two bits of healing for Alarak and Xavian. Lots of heartbreak for Wager. And then so we scored an audience with the king in the next morning. But as we got back to the tavern, we had a little bit of a monologue from our adorable little Alora over here that was relatively heartbreaking. So that's where we're at now. We've all rested in the tavern. Alarak, I made a choice for you that you got drunk with Wager last night, so you've got a hangover now.
Did you send that speech to the people who had to leave early?
Nope, it's posted up, so
Oh, it is.
they can watch it.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
It's
whenever
on,
I
it's
was
on
like,
my
oh,
stream.
yeah.
It's on my stream.
so,
Okay.
You have to go to my stream, but it will. It's about 50 minutes, so in about an hour or so, it will be posted to Caleb's channel. That's the full session.
I would also not do that during this session. Like,
Yeah.
Also
if
true.
you're gonna watch it,
Right.
go watch it.
I'll
Do
watch
it on your
at
own
another
time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Also true.
So,
But basically, her speech was just like she's worried about herself and her feelings towards, I guess, the party and her mom dying. And I mean, you can expound on that, but it's just her kind of having a heartfelt conversation with
Yeah.
so
I think it's a monologue that you gotta. It was really, really well made, so you gotta go watch it.
yeah, I
It's
think
not something we can do justice.
I think basically the gist of it is Alora kind of talked about some things that had been bothering her.
Okay.
So if you want to, and I mean, like, your characters wouldn't have heard it because it was a private conversation that I didn't take to a private forum, just because I thought it would be better if everyone was there
Well,
would hear it.
No one
So
heard it though, right?
no one is the only one who heard
Right.
it. So yeah, so with that, we're gonna start into the session basically from the point right where we left off, where I kind of described that, like, as Alora went to bed, you kind of felt that you were safe, comfortable, something that her aura hasn't exuded since she was in her seed, her egg form. You feel as though you are shielded from the darkness, and you are also shielded from the light that might come from the moon. So I'd like So I just want to know is everybody going to sleep, or do they have things they'd like to do before they went to sleep? Bearing in mind, I think at the end of the session, Alarak and Wager went to bed, Xavian went to bed for sure, and I think Nelwyn was on his way to go to bed. So the only two people who might be awake at this time would be Leif and Nelwyn.
Yeah, I think.
But if you'd like to just go to bed,
So, Nelwyn talked last week about going and talking to the frick, it's
Who
not
I
a
am.
monarch,
matriarch.
the matriarch. Thank you. Is that still something he can do?
It's still something that you could definitely do in the morning.
Okay.
He's probably going to be asleep. There's a chance that she. There's a chance that she doesn't. That
Have the answers?
she's not there. Basically, she's busy. Those are that's kind of what the chance is. So with that, I think while everyone's going to bed, I want Leif to make a perception check at disadvantage.
Oh, okay. That's not concerning at all. Like when you're walking
Fine.
through a dungeon, and it's like, I'll make a deck save. Like, what?
Logan,
Yeah,
do you have music going?
so make 3
Oh,
death
I don't.
saves right now.
I should have had my character pulled up. Sorry, 1 second. I know I only have 30 seconds to decide what I'm gonna do, but
I've been told exactly what to do, but I only have 30 seconds to decide.
Do I roll or do I or you can I mean like another thing I wanted to bring up is it's always an option to choose to fail. So if you want to
Okay.
choose to fail, you can. You can't just choose to succeed, but you can choose to fail. You always have to roll.
Darn.
Double
Oh, no.
standards.
I close my eyes.
Right. Because it's like you have to try to succeed, but to fail you just don't have to move.
Right.
Or like you just don't think, you just close your eyes. Like
There we go.
Close his
Okay, so you
eyes
said
and snap.
perception, right?
perception at disadvantage.
That's not my character. That's my new character. Oh my goodness. I already logged in. So, okay. Okay, just give me a second. We're logging in here.
So has it been 30 seconds yet? Does he
Yeah, you know what?
fail?
Okay, I'm rolling now. I'm rolling. Okay, well. Oh, that's not even.
I
I'm
can
not even
swim
on the
50
right.
meters in less than 30
Wait.
seconds.
I'm not even on the right website.
Bro, how did you say I'm rolling now and then be like, oh, I'm not even in D&D Beyond?
Oh my gosh, this is funny. Okay, let's see.
Something.
This is turning out to be great.
I could have been done swimming whole 100 meter by now.
Okay, wait. I was
I
actually
could
gonna
have
ask.
eaten an entire
when
sheep meat by
we're-
myself.
Is there swimming during summer break, Hunter?
Oh my
Can
gosh,
you-
just roll your dice.
Just
Summer
roll
break?
the dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Message me and I'll message you back.
Okay. You know what? The reason I'm asking is I'm just trying to bide time.
Of course you are. He's like actively retyping
This
his
is the
numbers
most
right now. He's
painful
like,
roll of my
This
life.
is a 200 meter swim.
I would rather not one on 2 death saving throws.
Why
than go through
can't
this
I
again.
open my character?
Here, you want me to tell you your modifier, Asa? Do you have
Yeah,
the
that
dice
would
with
actually
you?
help a lot.
Well,
Alright.
can you just kill me now?
No, not for free.
Dang it.
yeah, you have to pay him $50 for him to kill
Got
you.
it. Got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. 8.
8. Alright, so everybody, we're gonna just, I guess, go to the morning. So whatever you guys would like to do, you're welcome to do.
I forgot, but can I go look and see if there's a what was it? A geomancer, like a gem, store?
You absolutely can.
Can I stop everybody downstairs though?
I also
Yeah,
want to
or-
stop everyone downstairs.
I also want to stop everyone downstairs.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't. I
So-
wanted to go to a gem store.
So Asa or Leif, as you are collecting your stuff to kind of go down, and prepare, you notice that your bag of holding is gone.
Yeah, I knew it. Okay.
The one with the money.
Yeah, and the phylactery. Yeah.
That's not the important. That's not the important part.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Cookie.
Okay,
Mhm,
well, that's not
mhm.
good. Huh. Well, okay. Well, we all go downstairs.
Huh.
Yeah, so I really do need to
Shoot.
gather everybody up. All right. Okay, yeah, so let's go downstairs. Caleb, did you want to say something first to the party?
I have a few words to speak with everyone after regaining consciousness.
Okay.
Sorry, I hammered your dude. I was like, yeah, he's drunk now.
Oh, my head is pounding.
Mine too, buddy.
Wager,
mine
why'd
too.
you make me do this?
You're a good drinking buddy. I was having a bad day. I appreciate it. I really
know.
needed that.
But now
You have no
I'm
idea how much
having
I
a
needed
bad
that, man.
day. Anyways,
But it was good meat, right?
it was semi-mediocre. I have some words to speak with everyone. Is everyone here? Is everybody here?
Oi.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Oh, lovely. 22.
Everyone is here excluding Alora. She hasn't come down.
Ah. Okay. That's fine.
Nelwyn will go up and check on her.
How early in the morning do you think you guys wake up?
8?
Okay, 8.
Okay,
Like
so
first
how-
light.
So
I'll
yeah,
get up
so
a
you
little
get up.
early. Yeah.
You get up to a room and the door is locked. As you get up there to kind of go in and see what's going on.
Okay. Also, can I search my room? Because obviously I would have done that first before I went downstairs.
Absolutely,
Okay.
roll an investigation.
Okay. Okay, what's the 4? So no,
You find a rat.
I found a
You
rat.
look around and say, "This is
Better-
my room."
Better yet, you find a rat dead in a rat trap.
Oh,
That-
wow. Somebody's been doing their job. Okay.
Rattling, no.
Well,
Dead again.
That one's been good.
guys, this is turned bad quick.
So Nelwyn will reach up and knock on the door.
No answer.
Alora, Alora, you in there?
No answer.
Yeah. As I walk back from searching my room, I'll be in kind of a frantic state. I'll see Nelwyn kind of knocking on Alora's room and her not answering. I'm probably in a concerned state, so I break down the door as I pass by. I just kind of
Alright.
point it.
All right, go ahead and just roll me a strength check.
All right, we'll see. I've been rolling fairly bad.
Welcome to my life.
All right,
Saving up
yeah.
for this moment.
Yeah, 16.
So you punch at the knob and it just busts in. The door shatters and just kind of swings on it. What's left of it swings on the hinges. And you see the room is completely empty. The bed is neatly made. And that's about it.
And I'll kind of go down to Nelwyn's level, which probably looks like this.
Yes.
I say that, so I squat down. This isn't good. I need to talk with you and everybody else downstairs. And then I stand up and I walk downstairs.
I just love the idea of
Which probably looks
this
like
isn't
this.
good.
Right. Like, Bart, I don't want to
Nelwyn is
alarm
going to-
you.
No one is going to frantically start searching the room for any sign of dishevelment, of conflict.
Where she?
Frantically,
went.
you said?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Oh, that's a cool one.
I'm forgetting how to roll in D&D Beyond.
So if you
Click
click
the
on the
Buttons are
number,
missing.
We're all
No,
having
buttons are
trouble
missing.
this day.
oh,
No
right?
numbers, no numbers.
Oh,
Go
Are you in your character sheet?
Yeah, I'm
Go-
in my character
you
sheet.
can
Wait
just-
a second.
You can just roll physically if you want,
yeah,
Logan.
do you?
are you
Behold.
logged in?
Oh,
So here's my investigation, but when I click on it, nothing.
Are you
Oh.
logged?
This doesn't look like it looks
this
like you're locked
doesn't-
out.
Because you need to have the box around it in order to.
Yeah.
In order.
yeah.
it looks
Right.
like you don't have control over your character.
So I think make like double, triple, quadruple, quintuple sure that you're logged in
Yeah,
to D&D Beyond.
refresh your page and such. I don't. Oh, you're not logged in.
Yeah.
Up there in the top right of the.
Yeah, we're supposed to sign in.
Ah,
Yeah.
Which is weird. It shouldn't let you into.
Right.
character without.
Yeah.
Well,
the
it's probably
campaign.
already open, so he had like
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
pulled up
There
already.
you
there we go. There we
So,
go.
yeah, go ahead and roll investigation.
It's not good. 7 or
It's
17.
it's better than
So-
mine.
You look around in this room and you don't see any sign that anybody has been in here, aside from a small folded piece of paper on the pillow of
What's in the paper?
the.
A piece of gum.
So you. Just a second, sorry, closing the stream. So you grab the piece of paper and you fold it open, and you can see in the in someone's handwriting it says I have learned a lot from you guys, and my mother was right to send me into your care. She must have known that you were the only people who could have made it this far and were capable of so much change in this already cruel world. She also must have known that at some point I would have grown wise enough to know that I'm the only one who can stop this, and I don't want to hurt any other people by doing that. So I've taken
shish
what I
kebab.
need, and I'm leaving. Thank you so much, Alora.
I'll be waiting at the door, and I'll be beckoning Nelwyn. Nelwyn, we need to talk to everybody.
All right, we go downstairs.
All right.
Frick,
We
man.
we also lost our bag of holding with all the money in it, so we can't
Well-
pay for the door we just busted.
Right. We'll
Not
just
one
say.
rich man who can order money.
So okay, we all meet downstairs. I'll kind of just try to lead the discussion. So why I've called you all here today? No. So did Alarak? Did you finish what you were trying to say?
No, because
Okay,
like you two are
um,
just coming down the stairs and we're just kind
right.
of waiting for you.
We're kind of frantically coming down. Like we need to talk about something. Alarak, it looks like you wanted to say something first.
You first. You look very
Oh.
frantic and in need of saying something.
Okay. Well. Okay. Yeah, I guess there's only one quick way to get to this. Alora's gone, and the bag of holding with the phylactery in it is gone as well.
I put it in here.
Yeah, Nelwyn, did you it looked like you picked something up. Was there a letter that was left behind?
Aye. It looks like Alora's gone off on her own.
Okay.
So she wasn't kidnapped. It was voluntary.
Yes. What did the letter say?
It said that she is the only one who can do this. That can fight the god of the moon or whatever. And
Okay.
she's
Well.
gone off on her own.
Then she might have took the bag of holding. I was concerned about if it was our enemy that took it, but we might have good reason that it was her.
Speaking of the god of the moon, I do
Yeah.
have some things concerning that, which is what I was going to talk to you all about.
Okay.
So, the reason I went into the state I was in, mentally ill,
It was
Was-
straight up insanity, but whatever.
pretty much. I apologize for everything that I may or may not have done. But the god of the moon is actually the king of the nine hells.
Ah.
And Mr. Demon Man that ripped me in half. You know the story we told you about.
Aye.
Yeah,
Was
so
there.
that guy.
Lovely.
Yeah,
Story?
not very
You ain't-
good.
You ain't told me that story.
We'll get to that. Anyways, my soul was ripped in half, but I'm better now. And then I dreamed a dream under the moon, and he talked to me, gave me a deal. If I helped him, he would basically bring the 9 hells to this plane of existence and take over everything, which is his goal. And so the Mr. Who's the guy?
Mentor?
The
Who am I?
no,
Hmm?
the big thing that is sending the tendrils in the sky, the one that
The
we
Lich?
found.
The Lich?
The Lich.
The Lich?
The Lich was basically created by him to help accomplish his goals and whatnot, to fulfill prophecy, and is basically tied in with the phylactery. And I know the name that we need to use in order to change the magic, but in order to change the magic, we need Alora and the phylactery, which we now don't have.
Now, I just gotta
Well,
ask.
that's a lot
When
of good
yes-
information.
Yesterday, when I was trying to explain all that to the king, you didn't want to step in and help me out there a little bit? Make me seem a little less crazy?
I felt like you needed to have that moment.
The moment of people thinking I'm utterly crazy?
Yeah.
All right.
And
I felt like it was a
I guess?
learning point for you. I felt like it was a learning point for you that
I
you
ain't
needed
learned
to
nothing.
experience.
I ain't learned jack from that, boy. What are you talking about?
Well, then you did do your part.
and then my character. That brings me to another point. Wait, where'd Payson go?
He's here.
Yeah,
I'm here just getting my food.
He's just
Oh,
very
nice.
orange.
Okay. I have a concern, and speaking to Wager and the drama that happened yesterday, I wanted to have a conversation, but it was hard to get to because of the franticness this morning. I is we an end if we don't start putting our trust in one another. I'm super grateful for Alarak and him sharing this vital information with us. But it seems to up to this point that we've been lacking in what's the word?
Trust.
Just putting our faith in one another. I rely on each and every one of you. I trust that you will cover my blind spots, and not just in battle, but as we go throughout life. I believe that we should warn each other of unknown dangers coming, and that we put our faith in one another, that we will protect each other from evil. Concerning recent events, I realize that I may have given my trust too easily. I believe things could have gone smoother, and we could have avoided any unnecessary amount of pain and stress if we had confided in one another better. There's no easy way to say this, but I feel like we have kept secrets from each other. We have lied and withheld truths from our friends. Some of these lies I've grown more aware of, and I can imagine there are more that I don't know about. But running into an unknown situation yesterday and not knowing how to handle it was truly frightening. And knowing that yesterday's incident might have been avoided if we had confided in each other more, it unnerves me. Um, if we can't protect one another from danger, then it's only a matter of time before someone ends up dying, or the party inevitably becomes disbanded or ruined. Um, and even if your reasoning is just, keeping secrets and not trusting one another will do more harm than good. Um, and now, coming to more current matters, I don't know what reason Allura had for leaving, but our disbandment, our lack of um, working together, might have frightened Allura more than anything. I don't know how much I can speak towards that, but I feel like it's prudent that if we don't work together more and confide in one another, we won't be able to fight against the evil that's coming.
Aye.
And
I agree.
if any of you have more information or anything that can speak to what we should do, now's the time to voice your concerns or ask questions.
I mean, I already told y'all everything I know yesterday in front of the king. I mean, granted, it's kind of just a watered down version of Alarak's story, but I mean, if I have anything else, you all are the first I'll tell. But I do apologize. I didn't do it any quicker. I didn't realize Who Am I was as important to the Lich as he was. So I do apologize for not being quick with that.
If I may interrupt for just a second.
You may not.
Too bad.
Okay.
You might want to. I know you've explained it before, but at this point, you might want to kind of your dream. You might want to talk about, maybe reiterate what occurred in that.
You talking mine?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, like I said yesterday in front of the king, essentially what I saw. This was back in that forest while we were looking for Calixtus's den. I saw Who Am I, and while I got about as angry as I did yesterday in that vision. I was trying to figure out what he was doing and trying to figure out why he would have done what he did, assuming he did it. And all he did was he touched my arm and sent me into this what I could only describe as an acid trip, quite frankly, of just a bunch of different like symbols and it felt like a game of charades, honestly. What I had seen was oh, Coolin, did you send me the do I have those somewhere?
Yeah, I think in DMs.
Oh, that's gonna be forever to look through. Let me just search up really good. Pardon me.
No.
Aha! I sent Coolin to send me the rundown and he never did. Okay, here we go. So yeah, like I this will basically be a lot of stuff you guys have probably already heard me say, but just a little more detailed. It started off with a shattered picture of the moon, and it showed me all these individual murders from Who Am I, and all of those murders have those same type of tendrils that we're seeing in our actual world right now, and they lead up to this moon. And as they all lead up to that moon, it basically one big tendril comes down, breaks through the first skull, then goes down even further and breaks and just kind of spills out the mouth of a second skull. Now, obviously, I kind of liken that to there was the Lich once upon a time. They got rid of it, hence why the first skull is broken, and now the second skull, the Lich now, is here spreading these tendrils everywhere. And then the next part of the dream, I still don't quite understand what it means, but almost like a black sand made a silhouette of a person, and then that sand very quickly was blasted by a bunch of fire and turned into a glass figurine. That glass figurine then fell, shattered into 4 different pieces: one red, one gold, one pink, and one purple. And then, going back to that skull that we told you about, the tendrils coming out of that skull's mouth picked all those pieces up and fused them together again. And then, final part, I promise we're getting to the end here. Final part is this big, almost like whirlwind of sand from which all these abominations and creatures that I'd never seen before were all coming out of. And I liken that to what Gotchmead had told us when he, parted the illusionary magic, whatever it was, and we saw all those creatures coming out of the tendrils. Do I know what half of that means? No, but that's what happened. Any questions?
I honestly don't know what to make of it.
Makes
Now,
perfect sense to me.
Does it? Because it makes I get like half of it, but like what's the whole What's the whole like the sand figurine being blasted and turned into glass and then into
I
a bunch of shards? What's that point?
I have a
Yeah?
question.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You've seen the phylactery. Did the shards look anything like the phylactery that we had?
DM, can you confirm? They didn't. Did they? Because they look like. Yeah, I was like they look like a shattered piece of a
Okay.
person.
Okay.
Not.
Just
They
because,
look
like,
like a shattered piece of a person.
a phylactery is part of a soul of a person. I was just trying to. Okay.
Right. No, I see where you were going with that. Only difference is it looked like think of it more as if like my arm were glass and were like shattered down this.
Right.
It's
Hmm.
more of an actual body part than it is like a
Right.
tube type of deal, you know?
That's fair. I guess it is more of a tube. Okay.
God of the Moon, King of Nine Hells, sends Black Tendril down to Earth through a Lich. That Lich didn't do its job. Second Lich, gonna do its job. Release the Nine Hells into this plane of
Right.
existence. Hence why swirling sand, evil creatures coming out of sand.
So we have to
Alright,
stop.
but what do we
this
know
lit-
about the specific colors? It was red, blue, purple, and black. What's the
Pink.
significance
Don't
of
forget
the
pink.
colors?
Red, gold, purple, and pink.
That's what I said.
That is what you. That yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Sounds like the dragons that we had to order to
Right.
get
Well-
said phylactery.
Was it? Because didn't we just have to do the gold one? The one gold.
Calixtus was gold.
Calixtus was gold.
Well, that's
And
it,
then
right?
maybe there's a couple more that we have to go find. I don't know. I just remember colors and dragons.
Yeah. Maybe.
Uh,
But that question though is like, you'd think that if those each represent a dragon, why would the Lich want to fuse all those four together?
Under
Well,
his
maybe
control.
each dragon is protecting a phylactery, whatever it's called.
But we were told there's only one phylactery left, right?
Well,
Were we told that there was only one left? I thought
They-
we were only
they-
told where
I
one
th-
was.
right.
But there were
There's
like, what,
multiple.
3 or something.
I thought what's his book? The ruler of I think it was Ohm or maybe it was Alarak.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one.
It was
Ohm. Yeah, the ruler of Ohm. Didn't he say he got all the phylacteries, but then he was like maybe we missed one?
No, they did miss one, but we don't know how many they missed.
He said
Oh,
at
that's
one
fair.
time there were 5, 4 of them were got, and then they destroyed the Lich.
So he was able to come back.
But they never like the guy with the sword never said that they destroyed the phylacteries because they couldn't figure out how to destroy it. All we could do was change it.
If that's the case, then it still wouldn't add up because there were 4 colors, and he explained that there were 5 phylacteries. So even if
Correct.
that's the case, it still doesn't add up.
Did they fuse them all into one phylactery?
Asa or Leif, roll me a history check really quick.
History.
This is like a memory, like my own memory check.
We're gonna see how this is gonna go.
My own
So do
memory
it at
check.
advantage. Do it at advantage.
Oh, thank goodness.
Because I'm helping you.
Natural 20.
So-
Nice.
So I'm going to
Roll-
say that while Leif is thinking about the 4 broken pieces of glass, it becomes abundantly clear to him about something he saw once. He saw something that resembled a dark Moorish purple when he died. When he died, he was sitting above what looked like some kind of land, right? That he didn't recognize. It was shrouded in purple mist and darkness, and lights were twinkling in
Hmm.
between, as if something was lit up, torchlights. And I think it becomes abundantly clear to Leif in this moment that whatever that was, so this was while before he had been revived, but after he had died,
Mhm.
whatever that was, and before he was visited by the man to usher him back to the world of
Right.
the living, he believes that those are related in some way. He's not exactly certain how, but those 2 things are related.
I don't know if this is relevant, but when I was dead,
I
try not
reiterate
to-
everything
I-
God said to me.
I try not to think about it, but I remember seeing purple mist and crystal, sparkles, I don't know, that resembled, I don't know why, but this dream that you're having. Um, yeah, cool. I don't know how to like
We saw
connect
that
these two
escape,
things.
purple mist.
Was
Purple
there
mist, yeah.
was there a specific part of my dream that this resembled? Because like did it resemble maybe the sand forming up
Yeah.
a person, like a silhouette?
So yeah, like so Payson, you said in his dream that one of like his limbs broke off and it was the color purple and it was
No,
crystal.
So
it was just like a silhouette of a person was
Mhm.
formed by sand and then
Right.
crystallized into
Right.
fire and then shattered into 4 pieces. So it's not
4
like
pieces.
exactly his arm, but just
Well, yeah,
pieces
and one of them
shattered.
was purple,
one of
Yeah,
them
one of
was
them, yeah.
purple.
and that purple mist in my death dream made me think of it. Or
It-
reminded me of it.
You're drawing the conclusion that those two things are similar, linked, if not representing the same thing.
Like death.
Okay, well, so
I'm shrugging.
is
It could be a place.
is it safe to assume, Leif, that you explain that?
Yeah, no, yeah. Like
Okay.
as we're talking back and forth, we can kind of put that together.
So, well, if that weird, mysterious, foggy land represents the purple shard, what represents the red, gold, and pink?
It could be just
Well-
different lands that
Right.
have different significance according to
Right.
whatever your dream
Uh,
And
created.
now are
Melvin,
these
do you want-
lands leading us to the phylacteries? Yes.
Nelwyn, do you
No.
want to roll me a history check really quick?
I was dying to roll you a history check.
Okay.
Literally dying.
So roll a
Coolin-
death save.
This is Coolin just trying to be
14.
like, you guys are stupid. Roll history so I can tell you what's going on.
So, Nelwyn, you're kind of thinking about this purplish thing that Leif is describing, this thing that he saw between worlds, right? You're familiar with this. This is something that you draw upon. This is the reason you could see ethereal forms. This thing is the place you go if you have lost your purpose, one of the half pieces of your soul.
Me.
Well,
Literally.
this is what God told me.
This is what God told me.
These were God's words, straight from my mouth.
In walks an incredibly handsome man that's called Payson the DM. Yeah, I told him that. Then he leaves.
Yeah, guys, it's true.
He
Vouch?
just walks in like Thanos using the space stone.
Yeah.
The Lord of Cringe said this.
So, Nelwyn, are you telling us that this is a place that we can actually go to?
Aye,
If
I think
you've
so.
if you've lost part of your soul,
If
like
you've lose-
How
me.
many
Alarak, you're getting
tendrils
bad at
are
grammar.
there from the Lich?
So right now there are 5 tendrils coming out of the Lich, each of them impacting a different place.
Five tendrils, five
What-
shards of glass.
What you know is that what you know based. So I'm just going to kind of piece some things together for you guys.
Thank you.
Especially considering Asa rolled a nat 20. So we're going to say we're sitting here and Leif is looking at all of this information that he's given, that he's understanding, and he's starting to match some things together. This prophecy, or this dream that Who Am I showed Wager, seems to be an explanation, some exposition, and some stuff to come, right? Just a bunch of information. One of the things you can see for certain is that some unknown force broke a glass silhouette of a man. Before the large vortexing portal can do its thing, the 4 components, the 4 pieces, need to be refused. And the sand, the black sand that helps refuse that visage, comes from the Lich.
So, by the sound of it, it looks like we need to take out the Lich before it can have a chance to do this.
Technically, I have here that the tendrils are doing the fusing, not the sand.
The
But we
tendrils
need a
and the sand are
One of
they're
the-
parallel.
right.
They're the
I
same
rescind my snarky comment.
They need it, but we need to combine them before we destroy
Technically-
it.
It seems like these tendrils and the forces coming from the tendrils are searching for whatever pieces need to
Mhm.
So
We
break it down for a meek little sharpshooter like me. What are we supposed to do here?
We've got a
Great,
couple
thanks. That
options.
really gave me a
We've
long
got a couple
explanation.
options. We can either figure out a way to destroy the tendrils to slow down the progress, or just go
Okay.
straight after the lich without anything such as a phylactery. Ooh,
Right.
Laura.
But what's the progress that they're trying? What's the progress you're talking about? So you say the
Did I
tendrils?
say progress?
Yes. You said slow down the progress of the lich. Trying to
Of
get
like
the
finding whatever piece they're looking for that they're trying to fuse. Because I
so
feel like,
I
according
yeah,
to my knowledge,
right. But from what Payson just told us, or from what I'm gathering from the dreams, we need to combine. They're looking for the shards, but we're gonna have to combine it anyway. Is kind of what I'm hearing. Then we can destroy it.
No.
Okay. Okay,
So-
that's what I thought you
that's
said.
So the shards, so it's showing that at one time there was a visage of something that was a hole. Some unknown force shattered that
Right.
hole, and now the abilities, the things that the witch are trying to do, the lich, pardon, I think I said witch, is trying to make them a whole again.
And we need to prevent that.
So
Right.
if
And
the
Okay,
shard
okay.
represents a plane, then that means that all of the other shards are different planes of existence, and they were all once together, but now they're separate.
Well, I'm
such
thinking,
as
yeah.
Nine Hells.
So the King of Ohm and the other, like they used to be in a party, and they destroyed the Lich. That like the Lich used to be a
the
person, and they destroyed him.
first lich, yep.
Right. So I'm thinking that was the unknown force that killed him, and he's trying to reunite himself, and we need to stop it. I don't think it's that complicated. It's just he's trying to
Well-
regain his power.
Well, yeah, but there in the first part, there are two skulls, and the first one's broken. That I think is the first lich.
Right.
I think this silhouette that's shattered, which is a different thing from the first skull, might be different
Yeah, but
than the lich.
it's still trying to reunite that same power, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Guys,
Okay.
I know that this is so important and we need to do this, but every second we stand here talking about this, Allura is getting further away. I
Oh,
think we
that's
need to
true.
find her. And I think we definitely need to keep discussing this, but we need to do it while we're looking for her.
Oh,
Melvin, you know her the best. Did she say anything or where she was going to go last night?
I wanna long shot here a little bit. Can I go up to Alora's room and being the like having been like assigned jobs to track people down in the past by Alarak, can I do an investigation check up there or anything to track down where Alora went?
Yes. Go ahead and go up there and roll an investigation.
Cool.
But Leif had control of the situation. So
No, yeah, you can
so-
do that.
if Leif is done with what he wanted to talk about, then we can start doing other things. But if Leif isn't ready, then you're gonna have to kind of say like, "Hey, we're done with this." Like,
Okay. Last thing I guess I want to discuss is now when you know Allura really well, do you know where she could have gone or any information about what's going on?
I know her very well. She went this direction. Rolls history check. 19. Is that how that works?
now,
Is that how that works? He says.
okay, wait. We got to go through the thought process. So you're trying to see if you know Allura well enough to know where she's going, or know what she did, or
Or
I was
know
just-
what she knows to have
Mhm.
some idea of where she could have gone.
so
Like-
Allura has all the information you guys have as a party together, and then she has information that you guys have as a party separately. So she is going to basically what you would understand, and based on what she said in the letter, she's going to go do what she needs to do to make sure that this can be ended with as few casualties as possible. So she is going to go change the phylactery.
Where would
I
she go?
see. Well,
So,
so
do we know
I-
exactly how that's or how she's planning on
Ooh.
doing that?
She knows that
Wasn't-
we know that we were going to the wizarding school to figure out how to do such things. So that's probably where she's going. Is to
Unless
figure
she knows
out
how to
what
do
she
it on
can
her
do.
own.
Yeah.
Well, if she knew how to do it on her own, wouldn't she have already
Or
done it?
or would she go home? Like I don't.
Or would she go after the Lich?
Guys, I think I might have an idea.
Yeah.
So I had an experience. As you all know, like uh, I, I had a lot of time to bond with Alora before she was even able to speak to us. And I made a huge mistake, and I took a life that I shouldn't have. And in penitence for that mistake, I promised Alora that I would change and become better. And in that time, I was able to forge, I guess, what you might call a pact with her. I don't know if I can maybe use that to try to find her, but we're definitely connected. I think I might be able to find a way to at least have an idea of where she's going.
Well, then get to it. What are
Go-
you doing?
Go
Yeah,
ahead
let's,
and roll an Arcana check really quick to see what you can figure out about that
Yeah.
pact.
Hey, can I help Chase search? Like, can I do like a
Yeah, give
search
me
for
just
her
1
tracks
second.
and stuff like that? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Dang it, an 8. Wait, I
So-
have inspiration. Can I use
Okay.
it to reroll that?
Roll it, yes.
20.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so you remember that when that pact was made, magic flowed throughout the room as people, like, as this was some kind of magically binding agreement. You feel like that connection is severed. That connection, that agreement, in some way or another, has been broken. And the person who made that pact with you does not believe that the pact was fulfilled.
Okay. Well, let's search for her. Should we split up or
Also, to add one more thing, Alarak,
Yeah.
you are the only one with access to information to actually change the phylactery. So, like, Alora has all the pieces, but not the knowledge. So she,
Yeah. Alarak, what do you do to change the
Well, we were told. Was I the only one told that we needed a name?
I think
right,
you were
you
the.
said
No,
that.
We were all told.
I think you
I
were
don't
all
know.
told.
No, that's right.
I don't know if we were all told as players or as characters, but I was told
Oh,
that.
I don't
yes.
remember.
I'm pretty sure it was
I don't know.
characters because I think it
characters.
was when we were talking with the dude
Calixus?
with I don't know if it was either Calixus or the dude with the sword.
Oh,
Hmm.
the
Bartholomew?
Emperor, Bartholomew, the Emperor, or whatever.
No,
Or was it the first?
I'm still listening.
Oh, that's right.
Magic sword.
Hucon. Hucon told you that. He told you that you would need a name. You're right, Caleb.
Yes,
Dang.
I know. Look at
Your
me
memory.
remember things.
Look at your memory, dude.
I know. Look at me. Anyways, he
so-
told us we needed a name, but I discovered the name through my dream.
You discovered the name before you were told you needed it.
Before
basically.
yeah,
Right.
before.
Did you say it was the name of the Emperor of the Nine Hells, or what was
No,
it?
it was the name of the creator of the phylactery.
Oh.
Well, I guess the phylactery itself.
The name. So it's the name of the original of the person that is embodying the lich. The lich's
Hmm.
psyche that was originally fused. That is the name, right?
What was his name?
And you guys all would know. I'd be careful saying it.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
just,
not
so
saying it.
so the other thing is that what was I gonna say? Dang it, I forgot. I don't remember. I had something important to say.
Was it about?
Uh-oh.
Was it about Magic Man? Was it
Let me just.
Laura.
I'm trying to think.
because we
Did he
needed
change
powers?
name? Oh no. So the name of the King of the Nine Hells is actually known. It's
Yeah,
not
everyone
an
knows.
yeah. Everybody kind of knows what that guy's called, and his
Hmm.
name is Aeseldor.
I was about to say Asa. It's like, oh, wow.
The opposite of Calixus.
The
Right.
opposite of Dumbledore.
So you have Kor, the Gilded, the man who is the ruler of the sun, and then you have the King of the Nine Hells,
God of the
Aeseldor.
So what was the name of the guy who created the phylactery?
It is a name that I cannot say because it is very dark, very evil, and very powerful.
Voldemort.
Wait, were we all told it, or do we? Is he the
No,
one
I'm
that
the
knows
only
it?
one.
He's the only one who
Okay,
knows.
okay.
It's
Well,
kind
no
of like
worries.
yeah, it's kind of like by saying evil things, you invoke evil
Right.
things.
Okay.
So
But it's good
you
to
know,
know. So now we have to
yeah.
find Allura. And
Can I say his
so
name?
last night we
Say my
received
name.
information from Gotchme that we need to get more information from who am I? Do we still need to do that?
Probably.
Honestly,
pro-
I think
probably.
going to the wizarding school takes precedence.
Okay. Well, let's find Allura first. Let's do that.
We need Alora and the phylactery.
Right. Okay.
Go.
Should we split up? Because maybe
Alright,
she didn't go to the.
If we do split up, I'm gonna do us all a favor and say I'm going wherever Humai is not.
Okay.
You're welcome. I've always been a very chivalrous man.
Okay.
I would advise against splitting up.
Okay. We're not going to split up.
I think we should split up.
I think we
I
should
think
all
it's a
go
good idea for
together
us.
to
Go for
the
it.
wizarding school because there might be a lot of stuff that happened because we're gonna
Okay.
go there, figure out how to change the magic, and then we need to change said magic. So
But we
there
already
could
know
be
how
a
to do it,
lot
right?
that goes on.
Okay.
I feel like it would be better if we stick
Let's-
together.
okay.
I think
Yeah.
it's good that we stick together, but I really believe what Leif said. If we cannot work together and trust one another, then I think we're gonna fall apart. I feel it's not unlikely that we'll be killed if we don't trust one another. Wager, I know you and I have had our times. You are an incredibly skilled shot. You're a wise man, and you are very passionate. And that passion has almost hurt people very dear to me. You're too good of a shot to have your gun pointed at my back. I need to know that you're covering it.
You got a lot longer of a way to go before I can trust you, bud. There was no way I could ever forgive you for stealing the last piece of my mother I had. You stole that gun from out of my hand, and you became as big an enemy to me as whom I was.
Okay, you can choose not to trust me, but just know when it comes down to it, if it comes to protecting my friends or protecting you, I have to choose them. But I'll do whatever I can to protect you both.
And
Now, listen here. There's no reason we can't work together. Wager, are you sure you mean those words?
I do.
And is there no way that you can overcome those feelings for the time being?
One way I view it, the king sorry, I'm chewing as I speak. Way I view it, the king gave me a second chance. Who am I to steal that right from anyone else? But I was in a place of darkness and hatred when I saw Who Am I. I'm sure you all picked up on that. The only thing I had in that moment was that gun, because it was like my mother was standing next to me. When I came back from that plane and my gun was stolen out of my hand, I went through every single emotion, feeling that I did the day my mother died.
Wager, I'm sorry. I didn't know that's what it meant to you. From my perspective, I was just scared someone was going to get hurt. I was just looking to disarm you, and I'm sorry. Had I known that, I would have seen things differently, and I asked for your forgiveness that I didn't understand the importance of that gun. I'm sorry.
He's gonna kind of like look down at his gun and as he did when he was sitting outside the castle, he's gonna kind of like just fidget with the handle a little bit and be like, "It takes a big man to apologize after the things I just said." Now, although I don't trust you completely, you have gained a little bit of trust back, but that doesn't mean you don't got a long way to go, bud. If you truly want my respect, take Alarak, take Leif. Those two. When I stormed into the castle, although Leif wished I hadn't done anything, he threw himself in front of a sniper so that I could get my shot. Alarak actively talked me down from that ledge. There are tactful ways to go about this. You've got a ways to go, but that's a start.
and that brings up my last concern is, Melwin, how did you know that somebody needed to go with Wager?
Godsmead told me. I don't know how
And
he knows it, but Godsmead has a lot of ideas, a lot of knowledge, and one of those ideas was that Wager couldn't have been allowed to go see Who Am I alone.
and why didn't you share that with us?
It wasn't a secret. I thought the Wager was ready to share. In my respect for Wager, I kept it between us.
I mean, though that may be true, I never knew that Whom was in the castle, and that I never knew any of that. I just knew he'd been pardoned, and I went to see the king.
I didn't know that Who Am I was there either. Only that
Didn't you talk to Gashmead after we left?
I
The
talked to
castle?
him a couple of times.
Because I
Talked to
thought
him
we were
before.
talking about. Did we talk about it before that whole interaction?
So the first time you guys entered Bellamar, which was the last session before we had our extended break, that's when Gotsmead told that to Nelwyn.
Mhm.
Because when
And-
you first walked into the Laughing Goblin, he was sitting there. Because you guys were like, he's dressed like a king.
That's
all
right.
that.
I remember.
Yeah. And what did Godsmead tell you after the whole incident?
In this last interaction,
Yeah.
essentially the same thing. He asked, "It's strange. I haven't had the time to talk to everybody about this, but there's something going on with him with time. He's acting strange. I think he might be able to travel into the future and back, but he asked me if Wager had gone to see him yet, and when I spoke to him, he hadn't yet.
Okay.
That was
Well,
just about it.
Can we agree from here that no detail is too small to share to the group?
Aye,
I think that's
Yes.
appropriate.
that is for the best.
I think we've traveled far enough to be more than just acquaintances.
Gentlemen,
All right,
since
let's go
I left my
find.
village,
Oh wait. Well, go, Logan. What were you saying?
since I left my village, you are the only friends I've truly had. And I trust you.
If that's the case, I'm a little jealous of Nelwyn for being able to hit on Xavier's mom. Just gotta say it. I just want to put it out there.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Vanilla.
Fred.
You were gonna let
I'm
me.
glad this is the
like,
reason
his
that we're
face just
leaving.
flushes.
You were gonna let me search for tracks, right?
Yep, go
Okay.
ahead and go up into
Wait,
that room.
I
So
thought
we're
you were
gonna,
helping.
we're
I thought you
you're
were
gonna
helping me.
give,
So.
you're
yeah.
gonna give Wager the help
Perfect.
action.
Yeah, I'll do
Don't
that.
try and take my role, Dazewise.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't remember saying. I
Okay,
want to help.
one is a 2. That sucks, and one is a 10.
Okay. You want me to roll now? No. Just
Nothing.
joking.
He said nothing. Yeah,
Okay.
so maybe you should have rolled. I'm sorry. Take my
What
roll.
roll? Wait, what roll did you use?
10.
No, what
Oh,
what ability did you use?
Investigation.
Okay.
Hey, can
but I
I
have a plus-
specifically look for tracks though?
Well, I thought that's what you were looking for.
Well, you can't find it in like a wooden room. I was gonna go outside, like under her window and stuff like that.
Yeah, go ahead. That's gonna change though to a survival check
Okay.
or a nature check. Choose between those two.
I'll do survival. 21.
You see her tracks that kind of go onto like the cobbled path, and then from there they kind of disappear. But I would say, as a group, you certainly know where she's headed or
Is
where
the
she
college?
was going to.
Is it the
Indeed.
college? Or
Indeed.
the wizarding school? Okay, perfect. Let's go.
Indeed.
We are sure now. Let's go.
We go.
I knew where she was going. I just wanted Leif to get all the glory. I just wanted that to be known.
Excuse
knew-
me,
I knew
I'm
it
the
from
one
the
who
very
came
beginning.
up with the idea
No,
of where
no,
she
no,
was
it was all
going.
me. All me, baby. That's a wager classic right there.
Let's
Just
not
let me-
wager on the back. Good job, wager.
Thanks, man.
All right. So
I
you
slowly
guys.
walk there.
Well, no, then I nudge Alarak and be like, good job.
All right. So So just to make sure I've got everything in line, so you're gonna go to the wizarding school first to
Yes.
attempt and find Alora, right?
See, go
What's your plan after that?
after we do all of
Like,
To
that.
change the
attack front.
phylactery and then go kill the lich.
Agreed.
Well, we
Okay,
need
so
to talk to
are you
who
gonna
am
go
I
talk
too.
to who am I? Are you gonna still try and talk to the matriarch? What are
I think we need to
what
do
about
that.
those things?
I would like to go talk to the matriarch and ask her for any advice.
Okay.
Same.
I would like to go talk to Who Am I just because I think he's a cool NPC.
I think
Okay.
getting all the knowledge we can is a good idea.
I agree.
Okay.
All right,
Wizarding
let's
school
split
first.
up and then go to the wizard.
No,
Whoa,
whoa,
whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa!
I
No
like that
split up.
idea.
No split up.
No split
No,
up
like
for-
I don't
me
think
and
splitting up
Xavier
go
could
find
go
her
to the matriarch. You
matriarch.
guys could go to the who
No,
am I?
That's what
Like
Coolin said. Though.
divide
He
and
said it.
conquer.
Oh,
Coolin said it's a bad idea to split up.
You-
We'll do it.
I think he
after
said
the
like when we
wizarding school.
left.
If you are going to the wizarding school, do not split up. If you're going anywhere else, you can do whatever you want.
Okay, so let's gain knowledge. You guys can go handle your business.
I think we
Nelwyn
should
and I
find
will go
Allura
talk to the
first.
matriarch.
I think we
We'll
should
see
find
you
Allura
guys at-
first, though. I
Well,
don't think
she's
it's-
already left.
She's
The-
Okay.
already at the
So we
school.
should just
We know
let
where
her-
she's headed. We
Oh,
can catch
so-
up to her.
Technically,
Fine.
technically, she can't do a damn thing until Alarak's there because she doesn't know how to do it.
They
Alarak
don't know
does.
that though. They don't have.
I don't know that though. That's just a hunch.
Okay.
Knowledge.
Knowledge. Okay, so I'll go with wager to who am I?
Okay.
I'll
Alarak.
go as well.
Because
Okay.
this went so well last time.
And then you guys want to go to the matriarch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let's name a place that's like pretty close to the Wizarding College to be there
Well,
as soon as possible.
We'll meet up.
We'll
at
just
the
meet
college.
y'all up. Well, I'll
Gym
just-
subs and more.
I'll just
Wait.
make it so. I'll just
Can
make
you-
it
can
so.
you-
God
Can
will
you say-
teleport us there.
Right.
Can you say that the gem shop is near the college?
Nope. No
Oh,
time
are you
for
gonna buy
stops.
something? Are you
I-
gonna buy something?
Yeah,
have the money.
I
Give
still
us
have
time.
my money from when I got paid at the very start. I can buy
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I don't have that
Watch,
money.
it's like $8,000. I
Mhm.
guarantee.
You-
He's like,
you-
yeah, sure, buy it.
Okay, let's go to the gem store.
Oh no. Okay. Hey, howdy. What you got?
Gems.
Let me- what's your cheapest gem? How much is your cheapest gem?
A piece of quartz, and it is 5 gold.
Okay. All right.
Do it.
All right. Can I ask
Do
what it does?
It's
Hold
quartz.
paper down.
It's quartz. Okay. Oh, yeah. You know what? I should have asked a little more specifically. Do you have any magic gems?
Oh, magic. Yes.
What's your cheapest magic gem cost?
300 gold.
Okay, and what's that? And what does it do?
It's a yellow gem.
Can I ask what it does?
You need someone who is Arcana to do that.
Of course I do.
Yeah. It does electric damage, basically.
Like lightning.
Mhm.
Ching ching.
Yeah, I kind of want that one.
No, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
He hands you the gem.
Yeah,
Uh,
let's go.
We're closed.
Oh,
Bye.
he didn't even
There we
ask you
go.
to pay him. Run. Just get out of there.
Yay, my money, my money!
No, he's already gone.
No,
You already
I'll-
threw him out.
That was the
Yeah.
quickest side story I've ever
I'll
experienced.
pay the man. It was
Let's
300.
take it. Let's take it.
Let's go. Okay.
You get out of there. He's like, please, and then he starts running at the
I'm
doorway.
sorry. I heard you're closed. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
All right. So now we're gonna. So I want one member from each group to roll a d20 with no modifiers on it.
Not late.
Xavier,
No.
you got it?
Leif just
that's fair.
Leif just
No.
outrolled me twice.
Oh,
No, but
maybe
I've had
I
a-
should roll.
19.
Yeah, go for it,
19?
Alarak.
Oh gosh.
Could you imagine?
Bro.
It was like teetering.
I
What'd
mean,
you get?
luckily,
3.
yeah, I was like, luckily it's just for who goes first, so it's not
So-
that big a deal.
So we're gonna start with Xavier and Nelwyn, who walk into the cathedral and are greeted once again by the very old man. It's like, hello, how can I help you?
We need to speak to the matriarch.
Ah, the matriarch. Allow me to gather her attention. And you see he closes his eyes and he puts his hand on his head as a vein bulges.
Okay.
You guys know how this guy works.
That vein
and
is
he
my favorite
says-
NPC.
He, he says, says, "Oh, she'll be out in a moment. You've caught her on a not very busy day." And then he just goes and sits on like a wooden stool by a pillar. Soon after, the matriarch comes down once again in the same regalia you saw her in before, and she says, "How can I help you?"
Well, I'll start with this. Do you remember the girl who came in with us?
Yes,
You remember that there was something special about it, right?
I remember her arcane presence appearing on my radar, yes.
She is a uniquely powerful being. And I was wondering, do you know anything about that power? About her?
Well, if she was here, I might be able to determine more, but for the time being, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you based on my recognition.
Well, thank you. I'll see you later. Sorry. No,
And-
Well, thanks for nothing.
Well, bap.
And Xavian,
He's useless reptile.
what did you want from the matriarch?
I you just seem like a woman of power and of just you just seem outstanding. You seem like someone who has a lot of knowledge. I would be blessed to have any knowledge that you could grant me as far as Arcana goes, or even just in becoming anything like you and becoming as studious and as regal as you.
You see, she looks at you and she puts a hand on you, and you feel emboldened, made courageous. She says, "Keep within you the power of the Iron Shield, that which was granted to Bellamar to defend us, and you will also have the very same power I have."
How do I do that?
Pray.
Okay.
And then she steps away. She says, "If this is all, then I will have my dear friend see you out." The old man, very what's it called? With much effort, he pulls himself off the
Fervor.
stool, and he says, "Well, let me walk you to the door." And he very, very slowly shuffles toward the door.
Okay.
Perfect. And while we're walking away, can I have some time to talk with Nelwyn a little bit?
Of course.
Nelwyn, I just needed to talk to you. You have been an awesome person to have been traveling with. I am beyond grateful for you. You've been there while I've made a lot of mistakes, and you've helped me to learn and become better, and you've trusted me, which is something I greatly appreciate. As you know, my father has never really been a part of the picture, and quite frankly, I've learned more from you than I had from him. And if you say this to anyone, I will deny it. But I don't think there's anyone that is more deserving of my mother. And we'll see what goes on there. But I just want you to know how grateful I am for you. You have been more of a father to me than anyone else has, and I want to. I'm young, I'm naive, and I know I have a lot to learn from you and your wisdom. So I hope that you'll be patient with me. And
No, I
Thank
got
you.
son's permission.
Even though he can't hear it, Wager's gonna be immediately bummed that, that he didn't get Xavier. He's like something's wrong.
There's a disturbance in the force.
Nelwyn will respond by saying, Xavier,
I fucked your mom.
you're a good man. You're passionate and hot-headed, but I know you've got good intentions. That's why you came back to us. And I know that, given the right push, you'll accomplish great things. So I want you to know that whatever comes our way, I'll be there to help you.
Thank you, Nelwyn.
Thanks, Dad.
Aye.
Daddy.
Shall we then, son?
Let's go.
All right.
That was a quick
Yeah,
visit.
it's like the most like heartfelt like father son talk, and no one just goes.
Who's your
2
daddy?
feet tall, 6-inch steps.
Right. It's insane sometimes to think about the scale of things around Nelwyn being like 2 rulers in height. Like,
the way I think of it is like, what it's like any
About from here to here.
cartoon character that has like just tiny little stubs for legs, and they just go like, you know, and it's got
Mr.
that
Krabs.
noise that
Mr.
plays behind it.
Krabs.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs, exactly. That's how I view No One Walks.
Have you guys ever seen those old cartoons with that little white hound dog with orange hair? Looks really
Yes.
sad. That's probably about how tall Nelwyn is in
That's
comparison to people, which is
for context, in the thumbnail that I made for Caleb's streams, I had to size Nelwyn up so that he didn't look like you know.
Hmm.
It's actually crazy how small Nelwyn is. Anyways, sorry, continue.
So with that, we're gonna go to those of you who are gonna visit with Who Am I, and by proxy, the King and the Mercenary. You guys enter up to the castle. The guards recognize you and know who you are and step to the side, let the doors open, and you guys enter a very different scene of this inner like chamber. It is cleaned from the fiasco of yesterday. Much of the damage that was done has been completely repaired already, and the king is sitting in his seat, his queen next to him, a jester next to them. Who Am I standing close to the right side of the king, and the mercenary standing off the dais that the thrones are upon, but there, and his rifle is put over his shoulder.
As we walk in, Wager's just gonna. Well, I'm mighty glad I got the 2 biggest ones in the group to keep me in line. I'm not gonna get any smart ideas. And then, sorry, continue.
You see Who Am I's head kind of flick sideways as you guys start walking in, like just in that kind of bird-like fashion.
Like he just suddenly hears something different. And it's like
Right.
I'm gonna like, as I approach the king, I'm gonna kind of tip my hat a little bit so that it like blocks Who Am I, so I don't get blinded with rage again.
Right.
And then as we get to the king, Wager's immediately gonna like flick his coat back, take his hat off, and kneel and like put his hat over his heart and be like, yeah, very, very grandiose, and be like,
Right.
Your Majesty, I truly appreciate you giving me a second chance. I do not believe I've earned it, but your grace is mighty appreciated.
Had Bellamar not been given a second chance by the gods, then it would not be standing.
Well, I would like to inform you that same logic just happened to me and someone in our party. I figure, who am I to who am I to be given who am I to be given a second chance like this and not give someone else a second chance? So just know this gesture has not fallen on deaf ears.
All right, the king.
And then he'll stand back up, put his hat on, and everything.
The king says that's sick. He doesn't say that, but he thinks that.
That's poggers.
He thinks that's pretty epic and cool what you said,
That's
and
a
he's
big
going to
chunk
turn
of
his
sand.
head
No
toward
cap.
your other 2 people, waiting for their kind of like pleasantries.
good day, my lord. Glad to see everything is in order after yesterday's misfortune.
Of course. Alarak, roll an insight really quick.
Insight. Oh, +6.
What?
24.
So you're looking at the king as he looks at you, and he recognizes and knows who you are.
Good to see you, my king.
A pleasure. And then he looks toward Leif.
Yeah, I bow and I apologize. I apologize for the rude interruption last night.
Of course, of course. We were all a little off kilter. Now, I said I would give you a meeting, and this is what this is. Guards seal the door. The guards kind of step over the door so nobody else can come in, and
It's a trap!
he excuses the jester. And so the jester gets up and goes, "Of course," and leaves.
I
And then
want
a
to do an
guard
insight
steps
check
in
on the
front of them.
jester.
Go ahead.
I don't trust him. I want to
Is this an assassin?
Yeah,
Yeah.
can I? Yeah, I would also like to do an insight, but on the guards who sealed the door.
Okay.
18 on the
18.
jester.
So the jester has malicious intent, but it's not directed toward you guys.
Who is it directed towards?
The king.
23 for the guards at the door.
The guards are just doing a job. They
Okay,
were
it,
just
it doesn't. It doesn't
guard.
seem like they feel
Yeah, they're-
guilty or that they
they're-
are getting
no,
ready
there's-
for an attack. Okay.
There's no. They're not like preparing for an ambush. They're
Okay.
just here.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Is this malicious intent that I have to be concerned about, or
I think you're sensing. I think it's like how much like do you care about people that aren't you and
yeah?
people around you? So
It's throwing me
you're
off.
sensing a deep-rooted malicious intent and anger within the jester, but you are not sensing it directed at you
Okay,
or your
I'll just-
compatriots in any way.
I'll just let that sit for a while. All right.
So
All
wait,
right.
it's just them in front of the king?
It's the king, the
Yeah.
queen, who am I, the mercenary, and you three. The queen is
The
staying.
jester just left.
Yeah, the jester was excused,
Yeah.
and the doors are kind of shut up.
After they're shut up, can I just approach the king and say, if I were you, I would do a background check on that jester of yours.
On Sleazelmead? Absolutely not. He's been a jester for my family for nigh on 70 years.
Oh gosh.
Oh, wouldn't he be able to retire at this time?
Absolutely not. He's a good jester.
Oh, of course.
Ungodspeed,
is-
Sneasel.
So, can I keep an eye on him as he does he leave the room entirely or does he go up like a flight of stairs or anything?
There's a door over there that you like it how it opens, you can't really see what's in there. Just goes in, the door shuts, and then a guard steps in front of him.
Okay.
Okay, can I? I don't know how well this is gonna work, but can I kind of look over at the marksman and be like,
Mighty fine.
yeah. I could as the receiving end of those bullets. You're a mighty fine shot. No, I do want to kind of like give him not like a sneer, but almost be like, I don't trust that jester. If Leif feels something off about it, I'll just say to the marksman, if Leif doesn't quite feel 100% about him, I mean he's a bird. He's got some pretty good, perception. So maybe
He's a bird.
Maybe just keep an eye on the king.
Okay. But I'll just kind of let it go. Be like, okay, all right, whatever you say, king.
Yeah, the king. So you see the mercenary stares straight ahead, his eyes kind of reflecting a little bit of the light from under the brim of his tricorn hat.
Love that guy.
And he doesn't react to what you said.
Okay, I'm gonna. In that case, I would like to. I don't know if this is a thing I can do. I would like to kind of just keep an eye on any entrances that give line of sight to the king.
Okay, noted.
Okay.
We're really concerned about
I'm
this.
so,
Jester.
dude.
I don't think.
I know what's gonna happen is he's gonna shoot the king, and it's immediately gonna be pinned on me. I know it.
Well, here's the thing. Or it just has nothing to do with the story.
Yeah,
It's just,
yeah.
Or it's
He-
just
he's-
he's been a
he
jester for
he just-
70
he just-
years.
No,
Yeah,
this is
he's
what it
just
is.
pissed.
This is what it is. He goes in the back and he just butchers a pig. That's where his murderous intent was,
Right,
like
okay.
towards the pig. That's what it is. All right.
Yeah, I'm a little on edge too. Just
Yeah,
for
continue.
For other
Sorry.
things too.
Sorry to derail so much.
The king, once everyone is introduced and his jester is left, he says, "Where are your other 3 traveling companions?"
Well, they're currently visiting with the matriarch. They figured they had some extra knowledge that they could get from her.
All right. You see that the mercenary is kind of like he's looking around the room as if he doesn't see what he would like to see, I guess.
Alright.
Allura.
He but he doesn't move from his post. The king goes, "Of course. Should we wait for them, or shall we communicate now?"
We should communicate. We've got a plan that they'll meet with the matriarch. We'll meet here, and then we'll meet up later and kind of share what we've learned.
All right. Well, let us communicate. This meeting is not for my desire to speak with you. It is for your desire to speak with me and him. And he gestures to who am I?
Since I'm the one who kind of introduced the idea of having a meeting, I guess I should do my part in speaking. So as I said, I have some knowledge that you probably would like to know. I don't know how much you know about the Lich problem or what has been happening. But I've acquired knowledge about the overarching plan of the Lich that might concern the entire world that you might want to know.
You see, he looks at you, and you see in his eyes that if anybody else was coming before him to give this information, he probably would disregard them as crazy. But knowing who you are, he is going to take that information, basically.
I know that you know who I am. And you kind of know like who I am as a character, what I do.
Yes.
But learning the things that I have learned, I've begun to understand more about the world and my part in it. With me being who I am, erase that part.
Okay.
That never happened.
Okay.
I'm just gonna begin explaining everything that I know. Being like the Lich is a servant of a greater being who wants to basically take over this world to bring about chaos and destruction throughout all of the known lands and basically take control. I don't know how much you know of the evil in this world, such as the Nine Hells, but I believe that the knowledge that I have acquired relate to that great being bringing the Nine Hells to this world and conquer it through the Lich.
You see, he kind of looks at you and says, "All right. Allow me to give a small history lesson."
I was going to ask what you knew about the Lich and your experiences.
In the beginning, some 1,000, maybe more years ago, scratch 1,000, like some 5,000-6,000 years ago, Bellamar was founded as a small village purely meant to farm. There was no other purpose. Farming, self-sustainability. And Bellamar, as time went on, grew into a mighty kingdom. King Bellamar, who the kingdom is now named after, the first king of the United Calroy, participated in a great battle to defend this city. The city was being attacked by a multitude of foes, all at once attempting to gain control of it, and therefore take over, at the time, Calroy. you would know that before this, Ohm was kind of like it was kind of like how Virginia was to England, like how the 13 colonies were to to England during uh, back when we were just colonies and all that, like during that time era, and that there was a greater elvish city called Forgoth, which was basically like this is the prime city. It's the oldest city to have ever been standing in Renora. Uh, and the king says, well, failing to come to our aid, the elves did nothing. Forgoth did not send its people. Uh, he says, so we were losing. And King Belamar fell to his knees and begged that the gods might deliver him, that they might preserve his kingdom, and that Calroy may be saved. And he was answered by the god of protection, the god of knowledge, uh, Zaxus. Uh, Zaxus granted to them an iron shield, a shield that defended the city and the kingdom, a great relic known to our people, and we persevere through difficult times as long as we maintain our faith in this shield. It says that is the entire purpose of the matriarch, to uphold that religious relic in the cathedral, to uphold that great religion of defense and honor and patriotism to our great country and kingdom. There is nothing that I would love more than for the advancement of Belamar and the protection of Belamar. I know of the Lich, and I know how powerful he grows, and I have been assured by the matriarch that they are holding him at bay while keeping the citizens of Belamar delightfully ignorant as to how dangerous and dire things could really be, which is what is most important, that my citizens and people are safe. Uh, he says, uh, he says, this is not the first time I have heard the information you give me. As my good friend here, who am I and his compatriot know much about prophecies, and know much about what is to come and what is not to come. He says, you speak of things as if you have seen a prophecy yourself, as if you know this for certain.
I have.
Perhaps, my friend who am I, can enlighten you on details of these things, help you come to understand what has occurred, and perhaps more. The king is going to step back. You guys would know that from kind of what the king said. He said that, hey, that like Belamar is safe because the matriarch and the matriarch and the Iron Shield have been doing their due diligence to protect it. It seemed like they weren't necessarily protecting it as much as they were buying time.
Mm-hmm.
Like they weren't stopping the portal. There was no magic stopping this this fissure that was occurring above Belamar in what Gotsmead showed you. It was just destroying the things it was letting loose and keeping it from expanding. And that is what was coming from the tendril of one of the Lich's arms that was hitting Belamar. So with that, you feel like the king might have been a little deceived on how actually dire the situation is.
It did seem like he was kind of happy that the people didn't know what was going on, like proud of himself. Like, oh, we're keeping the masses down.
He's kind of, I think, he's kind of under the impression that the people can't know, or else they'll panic,
Mm-hmm.
and we can't have panic. So he's
Right.
kind of like, it's like, does he wish he could tell them the truth? Yes. But does he
Mm-hmm.
believe that they are stable enough to handle the truth? No.
You can't handle the truth. Okay, cool.
So he says, and one more thing, Alarak. Your people, your organization, your business. I've been hearing that you have been gone for some time.
Yes, I've been gone for some time on this quest.
to basically stop this evil in the world. I didn't know it at first, but as the longer I've been here, the greater purpose I have for, I guess, need I have to stop this from happening, or else I don't have a home to go back to. I don't have a job. I don't have anything to go home to. And so I found that I need to stop this for a future. So I've been gone for a long time.
The king's gonna say, somebody new has filled the void. We have a mutually beneficial relationship. I'd like to think you and me. The man who has taken control, Dioclenes, has ignored these bonds. And I would like it very much if you were to return and right these ill doings, if you will.
I will.
Last I heard, you had traveled to the dunes. And when he says the dunes, you see the mercenary kind of perk up a little bit. And he says, what did you learn of prophecies in the dunes?
He's asking
And
Alarak that,
Racking
or
my brain because my backstory got erased.
oh,
you didn't tell him anything about what you found.
Yeah.
You didn't tell him you were going to the dunes. He just knows that.
Hmm.
But
How
like
do you
you,
know all of this?
go ahead and roll me a history check.
History.
Alarak, tell him that you'll go and
Oh.
right the wrongs if I can
Unnatural
kill
20.
who am I?
You see, he says, well, I have my sources. And as he says that, you kind of remember one of the visions the glasses gave you, where you were camping in the dunes and their vision shifted to another figure in the distance watching you. And it's
Oh.
revealed, it like you kind of flash to that memory, and the memory shifts a little bit. You feel a twinge as like your vision removes from the figure and flips in its direction, and you see a guy with a rifle, a tricorn hat, a long cloak, etc.
He's been here the whole time.
mm,
The whole time.
I love this dude. That marksman's my favorite.
Wow. Like I
pretty
see.
cool.
I will do everything I can to right the wrongs that have been going on in my absence. But first,
Of
I do
course.
have this duty to stop this evil. And I will do what I can after these problems are fixed.
It's that
to
duty.
ensure the future that we can have.
Of course. All I needed was your guarantee, my friend, that you will go and take care of this Dioclenes who takes your place.
You are the great king of Bellamar.
Cleanie's
Who greater
nuts.
to have this joint accompanied with?
You see the king then sits back and says, please, speak with who am I, and learn what you must.
Real quick,
Close my
real
eyes
quick,
to speak with him.
real quick, Your Majesty. Can I just ask? Because I mean, I don't know if you know this or not. I mean, it sounds like you know everything, so you probably do. I work very closely with Alarak and his organization. Can you expand a little bit on this Dioclenes character?
Alarak, have you written home recently?
I've tried, but I've no response.
That's why.
Is
With both of
Bastardo.
you, I'm assuming that you are his hired hand.
yeah,
With both of
essentially.
you gone, that void has been filled
Mm.
by someone with enough power to seize it.
Hmm.
The king is going to then gesture to who am I.
I commune with who am I?
You wait.
Squawk.
Why is
Uh,
your motion
yeah.
for commune?
You see You see, as you begin to kind of engage with who am I, the mercenary walks over to the king and whispers in his ear, and then walks off the dais and stands by the side again. And you're gonna just look at who am I, and kind of the puzzle with who am I is he can only communicate in words you have spoken to him.
Mm.
So,
Can I insight on the marksman to see if I can hear what he said?
yeah, go ahead. It'd be a perception.
Perception.
Hmm.
Let's see if that-
23.
23.
Yeah.
You hear him say, he says, "The girl they were traveling with. Where is she?"
Mm. I knew he was interested in her.
And then,
Sus.
if Nelwyn and Xavian want to enter the castle at this point, I would be okay with that occurring.
Let's do it, Daddy.
Does a 23 perception? I hate to go back to this, but does a 23 perception also tell me where the jester is? Or
Yeah, I was
if
gonna ask
if
about
he's
the
there at all?
jester.
He's
Okay,
down
alright.
the door.
He went behind the door. Oh,
Well,
no,
just
now
if
roll me
he
a
like came out of
Constitution
here.
save, Wager.
Oh.
You were just stabbed in the back by an immensely poisonous knife, being held by the jester. No, that doesn't happen. Anyways, Xavian and Nelwyn are going to be let in just because of who you are. And the king
As I'm
says,
holding
"Oh,
hands with who am I?
Yeah, you guys
who am
walk
I,
in and
severed, gnarled hands or
Alarak's making out with who am I?
Really?
So Wager,
The
can I
king
see
just
Wager
walked
looking at? Can I ask Wager like what did he say to the guard?
What did he
To the
say to the
king.
king?
Yeah, the king or the king. Oh, he whispered to the king. Yeah. Could you
Uh,
make it out?
puts us in a bad situation. Yeah, I made it out, and I don't necessarily think that it's a good thing to have Xavier and that one here right now.
Why is that?
If they show up and they don't have, if they show up and they don't have a lore with them,
Ghost!
Oh, right. That's my dad.
My dad.
What a stud.
Yes. Okay. Do I? Does the marksman, does he leave or anything, or does anybody leave to go? No. Okay.
Nelwyn and Xavian just kind of walk in to be
Okay.
introduced.
Okay.
And you do see the marksman does notice that they walk in without Alora.
Mm.
He does
Okay.
kind of like notice that's occurring. But he stands on his post.
can I like as Nellen walks in, can I like say, so Alora's still fast asleep, and then like kind of like wink at him, be like, yeah.
Roll deception.
Oh,
Deception?
she is. Could we take a 5-minute break real quick?
Yes.
Oh,
I have
it's
to
a
use the
19.
restroom, so yes.
Same.
nice. Good job.
Put on
Thanks.
my be right
What was
back.
that? 17?
19.
19. Okay. So that happens. You say that.
Okay.
I'm gonna use the restroom.
Okay.
I'll
I'll
be
be right
back
back too. I gotta go say hi to my daddy.
I'm gonna go
Okay.
throw all my
Yeah.
crap away. Gamer break.
Shoot.
Except for Dante, I guess, Lamo.
No, I can just sit here and work on my homework.
That's weird. I think someone's knocking at your door, Dante. I
It's knocking.
think someone's knocking at your door. You should go answer it.
The door's open.
It's a bomb. Lamau.
Good, that can die.
Oh, is my Lamau, my destiny's still up. Of course. All right, well, I'll do that later. Came to my senses. Another dimension. Fear is non-existent. Life.
Chase,
What?
I see your imminent death
No.
in
Hold
5
on,
seconds.
can I ponder my orb?
Of course.
Can I
Yeah,
ponder?
he's right.
You can
No.
ponder. You can ponder my 2 orbs if you know
You
what
can
I'm
ponder these nuts.
Under these orbs.
ponder my fat, stinky orbs.
saying. Gross. You can ponder my hairy, disgusting, massive orbs. Or is the stream paused? Is that how what happens for these breaks?
Pretty much.
Like, can they hear us talking in the pause stream?
Probably. They can on my stream.
Because I'm gonna say some things that might be a little sus. So here we go. The campaign proposed by Dante and the mind of Asa. I think it would be really funny if that campaign ended with it never existing in the first place. Like they just never find it. It just doesn't happen.
Our quest is we find out it's not there.
Right. Asa can DM that one.
Yeah.
Well, I have a one. I've been planning a one shot with Emball, but that's supposed to have cursed items like you know the
jar?
jar,
Of course it does.
and I wrote a stat block for the jar, which is probably one of my favorite stat blocks I've ever written. Period. Which
Is that OP?
I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
For your new character?
I'd say that's a bad thing.
Are you talking about your new character, Payson?
No, my a buddy and I are making like a cursed campaign that uses items like the poopin' matter and like the My Little Pony.
Oh my god.
You know
Jar.
the jar. You know, and so I made the jar. I made a stat block for the jar, and
He sent it to me and it's cursed.
it's probably one of the best stat blocks I've ever made for a D&D campaign.
Okay. That's awesome.
I don't want to I don't want to read it on stream, so maybe we'll go over that after. So stay for that.
If you want
Little
the most
treat.
Stay
cursed.
tuned.
Right.
So we're just waiting on Logan, eh?
Mhm.
hmm
He probably needed to go please his wife or something like that.
Ayo.
Maybe he needs to
What
do our
the-
one shot.
Say that again, Hunter.
Maybe he needs to do our one shot. It'll
Yeah,
help
yeah,
him.
probably.
Can I give him the help
Asa,
action?
you should DM that.
Yeah.
You should DM that.
DM finding the orc mummy clip.
Right. If you guys want to, I'll start working on it.
He's like, if I have to, like,
Oh. Hey, I'll make you a hero forge for that. That
Perfect.
alone.
All right. Perfect.
Imagine the DM who is DMing that campaign, their search history.
oh, dude.
Like, it'd have to be quarantined. There's no other way.
You wake up in a village full of men, not a woman in sight. You find that a bit odd. That's just how it opens up.
Welcome to the Women Tavern, which oddly has no women in it.
No woman. You start to investigate the town and you realize there's no woman in this entire town. You ask the local barkeep, so why aren't there any women in this town? Aye, there hasn't been a woman in this town for ages.
Asa's getting into it.
But why are there always men?
In a world where there are no women but always men. 3 heroes.
3 heroes.
All
And 2
women.
pervs.
Take to find these answers.
Do I need to play a female character? Probably.
Probably.
One incel, one electrician, and one I don't know something else funny. An incel could it be?
I
And
am a
one incel,
transgender.
a white knight, and an ally. All show up or something.
And a Discord mod.
You play the only woman. You just get hounded by all the men.
You've got one guy who's like, "You're evil and sinister. You are denying me my natural desire." That's the incel. The other guy is like, "Hark not to this beast language."
That's funny. And you have to find the orc. The
There's
mama
a
orc.
right.
To restore women to the land.
Not all the women. Not
Eh.
just the men.
You could make so many memes. It would be like the incel character is like, "All women are thoughts." The white knight is
if she breathes, she a queen.
right.
If she
The party would
breathes,
just kill
she's
each
a
other.
thought.
She's a thought.
Oh my
Uh,
gosh.
Have you
you
seen
winning?
that?
Hmm.
What is it? A Vine? I think it's an old. It's a Vine.
It's
a
either a
meme.
Vine or like a new TikTok.
It's a guy in a bus, and they're all like a bunch of people are talking, and then out of nowhere, this guy pops up with his finger in the air, and he's like, "She is very gorgeous to me."
She is very beautiful to me.
Right. I love that meme. I need to find it.
Chase, are you winning?
How do you know? How do you know what I'm doing? Get out of my head.
I know exactly what you're doing.
What am I doing?
I
Are
see
you
you looking
winning?
around frantically, getting
What am
shocked.
I doing?
Probably
What am I doing?
because other Destiny 2 Guardians are killing you in the
Nope.
Crucible.
Nope.
The Clash of Clans.
No.
It is not Clash of Clans.
Mhm.
It's the only game that I'll always look around more frantically than Destiny 2.
Clash.
No.
The back rooms.
No, come on guys. What am I an absolute tryhard at?
Overwatch.
No, come on guys. You should know this.
That's
Minecraft.
I'm
Destiny
disappointed
was
in-
my first choice.
I'm disappointed in all of you. What am I like top 2% in the world
Smash.
at? Smash, thank you, Dante. Good.
Oh.
nasty.
Smash. There you go.
Sorry,
My bad.
you just haven't talked about it in a while.
It's cause I like Smash it's a nerd thing. It's not something I want to be good at.
I don't.
But
Well,
you
so
are good at
so
it.
is watching anime, but we do hear about JoJo's a lot.
Yeah, well that's different because JoJo's changed my life. All right.
Just,
Hey, Smash is fun. What can I say?
Anime is fun.
You have to,
You talking crap on anime?
yeah, 100%.
Anime is fun,
not,
especially
not
anime
cool, dude.
women
They've ruined my taste in women.
like Mitsuri.
Hmm.
Mitsuri.
I want to get a mouse pad. Of just.
Have you guys watched the new episode of Jujutsu Kaisen?
I have not yet.
I'm watching
Wait.
the first season still.
Wait,
Wait,
hold
did
up.
the second season come out?
Second
first
season, first episode is out.
Oh, okay. M-Ball was trying to talk to me about it, and I was like, I don't
Oh,
know
I'm
what
so
this is,
excited.
and I don't really care.
You wanna know the best part about it? Coolin messaged me today and absolutely butchered the spelling. I'm willing to bet it was on purpose, but man, let me tell you how this man spelled it. All right.
Hey, Logan, that was longer than 5 minutes.
He said
Sorry.
I didn't have
He
time to get
he spelled
fake
it
mac and cheese
J-E-
for
he spelled it JEWJITSI
Oh my god.
KAIZEN.
What is his name?
I don't know how to spell.
That's Coolin spelling of Jujutsu Kaisen.
I don't know how to spell jujitsu. I didn't want to Google it, so I just.
It's not.
But
It's
then
not.
I failed with the U. I just put an I at the end.
Well, the thing too is Jujutsu Kaisen, like the show, isn't spelled like jujitsu. Like
Oh, it isn't?
no, it's like JUJUSSTU. Yeah,
What?
but jujitsu is like JIU.
Yeah, yeah.
JU, yeah, something like that. So it's not spelled. It's jujutsu instead of jiu-jutsu.
Juju.
You know,
Jojo?
Jojo.
Yeah, he was trying to talk to me about it, and so I immediately DM'd Turble, and I was like, "Have you seen it? M-Ball wants to talk to somebody about it."
It's
and
very good.
And I
That's
can't.
super
I
good.
don't know how, and I don't want to.
It's one of the best animes that I've.
Right behind JoJo's, but yeah.
I feel like it's just a modern version of Demon Slayer.
But it's better
But
than
Demon Slayer's a modern version of Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is modern.
Which is so bizarre.
Well, I agree
I'm
with
talking about
Caleb.
like
It's
time
like.
period. I'm talking about like the
right.
time period they take.
Hmm.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I was following you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All
Even
right.
though there are guns in Demon Slayer.
Okay, there
Like,
is one gun.
One sawed-off shotgun.
One.
Yeah. Still,
Well,
there's
it's like
guns.
post like.
Do they have
like right at the
cars?
era.
No, they carry people on their backs and walk them miles.
I'm sure someone there has a car.
I'm
What
sure-
the F?
I don't think I've
They
seen
do
one
that?
even
They
in the
just carry
entertainment
people?
district. Yeah.
Well, the entertainment district is so packed. No one like. If you had a car, what are you gonna do with it? You know?
Drive it.
No, you're not, because it's so packed. Colin, did you not listen to a word I just said?
I did, and my joke, never mind.
Can we get back to D&D now?
No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk more about JoJo's.
So, what was I saying before we took our?
We were about to
Uh,
talk to Who Am I?
I gotta.
Everybody
well-
walked in.
Yeah, I got a 19 on my deception to tell no one like,
Right.
Right.
is Alora asleep?
Right. So Xavian and Nelwyn enter the castle at this point, and the king gestures and says, there are two of the three members missing from your party. Please, introduce yourselves. Formally.
Hello, Your Highness. My name is Xavian Winterfell.
My lord, my name is Nelwyn the Shaft Ribblemubble.
All right.
Wager, having never heard that nickname before, is gonna be like the Shaft. he's gonna like look over at him a little
I
confused.
lean over and I'm like, he's a Donnie Shaft.
The what?
So the king just waits basically to hear what you have to say with who am I and all that.
Cool.
So part of this puzzle is who am I cannot say anything that he has not heard recently. So you have to,
I'm gonna walk up and be like, I have seen a prophecy of a great evil.
It goes, prophecy, evil.
Man, talking
Wager.
words is hard.
Yeah. Wager in the back is gonna be like, "Come on, Alarak, give him a little bit more to work with here. Just start saying words."
Panic.
Yes.
Chaos.
No. Maybe.
Lich
Uh,
taking
Darkness,
over the
moon.
world.
you see Lich, darkness, world. You see he's going to look in Wager's direction. He's going to cock his head again, and he's going to say, Lich, darkness, world.
I
Pull my gun.
We
No,
need
I'm
to
just
give him
kidding.
some verbs.
Can I walk up to Alarak, put my hand on his shoulder, and be like, do we need to go to different dimensions, other worlds, to find the other phylacteries and destroy them?
Change magic.
Yeah.
He looks around and he says, who am I? Change prophecy.
Can we change the prophecy?
Yes or no?
What is the future?
Yeah.
What is the future? Yes or no? He says, no. Who am I? Change prophecy.
Cannot change prophecy.
Or is he saying
Do you
himself?
have a new prophecy for us?
He looks at Wager.
Yes or no?
Can
Can I-
Wager change the prophecy?
Yeah, am I like some prodigal child that has the power to change?
So you guys
Fate?
asked him if he had a new prophecy, and he looked at Wager.
Okay.
Is this who am I? Is this new fate that Wager kill who am I?
You
Things are
see-
even heated.
The head cocks, the mercenary kind of like brings his gun around. He's not got like it he doesn't have his finger on it. He just brings it around onto his
Yeah.
front side and his
Wager's gonna like make sure that the marksman knows he's not reaching for his gun. He's gonna be like, I just want to know.
Can you see Wager's future? Yes or no?
He
Because I know he's got that anti-divination thing on.
And at last I see.
Wager
I
has
don't have anti-divination.
Didn't you
That's
get?
new to
Didn't
me.
I give you that thing that keeps?
He did.
Yeah,
Cool,
I
we
gave
were
you
talking about
that.
this.
Look at Alarak remembering things.
Thank you, Alarak. I forgot about that.
he looks at Wager. He says,
Forgot about that.
future. And that's all he says.
You want to know the funny thing about that, Caleb? I literally just the other day messaged Coolin and was like, "Is there something that blocks divination magic?"
Mm-hmm.
And I think he sent me the exact amulet that my character already owns.
Right. The amulet that blocks. I knew Caleb had it. I couldn't remember if he had
I
given
remember
it.
giving it.
He
to
gave
him.
it to me. He bought it for me.
I did.
All right. So yeah, who am I just stands there, and he says future.
Wager, can you take off the amulet for a moment and allow who am I to see your future?
Who am I? Change, wager, future, prophecy.
Ooh.
Who
Way
am
to
I?
do it.
Who am I? Are you going to change it in a good way or a bad way?
He shakes his head.
I think
no.
the future we see or he sees changes because you're wearing the amulet.
I
No.
don't like this. Not in
You
the slightest.
guys are using future tense words and present tense words. It is very hard to convey what he wants to say without the third tense words.
Past.
Did the prophecy get changed in the past?
Nods.
Did I change the prophecy? And did Wager change the prophecy in the past?
Who am I? Changed wager future.
Okay, well, yeah, I knew that when you killed my mother, you son of a.
Ooh.
Did you change his future for the better, for good?
Who am I? Changed wager future good.
So did you change his life so that he would be here at this moment?
You see, almost like Leif has conveyed the exact thing that Who Am I wanted to make happen. He looks in his direction and just kind of tilts his head like, hey, a bird? Maybe, okay.
Can we be friends?
He's like, whoa,
Like he
I'm gonna turn to
I'm just
Alarak
like
and be
you. You're just like me.
I'm gonna turn to Alarak and be like, I still want to shoot him.
And so have you guys
Just be
only said
friends.
Wager's name? I think you've only said Wager's name.
Oh, this is Wager. This is Alarak. This
Howdy.
is Davion. This is Nelwyn, and my name's Leif.
And we have a
And-
companion named Laura.
She's sleeping.
But we would love to know what your thoughts are with the prophecy and how we fit in that prophecy with the Lich. And I just say as many words.
Wait,
Does he
can I-
use the words that we've said during this whole conversation, or only during what we just said? Like,
It's
thanks.
during the whole conversation.
Okay.
Oh, I love
Okay,
you too,
good.
Lisa.
Hey, thanks.
I love
Guys,
you.
I look at want to name my kid Xavian. Sorry.
What?
Hey,
Okay,
that's,
that's
okay. I would name my kid Chase Michael Ellis Jr. so we can name him CJ. That's not even a joke. That's what I'm gonna name my firstborn son.
I would also like to name my child Chase Michael Ellis Jr.
Well, guess what?
My
If you
son
do
will
that,
be
he's
called-
my child now.
I would also like to
My
name
son will
my
be
child
called
Ellis
Balthazar
Chase
Slayer,
Michael.
guys.
Mine will be
Well,
named
this name
Chet
thing just-
Slayer of Women.
Railroaded us.
Anyways,
Anyways, yeah,
continue
okay,
speaking
can
your
I-
words,
can I-
Leif. Continue speaking
Yeah.
your words.
No, no, yeah.
Wait,
How do
can
we all
can I
fit
ask
in?
something real quick?
And you
Leif?
go for it.
Did Who Am I? I'm asking this to Who Am I? Did Who Am I change Wager future by killing Loretta Gallagher?
I think that's.
Well,
I
my-
mean Loretta Kane.
I think that's.
He says, no kill Loretta Aim.
Maybe he didn't kill
Who
her.
am I? No
Are you
kill
telling the
Loretta
truth?
Aim.
Does Wager know who killed Loretta?
What was that?
No.
Mhm.
You son, you
Roll
sick
insight.
son of a. Roll insight.
Inside.
20, not natural.
You do. He's lying about that.
You coward! Oh, dude, he's not a real person, but I hate him so much.
He basically what he's trying to convey right now is that he did not kill your mother.
He didn't. But
Somebody else did.
But he did.
right.
But he might have.
He's
He
lying.
might have been involved
Hired the
in that
right
decision.
man to
My dad just
shoot
gave me a soda that I can't open without a bottle opener.
She didn't die of a shot though.
Who
It's
am
a
I?
flash.
Alora,
Just
she
because
plays
somebody
a
has
part
a
in
gun
it.
doesn't
Sorry.
mean that the gun was used.
Get a bayonet.
You think if he's good with a gun, you know? You think? I don't know.
What did Xavian say?
Alora, we know she's important. What do we do? What does she need to do to stop this?
You see, he cocks his head toward the mercenary, and he steps forward to enter the conversation.
The marksman steps forward.
Yeah.
The marksman. He says, Alora's that young girl y'all had with you, right?
Yes.
She's very important to all of this.
How do you know, of her?
about Laura? Twins?
He
Twinsies?
Wager also said it, so we're all twins.
he looks at you guys and says, I don't know Alora. I know her magic. I know what that is. I know what it can do, and I know what it means.
Oh,
Are
is
you
this
inviting
the
us?
How do you know?
is this the guy talking now?
The marksman.
Okay, yeah.
He looks around, and you see that he kind of like looks at who am I, and he looks at the king, and then he looks at you guys like, I don't want to say right now. Like there are people listening that he doesn't want to know.
It's
Like
a
the
jester. It's a
marksman.
freaking jester.
The marksman said that there are people. Well, didn't say,
Didn't-
but like
didn't say that.
conveyed.
He conveys that as if somebody here is listening that he doesn't want to know
Can
is part of the
I
story.
can I roll either perception or insight to see who he's talking about?
Go ahead. It'll
Which one?
be insight.
28.
The king.
Hmm.
He does not want to talk about this particular subject while the king is present.
Okay.
Alora?
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because remember, you guys, the king, the Emperor of Ohm explained why the war was started, why that war occurred. Do you guys remember what that was about? Do you remember both reasons? There are two reasons.
Oh.
There's the claimed reason and then the real
Right.
reason. Do you remember either of those reasons?
Did it involve
Uh-oh.
Calixtus?
Yeah. The worst part is that he just said it.
Uh-oh.
I was so worried about the stupid jester.
So
It
the
didn't
reason why
Can I roll a history check?
I thought the
Calixtus
real
was a
reason
different thing.
I thought the real reason was because of the lich. The lich was causing the
No,
like they thought it
'cause-
was the elf. Huh.
Well, because
Oh.
well, maybe the first lich, but this he's talking about the war that was like
It's
5,000 years ago.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no,
Okay.
no, no. The recent war that ended
Right.
like
Oh,
40.
40
never
years
mind then.
ago.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Um.
Oh right, he was talking about
ugh.
how like when the reason I'm pulling 5,000 is because that's when the like King Bellamar was overrun by elves and then was like,
He wasn't overrun by
No.
elves. He was
Well-
overrun by something else, and the elves didn't come to his aid.
oh
That
right, and then he
story
was
is
like,
fairly
help me,
broken
and they helped him.
Right. That's something unrelated to the recent war.
Wasn't
Yeah.
he looking for Botanica and trying to take control over that area?
He wasn't looking for Botanica.
Like the queen?
They were looking for something else. Something more powerful than the queen, more powerful than Botanica.
Alora?
Arkalos?
At the time,
It was the
they were
egg.
looking for the seed.
Yeah, they
The
were looking
elves
for the seed.
knew where the seed was. They knew what it was. They knew it was hidden. The Calresians learned about where it was from Arkalos, sent him into the woods to figure it out.
That's
Arkalos
right.
Here, right?
My
That's why the
vision.
emperor was like, he was like, Arkalos, like he told you guys. That's why the emperor was like, I gotta get rid of this and I gotta go put it away because this thing is way more powerful than because that was the whole reason you fought the emperors because he told you to give him the seed or die trying to keep it from him.
That's right.
So yeah, the real reason the war occurred was because the people in Bellamar and Calroy wanted the seed for themselves. They wanted to use its power. Arkalos might have been doing his own thing, had his own motivations aside from that, but that's why Calroy went
Right.
to war with Arklon over it.
Because the king solely wants to keep his kingdom and his people safe. Knows of the
And the
prophecy.
seed could have helped him do that.
knows the seed's power. Wants the seed for himself to protect said kingdom
Okay.
and from chaos.
Has there ever been a time that in our time of working together that Alarak would have been able to communicate with me telepathically?
No.
You don't have a spell like that? Okay. Well,
no
there goes my
spell
shot.
like that. I could
I'm
send you
trying-
a smell. I can put a smell your way. Give you a certain
Can you
scent.
make me smell what it smelled like when my mother was holding me close? No.
Yeah, sure. Here's the smell of human blood.
No.
You can tell.
Oh my god.
You can tell them, like you can tell everyone, hey, we shouldn't be talking about this here. Like the king doesn't necessarily know what Alora is, and if he
Mhm.
did, we might have a problem. You can
Right.
communicate that with a deception check, or basically either
Yeah,
deception
I'm
or a
gonna.
stealth to
Would
make
I
sure.
be able to perceive this at all?
You didn't roll the insight check, so you didn't catch what he was doing. You didn't catch
Um,
his eyes.
Okay. I can.
I'm gonna say to
Basically,
um,
Wager gets to choose to say something and do a stealth,
yeah.
or he gets to say something, or he can say nothing at all.
I wanna try and say um in order to follow in order to follow what more precisely we can do about the Lich, we want to go visit the college. And I reckon it'd be easier for us to uncover stuff if Who Am I and the Marksman were there with us. Now, you heard Who Am I? He just said that he didn't kill my mother. Well, I'm lying. I know he did. But I reckon I reckon this is bigger than both of us. And if the marksman's there, you saw how clean a shot he landed through me. He'd be safe in the marksman's care. So let us bring him to the college and see what we can't learn.
So you're gonna roll a persuasion, but the mercenary looks at the king and says, "I would absolutely do my hardest to make sure nothing were to happen to Who Am I. All right?
So
That
do
is
it
my
at
So I have help?
advantage because he's giving.
You have the help action."
Okay, that one's rough. A 15.
The king looks at you, and he side eyes you, and then he looks at the mercenary, and he kind of squints, and then he looks at Who Am I, and Who Am I cocks his head and does a gentle nod, and then Who Am I gets up and uh,
Hmm.
and so does the mercenary, and they're going to go with you to the library,
Whew.
the college,
It worked.
basically. So you guys begin your trek there. Who Am I is kind of holding on to the mercenary's arm.
Because he's
Who-
blind.
and also, you guys I don't think you know anything about the mercenary other than he's called the mercenary. Like, you don't know what his name is or what anything else is. So,
On the way out of the castle, I do want to ask the mercenary, say, it's a mighty fine weapon you got there. You got a name?
he says, "My name is Kavek."
Quebec.
And Alarak, roll a history check at advantage.
History at advantage. 10. Ugh, we'll go with 10.
So I'm gonna say, just out of ease, and because I want you to pass,
Yes.
you recognize that this guy's facial features resemble that of somebody who lived in the dunes for a long time. Sunburned, peeling skin, eyes that have been bleached. His hair at one time was probably brown, but has been bleached blonde. He's wearing wrappings, stuff that is typical of somebody from the dunes.
Sir,
But-
are you from the dunes? By chance?
He looks at you and he says, "I am. The dunes is my home. I was born there." He looks at Wager and he says, "You know, I got this a long time ago on a job, and just kind of got the knack for firing it off."
I hear you. I mean, got this one, kind of pats his hip. Got this one back when I was a kid. My ma gave it to me, and though it couldn't shoot straight, I fixed her up. She can shoot straighter than an arrow now. So I understand the sentiment.
And he's going to continue walking. You guys arrive at the college, which is an open campus. There are students walking around from all different classes of magic. You see, there's a divination class, and there are no pictures of people like on the walls that explains like these are people, these are our alum. Like in all the other classes, illusion, necromancy. You even see Archelaus's picture in the necromantic hall. You see a bunch of these pictures. You see in the chronergy hall, you see a long white bearded guy who Alarak you would recognize from one of your many glasses visions. And then you guys see at the top of all of them a master of all classes, which is a very, very old bald guy who has very large ears. His eyes are like, if I were to draw him, I would put like 2 dots, and his mouth is like toothless. Like he's just a very old Gandhi-ish looking guy.
Is his name Merlin?
Mahatma.
Mhm.
Dang it.
Just for clarification, what's chronergy?
Time travel or time control.
I understand.
Speaking
Thank
of
you.
that
No further
is
questions.
Godsmead's picture in the chronergy area.
Nope.
He's lying to us.
God's
Uh,
lying.
But you see all this, you
Godsmead's
see that the divination area is completely empty, bar from maybe like 3 or 4 pictures of people, and each of them are given the title the Oracle, the Far-Seeing, things like that. Like these are people that we had talked about before, people who were born with the gift to see far into the future, rather than somebody who has studied divination and knows how to manipulate fate, like divination wizards would. These people are oracles who define, understand fate, and they can make fate different because of their inherent knowledge of it. And there's only 5 of them, and Who Am I is not one of the pictures on the wall. It's like he's kind of an unknown divinator type. And he never attended the school, so.
Sorry, can you remind me the marksman's name one more time? Sorry, I did that. Oh, you're no? Okay, all right, fair enough.
Havoc.
Well,
Yeah, it was
I would-
Havoc.
Kavek.
Kvek, K-A-V-E-K.
Kvek.
Kavek.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, Quebec. Now that we're in what I assume to be a little more private quarters, you want to explain what you couldn't in front of the king?
He's going to say, listen, there's a prophecy deep in the ruins of the dunes. As you all know, the dunes was once a great and mighty city, had a river running through it. The river was cut off to create the loch. Some thousands of years ago, the dwarves in the loch cut off the river, and the people in the dunes have been damned and suffering ever since. He says, deep, one of the oracles in here, and you see this oracle that's a dwarf who has a long, thick, luscious blonde beard, who is a little tanned, but not extremely burned. It's like he grew up in the same area as Kvek, but he was like, it was in a time where it was just a hotter area rather than like a place that's actually hostile to live in. And he says that is the divinator who wrote the prophecies about these instances in his time. That divinator predicted the great drought that befell the dunes, and, better yet, he predicts the resurgence of the dunes, a time when the dunes are flowing with vegetation and water all over again. And he says, there is one thing in common throughout the entire prophecy, the image of a glowing seed. Glowing, unknown, unheard. It shows somebody holding this mighty seed in the air above the ruined dunes and granting it with vegetation once again. It has been my purpose to seek this out and make it occur. It says, the girl you travel with was once a seed, was she not?
She may have been.
Is this guy trustworthy?
I'm trusting him more.
Yeah.
Can I
I'm biased. I
like
think he's sick.
You
I
want
don't know.
I was skeptical
When
at
it comes
first,
to
but now I
Alora,
trust
I'm
him.
pretty hesitant to share information.
Mhm.
Can
I-
I
Sorry, go
see
on.
if there is anything he's giving off that is untrustworthy?
Insight
Like, could be
check.
lying about any part of it?
Insight. Roll me an insight.
Is there
Well-
anything I could possibly do to figure out if he's being honest?
While he's
12.
doing that, oh, never mind.
Man, if only. force someone to tell the truth.
Oh, shoot, the sword!
Yeah.
I forgot about that
But I
too.
have to have it
Okay.
drawn for it to work.
Like, here, yeah, look at this sword I got. Look at it deeply.
Just ask if he trusts you.
What did you roll on your
12.
A 12.
While no one's doing all that, can I roll perception to see if Alora's anywhere around here?
Can I see if that Jester's following us?
That's a nat 20, baby.
You do not see any signs of Alora being here, but I think for the very small amount of magic that Wager actually deals in, being a hound of sorts that can track things and various magical people, kind of gets a whiff of this like familiar magic in this area as if she has been here.
Does it feel like she's been here like extremely recently or
Yes.
okay.
You're uncertain whether or not she has left, but you know she has been here.
Okay.
So Logan, it won't cause a problem if you draw the sword. But if you
Okay.
don't want to, that's fine. But if not, we're going to rely on your 12 insight.
I'm so sorry. I have a very... I found it. Sorry, it's not... My notes were in the wrong place. So, alright, I'm gonna draw the weapon and I'm gonna ask him again. Or ask him directly.
Sheesh. Tell me.
Is there any reason why we shouldn't trust you?
You see, he's going to look around and he says, I am a killer, and I always have been, and I don't intend to stop.
Do you have any ill will towards Laura?
I do not.
Anything happen? Or is that true?
That's true.
Alright.
Do you have any ill will towards any of us?
I do not.
Alright, we can trust him. Shing!
Wait, what did you say after that, Coolin?
But that can change.
He's talking about if I shoot, who am I?
But he thinks that Alora's
Hold
tied
up.
with
Wait, give me a second. Sorry. I gotta just double check that I'm doing the right thing here. That I'm not being a mongoloid. Let's see.
He's gotta look something up real quick.
A cheesy brine.
Hoppity, hoppity, women of property.
Hey, man.
Oh gosh.
But not my woman. She is.
I just looked up Mongoloid.
It might be an outdated word. I might need to
It
rescind.
is.
I might need to rescind my usage of that
Do you
word.
want to know what I have here?
Sure.
Old-fashioned term for a person with Down syndrome.
Yeah, maybe I should rescind my. Sorry,
boy.
sorry. I rescind that. I have no ill will toward people with Down syndrome, nor do I plan to have any ill will. I promise.
But that could change.
Well, the reason I looked it up was because in the same vein, I thought that was like the scientific term for the type of shape that like the type of shape of skull that belongs to like African Americans and Africans. Because there's like 3 different shapes of skull, and there's like African Americans and Africans, and then there's like Asians, and then there's like Europeans. And then obviously American skulls are just a hodgepodge. But I thought you were that's why I was like, I gotta look that up. Is he being racist? No, he was just being horribly ableist.
I was being horribly ableist in the most ignorant way possible. Okay, so he's going to say, So when he says that last thing, he does kind of grit his teeth a little bit.
About that can change or what?
Where he says, I don't have any ill will against any of you. And then he kind of grits his teeth and says, but that can change.
Yeah.
It's like he was being dishonest, but like struggling.
I'm picturing like, yeah, I'm picturing like in Wonder Woman when she was
The
holding the lasso on the guy and he was like struggling to tell the truth or struggling to keep it in.
Keep a lie.
Anyways, can you tell me your intent? The sword is out. Can you tell me your intentions in joining us right now?
To give information and to get information.
All right. Is there any other questions we'd like to ask him?
So he told us that he thinks Alora has to do with the prophecy that he was
Yeah.
mentioning in the dunes.
Yeah.
And he
No,
said
does,
that-
Oh, there we go.
sorry.
no, you're gonna say. I was just gonna say what purpose do you think Alora fits into this prophecy of yours?
He says, she is that seed.
Right.
She will bring vegetation
Okay.
and water back to the dunes, and that is all I care about.
Okay.
What master
so-
do you serve?
I serve no master but myself.
Does no one still have his sword out on this guy right now?
Yeah.
And he's gonna say, how about you keep that thing out for now?
What?
Kind of suss it out what it's doing.
Where'd you happen to find a weapon like that, my friend?
He gestures to his musket.
Yeah.
I
But
found
more
it on
more specifically, is there? Can I get something like that in Bellamar?
No.
Only in our hometown of Lockton.
Probably. Should have bought one while I was there, but whatever.
Hmm.
Also, Alarak, why are you speaking like me? Huh? You making fun of me?
Yes, I
What the crap? Oh, it's me, Alarak.
am.
That's what you sound
you-
like, you.
It's because I got
Anyway.
freaking massive tusks coming out of my freaking face.
I have
Can
a
we try
question
to find
for him.
like the school? Oh, the
Mhm.
headmaster. Okay.
Sorry.
I got
Um,
big old wings, but I can't fly.
Why is who am I important to you?
Because he knows the prophecy. And he can make things happen. And help me make things happen.
Well, anyone can know the prophecy. Why is it important that he helps you?
Because he knows what changes the prophecy, what impacts the prophecy. He knows the future. He knows it all.
So is he the reason you're here?
Yes. He's
As-
not paying me.
as
I'm
far-
here to get stuff from him. This is mutually beneficial. I protect him, and he gives me information.
As far as you know, is the king using Who Am I for any sort of evil reason? Why
Nefarious
why'd he get a
purposes?
pardon?
Evil is in the eye of the beholder.
Very vague answer, but okay.
Eye of the beholder. That's a big eyeball-looking monster.
True.
Yeah.
I played Terraria.
So
That's
with that being said, I am going to take my sword and I'll hold it on the hold the flat of the blade with my hand like this. Eh? And
With this Vanna
then
White.
I will say to it, where is the phylactery? And invoke Maxim Modus. Once attuned, the bearer can ask for the location of any object they are at least familiar with. And it points to that object.
you see the sword flips and it turns toward the exit of the school.
Oh,
He's doing his best Inigo Montoya.
but we're outside this school, right? So it's pointing
No,
to
you're-
inside of the
you're
school.
in the
No, we're inside.
We're inside,
shoot.
walking the halls.
So we got
I'm gonna say to Nellen, I think that's probably true. I can feel her magic, even though I'm not quite attuned to magic myself. But she's been here recently, so I reckon if we leave now, we could probably catch up to her.
Now, while that sword's out, where is the girl?
Do we all have
Wait.
to tell?
We don't know.
Do we all have to
Take a
tell the
D8
truth?
of damage, Alarak.
uh,
Oh wait, you don't know.
Wait,
Okay,
that is
sorry.
true.
yeah, I said we
I,
don't
I,
know.
I misspoke. That's right.
I was like,
So-
Anna's answer honestly get punished.
Alarak dies.
Ah, we don't know.
I'm afraid she left this morning. She wants to do what she can to keep everyone else safe.
Hmm.
So we have to track her down and help her, though nothing happens to her.
That is disturbing news.
You want to help us find her?
Yes, but let me clear the air really quick. All of you have been impacted by me and this crow in one way or another. And I'll be completely honest with you. They might not have been good means, not good things that have occurred to make that happen. Wager? You're mad at that crow for killing your mother, right? There's only one reason why that had to happen, and it's so that seed could be here at the time it needs to be here and be at the dunes when it needs to be at the dunes. It's the only way.
I don't quite get what you mean. How do I have anything to do with this egg? I don't get it.
If your
Well-
mother hadn't died, you wouldn't be here right now. You'd be somewhere else doing something else.
But I'm sure Nelwyn and Alarak and every single one of these four would be here. What's one person missing out?
Do I look like a divinator to you?
You're
I just
important.
know the history. I know the future. I know what needs to be where it needs to be.
Why?
So I made sure that some things occurred to make sure that you people were here in the right place at the right time.
What is so special about the dunes?
What's so special about your home, Alarak?
I live there, but I've also been to the dunes.
I think he just wants his home to be,
Um,
you know,
There was a great
reestablished
evil
and
in the dunes anciently. So why do the dunes need to be restored?
Because the dunes did not deserve what happened to them. The water was taken from the dunes.
well, they're talking. I don't know what else they have to figure out there, but you said to not come to this college. Don't
Alone.
separate. Did we? So, is there anything else that we need to do at this college, or can we separate if we need to now?
Well, it
Like-
depends what you want to separate for.
Well, we've
Oh,
already.
So you said the sword pointed to Allura and it headed straight towards the exit. I kind of just wanted to follow that direction because it's probably pointing right towards her, no matter where she is. I kind of just want to head in a straight line.
I'm with
Okay.
you on that.
It's probably because
Yeah,
when
and-
we were making that decision, Alora was still here at the college.
Well, I actually hadn't asked the sword where she was or where the phylactery was earlier.
Yeah.
But there's nothing saying I can't keep asking. So if I just
Right.
keep asking, I should be
Did they
able to
not
find
run
it.
out of uses? Okay.
Mm.
Then I'll
Yeah,
just
that's
fly
kinda
you.
busted. That's cool.
Yeah.
Can I?
Where?
Can I?
Yeah.
Where's
a
the phylactery?
legendary
Where's the phylactery?
So do we need to? Did we need to get information from this college? I thought we needed to talk to the headmaster.
I want a little bit of information, but it's
Same.
not for
So
it's for a personal thing.
Oh,
the phylactery is destroyed. Or not destroyed. The phylactery has not
I was
gotten
like,
what it
great.
needs. You guys still need to have the phylactery at the college with Alarak and with Alora because the
Oh.
change that needs to happen is that it gets shifted, its ownership gets changed. Basically,
Okay.
it needs to be changed, and the only person with it is Alora, and she needs the name, and Alarak is the only one with the name.
So you're saying the next step is all we need now to do is find Alora and bring her to the college.
It is.
Okay. I scoop up Nelwyn. I was like, okay, that sword can tell us where she is.
Let's go.
Aye, it can.
Okay. I pick him up, and you see me like flap
Just
up,
take
and I
flight.
shoot out the door. Just take flight out the door.
So, right before
We'll
you,
bring her back.
right before you take off, the mercenary's gonna grab you and say, "Make sure she makes it back here. We need her to get that change. We need that."
I tell him, of course, and you guys can follow along, but I'm just faster. So.
All right. So if they,
He's like,
so
it's built different.
who in the school wants to do something? Like, what do y'all want to do? Yes, Wager?
I would like to
Well,
look
thanks.
around for books regarding inlaying gems in firearms or how gems work with firearms.
All right.
Now that I have a gem.
You go to look for those, and the mercenary comes up to you and says, "You're not going to find that knowledge in a book. Something you got to be taught." And he's going to just hand you a pouch of powder, and as you open it, you see it's kind of reflecting light off of it in a way.
Well,
It looks
basically-
different than my powder, right?
It looks different than your powder. And right now, what it's going to do, let me hurry and pull up his powder. So I can give you exact-
While you pull that up, I'm gonna ask: is this the powder you used that poisoned me when you shot me? Which, no hard feelings, by the way. Great shot.
It's like, I lace my bullets themselves with a
Mm.
specific poison. But the poison is derived from my blade. And you see, opens his coat, and you see a blade there with like a green shimmer on it. And he closes his coat.
Hmm.
he gets poisoned from the blade. That's dope.
You got any leftover poison or any leftover poisonous laced bullets that you might be able to hand a fellow gunslinger?
Says, I ain't giving you any of my poison, I'm afraid.
Well, do you know how I might turn this little thing into some, I don't know, better bullets or better powder? And I'm gonna show him the electric gem that I got.
So he is going to hand you what is called unstabilized powder, which you can stabilize. But basically, what happens is whenever you use this unstabilized power, there is one of 5 effects that can happen. If you stabilize it, you can choose which of the 5 effects occurs.
Okay.
But right now, you have this powder. Whenever you choose to use it, you're going to roll a d20, and we're going to split it into fifths. So, 1 through 5.
1 through 4,
1
5
through
through
4. Yes. And then that'll determine what happens when you fire it. If
8.
you
Okay.
refine it, you can choose what each of these things do. Basically, you
Now-
can choose which one you have.
Having like made my own firearm and all that for however long it's been since Wager got his gun, can I refine it, or do I need to take that somewhere?
To refine it yourself,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna have to refine it yourself, and it's just gonna be a roll, basically.
Okay.
You're gonna have to roll to see how well you can refine
Just
it.
a flat d20, or
It'll be a d20. It'll be based on your wisdom modifier, so it'll be a wisdom plus
Okay.
d20 roll.
okay.
Figure that out. So yeah, that's what you figure out, and that's kind of what Kvek explains to you. He says, this stuff is unstable. I haven't refined it. These bullets will be useful to you. And he says, but first, there's something else we got to do. Xavian, did you want to follow Nelwyn and Leif, or did you want to hang tight in the school? What did you want to do?
My speed isn't fast enough that I can keep up with them, so I actually want to look for books of scripture on the Iron Shield and go to a quiet place to pray. and try to seek power.
All
He's
right.
a God-fearing
Uh,
church boy.
Unlimited power.
so you find you find what is a holy document that is basically the same lore that the king would have explained, but it's making it a lot more like it is split into verses. It is giving like a lot more of a spiritual connection to what it is. And you can go ahead and study that and then take note, and you and I will talk about that later, how
Okay.
that impacts you. Alarak, what would you like to do?
Can I not only study Arkalas's spell book, but can I also look for like maybe some more books that maybe he's written since he was a scholar here?
Yeah, so go ahead and roll. You're going to roll an investigation and then an arcana check.
Okay. Investigation. 19 for investigation,
Nice.
and then arc.
So
16.
so for the
That is one.
investigation, you find a book that was like annotated, or like it was like revised and annotated by Archelaus, and it's a book called the Valfaxian Epistle that explains the creation of like the creation of the world and the creation story, and an event called the Shattering. I'm gonna send you that document after this session. Following that, we're gonna hurry and flip to Leif and Nelwyn.
Okay. Yeah, I hope it's okay that I grabbed you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
It's not. He has motion sickness. You jerk.
Right.
Whistle.
Okay, yeah. So I shoot out the door, holding that one by the I guess kind of by the waist like this.
By the
and
ankles.
he's pointing the sword.
Go ahead and roll a perception check, the both of you individually. And I'm assuming you're up high, or are you down low? Are you what are
I guess it'll vary.
Logan, I'm
Probably
so
more down to
sorry.
the ground. So instead of it
It was
pointing at
too close
angles,
to
they
a
can just
17
point.
instead of a 3.
That always sucks.
what was that, Asa? Sorry.
Oh, I'll probably stay like 5 feet off the ground if I
Okay,
can.
so-
So maybe
so-
if it requires, I'll go higher. But
So if you want advantage on your rolls, go higher up.
oh, okay, I'll go higher up.
All right. Go ahead
Your
and
eagle eyes, Leif.
Okay.
It's not much better for me. I am.
Logan.
Wind is billowing through
Um,
my eyelids, and I'm just like
Now
lips flapping in the wind.
his
So-
beard is folded up over his face. Like,
Tree
Oh,
branches
man.
just smacking him.
So Melvin, you don't
17.
really see anything. Asa or Leif, you see in the distance, you see what resembles the figure of Alora that is like kind of walking through the streets in a cloak.
Ah, okay. I'll be Nelwyn. Ask that sword again where the phylactery is.
For Cooland, do I need to continually ask it, or will it point until I disengage this feature?
You need to ask it again.
Okay. Where is Alora? Or
Okay.
where is the phylactery?
It points boom, right at the hooded figure.
Hey!
All right.
It's not a Laura.
But
And
no
I'll
one
just
can
take
see
him.
that, so
I know.
it's just pointing.
I was like, okay, get ready, and I'll kind of just start dive bombing, and I'll let up a little bit, but I'll just kind of throw Nelwyn at the hooded creature.
And I'm putting the sword away, just to clarify.
No,
Get ready. Get ready.
Sword pointed directly at her. No,
he forgets what you guys are like out to do. He's like, yeah.
So go ahead and how stealthy about this are you trying to be as you advance? on
Oh,
Alora?
yeah, maybe we should discuss that first.
well, I mean, you already said it. You tossed
You-
me at her, right?
You already threw.
Yeah. Hey, but we'll see how quietly you can glide through the air.
Rapping that 20 on
Okay.
acrobatics.
So I will try to not injure her with my impact, which should be pretty easy because I'm only like 30 pounds.
All right.
30-pound rock.
It's not
I'm
looking
only
good, is
30
it?
pounds.
So, should I roll acrobatics or?
So
Aerodynamics.
I would say that because he's high enough up that it's not going to be like there's not a whole lot you can do to prevent you from being thrown in a particular direction. So there's no acrobatics because there's nothing for you to like maneuver with. You're just free flying through the air.
How gracefully are you gonna land on the ground?
Mm.
Yeah, that's more what I was thinking. Like,
I'm not gonna like. Okay, wait. Clarify. I'm not gonna just like 40 feet in the air just huck him at her. I was, I was gonna dive bomb, kind of like get closer to the ground, and
Okay.
then just kind of release him so he can just go out and grab her.
Okay, so
Okay,
you're not
okay.
throwing him, you're kind of getting closer. So
Right.
what's
So
gonna
I was
happen
okay.
then?
I like flap my wings to try to like blow back her hood as I throw Nelwyn at
So,
her.
so go ahead and roll me an initiative roll,
Okay.
Leif. You're trying to beat a 22.
Oh boy.
Yeah, well, good thing I have advantage. Doesn't help. All right.
Doesn't help.
What'd you get?
13.
So as you're flying in, I need you to roll.
Gosh.
What save is it?
A wisdom save. The demon rat from episode 1 is back.
No,
Oh my
please.
I thought I killed you.
I thought we killed you! Bring you back to the hellhole that you came out of!
That ends up being like the big bad boss. Just like a
It just-
murderer.
Okay.
It just eats the lich and
So-
it's like,
So go ahead and do a strength save,
Oh, okay.
That's good.
and you're
That's good.
trying to beat a just straight across the board 20.
Bro.
He got a
Aurora's
19.
rolling.
You got
No,
a 19?
I rolled a 10. So.
Oof. So
Yeah.
as Leif is coming in with Nelwyn on him to kind of
Mm.
dive bomb and snatch up Alora, you see her posture sort of shift as she detects that something is coming after her,
Mm.
and she flips around and casts telekinesis and just
Oh.
stops you right in your tracks.
Okay.
Right there.
You'll have to toss me.
Well, can I still toss him?
And actually, you're gonna do a dexterity save here, Nelwyn, because as she stops him instantly, because of the laws of physics, you'll
go
fly
flying.
off of him. So if
Inertia.
you don't save,
Piece of cake.
Inertia is a property of matter.
Bill.
28.
28.
28. There we
So
go.
what we'll say with the 28 is you can choose if you stay on Leif when he stops, or if you let the momentum carry you toward Alora. And this
Carry
is
me towards her.
technically be your turn. So you're going to let the momentum carry. What type of action are you going to use on her to like kind of get her? What are you going to do?
I'm gonna stop a few feet away from her and say, Allura, you can't do this on your own. Let us help.
You see, as you stop a little bit away from her, you see a tear kind of well up in her eye, and she grabs a necklace she has on, which is something you haven't seen before. But I'll just say it's kind of pushing magical. Like you can feel it's magical. You can feel it's holding some kind of effect. And she's going to say, I can't let you guys get hurt anymore. And she points her hand out in your direction as well. Nelwyn, you need to roll a charisma saving throw.
Hey, I'm really good.
As
at
this happens, I'm going to try to resist, though I will likely fail.
Okay?
But I'm going to say, brave girl, this mission is bigger than either of us. Bigger than any of us. If one of us gets hurt, we'll be the better hero for it. And then I'll try to resist as I'm lifted into the air.
Again, you're trying to beat just
Charisma.
across the board a 20.
Oh, that is no. The only way I could have done that was with the nat 20.
Oh, dang.
So is that her turn? So then it's gonna be our turn
so-
next.
It's going to be your turn next. You are
Okay.
under the effect of telekinesis, so let me
Right.
hurry and pop back to that.
Yeah, you're
See,
good.
You have to make another
Let-
strength saving
well,
throw, I think.
let her
At the
finish her
end-
turn. Is that
Okay, so what she's gonna
Let
do
her
is as
finish.
she
Right.
casts the spell at Nelwyn, you see it, and as you say that, and she's gonna just respond. She's gonna say, "You've already given up too much," and then Nelwyn, you disappear from the area
Oh.
you're in. Leif, you don't see him anymore, and Nelwyn, you're standing in a plane that just looks like the inside of the cabin that you originally got her from, or that the rest of the party originally got her from. So Nelwyn would recognize this based on what people have told him, because I don't think that he actually went to the cabin. But you're in here, and as you kind of look out windows, you don't really see anything out there. It's just
What?
in a cabin.
You're screwed.
So
He's only banished to another plane. He's fine.
Why did I get sent
That
to
was
the
so
orc
dramatic.
mommy world, but he got sent to somewhere cool?
Because
Uh,
I'm the one that sent you there.
You're the worst. I hate you.
all right.
You
So
couldn't have sent me to my childhood house where my mom was still.
we're gonna freeze here for a second.
Yeah,
and
I'm
we're gonna
already
hop
frozen.
back- Yeah, we're gonna freeze here, and we're gonna hop back to uh,
what?
Library
People
squad.
studying in the library?
the library where people
To
are.
the
So
library.
or
I-
the school basically.
Can I
do
resolve my
something?
Arcana check?
Yes, you Arcana checked for the book, and what did you
Yeah.
roll on that?
I think it was a 16.
So with a 16, you don't uncover any new spells, but you get an additional charge to the book.
More
Uh,
undead.
Right. And then what did you two guys want to do?
I want to ask Kvek for help refining the gunpowder.
This is the
what's funny
same
is that,
thing
like,
as the
what-
frickin'
what's-
stag.
What's funny is like what's happening out there, and then you guys, your characters don't know any of that, so they just have to be there and like, I wonder what they're serving.
He's reading
Yeah.
a book. I'm praying. He's trying to refine gunpowder.
Yeah, I'm refining
We
an active
just stopped
explosive.
everything.
We're just having a great time over here.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll a d20 with a wisdom and do it at advantage as Kvek is kind of guiding you through the refining process.
Okay. 22.
22, that's effective enough to refine it. You don't know what properties this powder has, so you're going to roll the d20, and I'm going to assign you whichever property you land on.
Right now?
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
Roll.
hmm
16, so the uppest bracket, I think.
For the highest bracket, wait.
Wait.
Yeah, wait.
No, the
No, no,
the
no, yeah,
penultimate bracket, because 17, 18, 19, 20.
Right,
So
right.
penultimate.
So, let me pull up the thing.
It's in fours because there are 5 things that it can be.
So you get this new refined type of ammunition that now has the it has the psychic effect on it right now. So basically what it's going to do is when you shoot, you get an additional d8 to the damage of these bullets that have been laced with this powder, and then they are afraid of you for that round. Okay, once they've been hit
Oh.
by it.
It's not like a
Right.
save or anything. They're
And-
just afraid.
They're just it'll be a save, but
Okay.
they get the extra d8 no matter what. You have 6 of these shots from the powder you've been given.
Okay.
And you now understand the process enough that if you try to find specific gems, or you can buy kind of like a slurry, like stuff that is left over from, you know how you put star garnets in like a spinning tub to kind of smooth them down and get them
Mhm.
out of the rock?
That was such an
kind of-
Idaho thing to say.
That's right. I'm sorry, but
I understood perfectly.
it's a similar process to get most gems out of their rock state. So that's
Right.
what happens. You can purchase that slurry for a discounted price at gem places, and you can refine that slurry as well to make more of these bullets.
Okay.
And then specific places might have a chance to have a better material in it that might not be, that will improve something, but it's, it's not going to be the standard of the typical options you have.
Okay. So hypothetically, I could grind this lightning stone down and turn that into
Yes,
fine
and
powder.
you would know exactly what that one does because you bought a gem and ground it down. So if you want a specific type of effect on your bullets, you buy the specific
gem.
gem and grind it down. Or for the reduced price, you can buy the slurry, mix that with your gunpowder, and experiment, or whatever. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah.
So
Well, I would like to grind down the lightning.
okay, so we'll resolve that
Okay.
when we get
Later.
back to you. Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Following that, we're going to see what does Xavian and Alarak want to do. Alarak, so I'm going to count that as resolving that Arcana as your last turn, so you can do something else.
Logan, I love it when you play the cowboy music when I'm doing stuff. I love it so much.
I want to search for some history
All right.
on kind of like what I can find about phylacteries
All right.
or changing the magic.
Go ahead and roll. Woo! Go ahead and roll an investigation.
Investigation. That is 17.
17. So you see a book that talks about phylacteries and the destruction of them. It's kind of like a storybook. It's called The Book of the Gilded Avenger. And it talks about the guy who wielded this golden sword at the time of the Lich's first arrival. So it talks about the destruction of phylacteries there.
Great. Glad that I read this story for the third time. All right, cool.
Rad.
Rad knowledge.
You're trying to figure out how to change the phylactery, right?
Yep.
You're gonna have to find a professor.
Yep.
This is experimental science we're talking about.
Go ask Dumbledore is what he's trying to say.
And then Xavian, what would you like to do with your turn?
Doing the same thing. I just want to find more power to do good in the world.
You want to pray more?
I want to pray more.
Harder.
I wanna
then
pray harder.
To get the same bullets as that guy.
Until he has a vein like that.
Yeah.
That is part of the religion. All of them have that.
Oh,
Hell yes.
And the ones who don't get it tattooed because they're embarrassed.
So you are trying to. I assume you're looking for like additional texts. You're trying to read more. You're trying to pray. Go ahead and roll an investigation.
Ooh, ability says investigation. Not my strong suit. 15.
All right. Give me just a second. Let me pull up your character sheet.
Sad. Pardon.
So I have a question. Is Winterfell Xavian's mother's last name? Or is it a paternal name that he took?
It's a paternal name.
Okay. So you see a book that was written by your father. But it's actually stated, it's as The Great and Mighty Adventure Winterfell.
Interesting. I'm
wanna
gonna
read
try
it?
to. Yeah, I want to read it. I really want to read it.
So mainly it's a book about like the discovery and the living in cities like Corpse Coral and then all the way down to the south in the Dragonborn city and what he found there, his adventures through the dunes. And you realize that in a lot of these books he talks a lot about the conquests, right? The things he found, the gold he acquired, the women he had. And it starts to I think it starts to kind of dawn on Xavian that his father might have left for some reason, something he might have said, something that, might have seemed honorable at the time. But the likely reality is that your father could not stay in one place. He is so uncertain about himself that he must go out and find other things and people to define it for him.
Hmm.
And I think that Xavian kind of comes to this understanding as he reads this book that's like, this is like autobiographical, but it's telling the tales about a guy who slept with many women and had many children and left every single one of them.
Well, this is
Well,
a fulfilling book.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I guess Xavian kind of seeing that is just going to be like, I don't know why. I don't know why I idolized my father. I don't know why I wanted to become a venturer like him, but Xavian's gonna just strengthen his resolve to not end up like that. He's gonna strengthen his resolve to stay with this group, to learn and to grow and to become a person who doesn't leave people behind. And I think he's gonna kind of take that perseverance and that like steadfast mindset into it as he like continues to research and pray.
So I think while Xavian is kind of thinking about that, it dawns on him that part of that drive for his father to get out there and do things and things that don't really pertain to anything. He's just existing in a world and being as chaotic as possible, seeing different people, meeting different people, engaging in insane intercourse as he described in his book with
Cool.
many people, men, women, dragonborn,
Children. Wait.
whatever. No, oh, no, not that.
Pork bobbies.
Not in this book. But like he tells all these stories about all this stuff, and it's actually his inability to stay in one place that resonates with Xavian. And I think it kind of dawns on Xavian that part of the reason that his pact might have been broken with Alora is that Xavian made a similar choice to his father and chose to leave, chose to walk away. And that might have impacted Alora in a way that Xavian might recognize or feel akin to, something that might resonate with this feeling of, why did they leave? Well, they must have been doing the right thing, but I don't know. That kind of thing. And I think it kind of gives Xavian that insight into that oath he made with Alora, and maybe why she's been a little distant since he returned.
At that, Xavian is just gonna put the book back and he's just gonna sprint. He's like, oh my gosh, and he's gonna chase after Nelwyn and Leif.
I think at this point, Alarak, Wager, even the mercenary, you guys are starting to be like, oh, wait a second. They've been gone. Like, we've been able to do quite a bit. Like, either they're getting close to, like, leaving the city to chase her, or
6
something
seconds.
happened. So,
Can I use Can I use my spell slots in an attempt to catch up to them quickly?
it depends if you have a spell that allows you to get to them quickly. But
Yeah,
before
so-
we get there,
okay,
we're going to
sorry.
go back to our friends Leif. We're going to kind of hop back in time, because what these guys do is a little more time consuming than your initiative. So we're going to hop back in time to the moment Nelwyn disappeared in front of Leif. Leif, you are restrained in the air.
Gosh.
You cannot move.
Right.
You can, at the end of your turn, you can attempt to break free of the telekinesis. Again, it
Okay.
is against her spell casting,
Right.
her spell save,
So, yeah.
which is a 20 across the board.
Okay. Logan, this was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I expected to find her and be like, oh, okay, we found you. Come on, you little scamp. But no, this is like facing like...
You little scamp.
Okay, so I can't move, but can I rage?
You can rage. I'll let you
Okay.
rage.
I just
Okay,
like the
cool.
idea of like bird frozen.
She lifts you up into the air.
Right. And I don't even think she's lifted him. I think her hand is outstretched like Ray in episode 9, like just holding him in place.
She's
I
gonna
know,
shoot
he's just-
lightning at him.
Just bird squawk.
I'm the Palpatine
And then a robed guy is
Okay.
like,
And,
"You
am
are
I
a
allowed?
clone of my clone, and Palpatine, and
Am I
Alright.
allowed to? I rage, and am I allowed to say anything? Like, can I struggle to try to say something, or am I just?
she's holding you in place. She's not restricting your ability to speak.
Okay. So I say, Allura, you don't have to fight us. We have answers to help you be able to destroy this phylactery, but you have to work with us. You can't do this by yourself. And I can't do anything else during my turn. And so unless she said something, I'm gonna try to break out.
She'll respond, and she says, "Some of us don't have a choice if we can or can't do it alone." She's just going to hold you there, and I think you're going to see just the tears still streaming down her face.
Can I see the bag of holding or phylactery on, on her?
You see the bag of holding is on her belt,
Yeah.
and you can just assume the phylactery's in there.
Sure. No, that's yeah. It's a big phylactery, I think so. Okay, yeah, I try to break out.
All right.
Strength again.
Yep.
Okay.
Windy.
Okay, yeah, 25. Woo!
Okay.
So you hear this? Actually, wait. You hear this?
Yeah, do it. Do it. There it is.
You just see me break out of this invisible force field, and I just fly towards her. I mean, actually, I can't because that's the end of my turn. So I break out.
And slowly saunter towards her.
So Leif, you just through sheer force against this psychic will, burst from your restraint and just boom hit the ground like a comet. Just hit it.
Superhero landing.
Then she is going to go to her turn. I'm pulling up her character sheet.
Wait, do I get to do anything on my turn?
You're
you
gone.
don't get to try to break out.
You can eat some of the bread on the table.
Asa, I need you to gently slap her with a wet napkin to break her concentration.
Right. Wait, is this a banishment? Because do you have to concentrate for a banishment? I don't think you do. Okay.
The fact that it's the barbarian that has to hit her out of it. It's like his weakest is probably 8 damage.
You don't get to come out by you're basically for all terms of the for everyone to make sense of what happens, it says in the language that while there, the target is incapacitated. So it's like you've been knocked out. I'm just, for flavor, explaining that you can walk around this area and kind of see what's there. If you'd like to walk around the area and do something, you can.
No.
Okay. So let me hurry and pull up her character sheet. I'm kind of all over the place in my notes. So you'll have to excuse me for that.
You're
good.
I didn't realize I was ever going to fight Alora, so not
Alone.
fight her, but like she's so strong. Like so
Squaw.
yeah, that's fun. Squaw. This is fun. This is fun. This is fun.
You don't sound so convinced.
All right.
It's pretty strong. Okay, you know, like when you have like a save DC, all of ours is like 14 or 15. Hers is 20.
This is her spell casting number. That's her spell save DC.
Right.
So like her typical DCs are different, but this one is particularly strong.
Yeah, my spell save DC is 17. So it's like she's strong.
Right.
At like a whopping 12 years old.
Yeah. Which
she's more like 14 now.
Did she age up at all, like during this time, like between the night and now? Because I feel like she would have undergone a lot of stress.
I'd say she's probably aged up like a year, so she's probably like 15 now.
This is a phase. She'll get over it.
That teenage angst, dude.
Right.
We've all been there.
Hormones running through her. I get it.
My teenage angst was like, well, no, hers is the same. Mother's dying and whatnot.
Yep. Wait, your mom died.
No, I've never brought it up before.
No.
Yeah.
Man, you just gotta get me back. Get me back. We need to convince her we're on her side.
I'm trying.
Good thing no one.
We both gave heartfelt pleas to her, and she said nope. So I don't know.
You gotta tell her about me and that I got some big brain.
Well, I said we have a solution. Okay, I don't know.
Well, you didn't specify. She
doesn't seem like she cares.
You gotta be very detailed, bro.
It's like, okay, even if I explain it to her, it's gonna be like, it's the nail. I think if you remove the nail, she's like, it's not about the nail.
It's not the nail.
It's not the nail, yeah.
It's not here. It's not here. It really just hurts right here.
Yeah, I think if we take that nail out, it's really going to help. It's not. Can you stop talking about the nail?
We've talked about this. It's not the nail.
Yeah, I feel like that's where it's going to get us. But we can keep trying.
Well, maybe she's like, oh shoot, Alarak has the name that I need.
But do
Okay,
you?
Yeah, yeah. Then she's just going to steal you away. And then we can't live without Alarak, so.
Well,
Yeah, she's just
I've
gonna.
almost died like so many times.
So at this point, Leif, I think you
Yeah.
see Alora. You see she is standing, like, as she's standing there, you see that she is adorned with like a bunch of different type of jewelry at this point. She has like a necklace on, a ring on.
You steal
You
that.
see her cloak is special. Like you're seeing stuff on her belt,
Huh.
and you see that she
Is
kind of
Josh
grabs.
Lee doing?
She grabs from inside of her cloak a small rod that jets out into a
Oh,
stab.
gosh. It's like,
Uh,
jeez.
Chink.
Has
and
she been
she's
stealing
going
this stuff?
she's going to point it at you.
Guys, I need help.
And
We're on our
yes.
way.
And
I'm
you
making
see
gunpowder.
a
Sorry.
black beam kind of like and just
Whoa.
attached to you. Go ahead and roll me. What is the save? What is the save?
It does like 85
Yikes.
damage to you.
Constitution save. And it's the same DC, the 20.
Okay.
She
Oh,
just turned into
okay.
Gambit, dude. She
Wait.
just-
I failed it, so what I'm going to
Okay.
do is fanatical focus, and
Mhm.
I'm going to choose to roll again.
Okay.
I think that's how that works. You may use the new. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Constitution. Okay. 21.
Okay. So you see this black energy hits you as you feel kind of sick, as if your muscles are shrinking, but then they just expand and break through the spell again. You see that
Okay.
Alora's eyes kind of go wide as she realizes that this is kind of a brick wall of a creature that's coming toward her. And you see she's going to hold out her ring, and she's just going to, like, tap it, and then she's gone.
Gosh.
Uh,
How many things can
going-
she do?
Do I
Okay.
come back?
you don't come back yet.
Freaking!
So
Can I
really quick,
try to?
what is
Okay.
what's that?
I
It
was
is
like,
your.
can I grab for the space that she was just at?
You can grab at the space she was at, but she's not there.
Hmm.
So Alarak, Wager, Xavian. What is your movement speed?
30.
Mine's 30,
30.
but can I dash, and then as a bonus action, I can use Misty Step to travel another 30 feet.
Okay, so Xavian in basically one turn. It'd be 2 turns because it's 1.5. So you have to use 1 turn with all that, and then half of your movement would be, or well, your full movement, but not a dash action for the next turn. Basically, the rest of you. So for Xavian, that is 90, 120. You guys have to sprint, so that would be like 4 rounds for you.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
So
Wager
Xavian-
like stops by and he like throws up because he's so slow. He's like,
Me, why do my wings not work?
You see Alarak's wings are like
yeah.
they're like trying, but it's kind of ruined. But so yeah, so what we're gonna do is basically we're gonna let Leif, you're gonna have another turn standing there. Then Xavian's gonna appear, and then you two will appear, and then after that, you guys will have 1 turn of initiative, and then Nelwyn's spell ends, and then he comes back.
Did-
That would be 6 at
Did
that point.
did Kvek and Who Am I come with us?
Kvek did. Who Am I stayed behind.
I don't trust that.
Because
He's
Who Am I
status.
is an old blind man. So Kvek was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
well, let's go get her if she's there, and took off. So, yeah, Who Am I is just a kind of an old blind.
He doesn't even
And-
realize we left. He's like,
Right, right. So, okay, so we're going to go, Leif, it is now your turn again in this space where Alora is no longer there.
Okay. Did it seem like she teleported, or she just vanished?
She
Okay.
just vanished.
Can I Okay. What is the ground? Is it just stone, or is there like
It's
there's like
cobblestone. It's
cobblestone?
like a
Is there
city road. Yep.
is there dirt in the road? Is there kind of like old
There's a little bit of dirt, I
dusty
suppose.
road? Okay. Well, I just kind of wanted to like, I didn't know if there's like shops near us or anything like that, but I kind of just wanted to flap my wings down super hard and just see if I can start blowing desks, and seeing if it like,
Are you
like
using a gust spell for this?
it would probably be more effective. I don't want to. Okay, probably.
I like where your
Yeah.
head's at, though, Ace.
I want to like shoot a gust towards the ground, so it like blows everything away. So maybe like I see something like it shifts around like an object or something. Maybe it
Right.
hits her or
So
something like that.
You do that, and you see a bunch of like students that are sitting around are like, "Oh, what the?" And, like they're kind of getting pushed back, and stuff is happening as you're kind of guessing, but you don't hear anything that specifically gives like, "Oh, there's Alora."
Right.
So now we're gonna go to Nelwyn, who is in.
Actually,
What's that?
you
Go
just
ahead.
you just said they were students, right?
There are students.
Like magic school
They're
students.
students from the school.
I point at them really quick and say, "Hey, can any of you see traces of magic or see invisibility?"
You see an illusory student comes up and he's like, "I see no invisibility." Conjuration and abjuration student come up and they're like, "This is definitely interesting. It seems as if someone has used some form of teleportation from this area."
Okay.
You see a necromantic guy come up and you look around and he goes, "Well, nobody died here." And then he leaves.
Like a fire student. Yeah, nothing's been lit on fire over here.
Like, there's a chronologist who's like, "What time is it?"
What time is it?
And then with that, we're gonna go to Nelwyn
What time is
in the
it?
plane.
Leaves the bird, doesn't
Ellen.
tell time.
Nelwyn, while you're here,
What
you hear
time
like
is
a knock at the door.
I will open the door.
You, so you open the door and nobody's there, and you hear the knock again, and you hear it coming from the fireplace.
That's a little suspicious. What is there anything about the fireplace that looks like it is suspicious?
Nelwyn would know from what they had told you about this encounter. I'm assuming at this point you guys have talked a lot about like the cabin. That it's an illusory fireplace. That there is a passage behind.
Wait, Logan, were you not there?
No,
You
this was
weren't.
before I
That's
got here.
right.
it was just
Oh, that's right.
Alarak, and like
Oh, this. Oh, you missed
Oh.
this was pre-bird bird life.
Yeah,
This
well,
is
this was-
pre-Dravai death.
So
yeah,
knowing
alright.
that, I will approach the fireplace and wave my hand through the illusion and
Yeah,
see if I
here.
can't find the latch
You,
to whatever portal door behind it.
Sorry, sorry, got a yawn just showed up. So you stick your hand into the flame and it's not hot, and you kind of crawl beyond the flame to a passage where there are stairs that go down into seeming darkness.
Traps aren't still.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check at advantage.
We got
Investigation.
a 13.
So you walk down the stairs, down the stairs, down the stairs, and you see a brick in the wall that is slightly pushed in.
I'll push it further in.
You and a door slides up. As you walk in, you see this strange room that looks like some kind of dungeon, right? A ruined dungeon. And you hear the knocking again, just in the room, as if it's originating from this area.
Can I pinpoint where the sound is coming from?
You look forward into the darkness of the room, and you suspect it's coming from there.
The air?
No, come
From
There.
the darkness.
Oh.
There.
The air? No, there. No.
Prince of Bel
Sorry.
Air.
from below. From my
Nelwyn
hair?
will be a little suspicious, draw his sword, and say, "Oi, who goes there?"
You say, "Oi, who goes there?" And you see a very old wizard with a pair of spectacles on and a staff. And he's sitting in
Oh.
the darkness and he says, Where are we? What is going on here?
Is this the Archmage or whatever?
Archelaus.
I have no
You would
memory of this
recognize him
place.
as Archelaus, is
Okay,
what you would
well-
have seen the picture.
Oh.
Because what is going on here? Is there a way through this room? I am looking for an artifact.
What kind of an artifact?
Hello, is anyone there? I'm looking for an artifact.
Hello, can you hear me?
And Nelwyn, you start to feel like this is a little ethereal. This resembles more of Gott's
Like a
meaning,
past vision or something.
something that occurred in an area like this, and the wizard walks through you and kind of dissipates. You proceed forward, and you hear a knocking on a trap door that is under a pile of rubble.
I will go down the trapdoor.
You go down the trap door, and you enter another staircase. You climb down a little bit into a room that opens into a second staircase, but this one has a designated end that looks just like a stone room. And you hear water dripping and shouting coming from the room. Stay back, fiend, stay back.
Is there anything, like any people or anything
don't
going on that I
see-
can see?
You don't see any people outside of the room. You only hear that within the room.
Okay. Is there anything for me to go off of in the room?
So you enter the room.
Yes.
Okay, so you enter the room and you see a young blonde paladin on the ground, backed
Oh.
up against a like palanquin type thing, a small like podium like thing that has a golden shimmering seed on it that you would recognize as the seed Alora was contained in. And he's on the ground, kind of backed up against it, with his sword in one hand. He goes, "Stay back! I told you not to come in here." And you see that old man standing there, and he's like, "Move aside, boy! Move aside!"
What happens? I'm enraptured.
So do you just want to watch? You don't want to do anything in
Logan.
particular?
Logan forgot he was playing a game. He's like,
He's
he's like,
just watching
he's
a
watching
movie
a
at
movie
this
now.
point.
Yeah, he's like, what happens next?
He does
That's
have
awesome.
popcorn.
I love that.
Yeah, no, from past experience, I know that I don't know. There's not much that I can do. Is
Okay.
there?
I mean, if you'd like to try anything, I want to leave that door open to you. Like, I don't want to negate you from doing anything. There might be something that you could come up with to do that I want to allow that avenue.
I'll wave my hands through each of them in turn. Does anything happen when I touch them?
You wave your hands through who you would recognize as Archelaus, and he just continues shouting to the young man. But you see, as you kind of like wave your hands, you see the young man kind of glances behind Archelaus and squints, but he's still got his attention on Archelaus. The young man, you see, resembles a lot some of the features on Alora, like the unexplainable features that don't match the queen's, match him. And he says, "Stay back, stay back. I vow to kill you if you step any closer toward this egg." And Archelaus steps forward and says, "I will pry it from your corpse arms if I must." The man goes, you feel like the energy in the room start to shake as the young man invokes some kind of power, and it gathers onto his blade, and he flings it in front and stops Archelaus's staff from coming down to smack him. And he says, "I forbid you to ever lay your hand on this seed in any form that it may take." And you feel that curse kind of reverberate through the room. You see Archelaus then like picks up, he moves him away. This guy looks pretty wounded. Like, it looks like he's been fighting for some time. And Archelaus goes to put his hand on the seed, and he gets zapped as if he can't touch it. You see,
Oh,
what's
like
that?
we did when we or when we first met her,
Mhm.
or
When
the seed.
when some of you did who were in contact with the glasses, who put the glasses on, you see Archelaus starts to get a very like Satanist, like Lucifer related visage, like gnashing of the teeth, like very gaunt, as he summons a dark power into the room, and he lifts his staff, and in that moment, before he goes to plant it, you see the weak paladin who had used the last of his power to enact this curse turns in Nelwyn's direction and says, "Save her, please." And then, boom, the staff hits, necrotic energy blasts out, kills every plant in the room, and the guy immediately dissipates into a skeleton. He just right into a skeleton. And Archelaus, in his rage, goes to touch the seed again. And you see for like hours as time passes, years even, a deranged man going in to grab an egg and getting zapped every single time in a like Tantalus like manner, grasping at the fruit, trying everything, casting spells, trying to use telekinesis. He has like he's doing rituals in front of it and everything, and every step of the way he's being deflected by this somewhat divine curse. And finally, out of anger, you see him stand up and he just stomps out and goes up the stairs. Is there anything you'd like to do while you're in this room? The seed still on the pedestal.
The paladin was able to see me. I
Mm.
would like to touch the seed and see if I can communicate with Alora.
You touch the seed and it starts to flash. Like you start to see like the seed for a second, then you start to see like a black skull flash in its place as it contorts. You see your daughter flash in its place, and in her young age, in her dead state, you see just a bunch of this flashing, and just as the image sort of shifts and changes, and then finally, still nothing. It's just you and the seed in this room.
Can I try to hold on to the egg? Like as it shifts from position or like form to form? Is there any way I can like stop it or hold it into the egg shape?
You hold on and it maintains. It starts to form. It starts to pull in things, and it begins to form into what you can see is just like a small baby enclosed inside of the shell. You can feel the heartbeat. The plants begin to grow. But it's not like they're growing in an instant. It's like you are standing there in all instances as the plants start to grow as time passes. You see the queen come in as she looks at the egg and puts her hand on it. She looks at the skeleton of this fallen man and cries by it and tries to put spells into it as flowers just burst out of the ground as she's shoving as much healing energy into it as she can. But nothing. And Nelwyn, I think for a second you feel as if maybe there's something still holding on there. Maybe a small inkling of a spirit, something that perhaps you could latch onto, something that you could keep for yourself if you wanted.
From the father?
The skeleton, yes.
Oh, heck yes I do. Abso-freaking-lutely.
All right. If
Sorry,
you want
I
to
don't mean
explain
to
what
like
you do, no,
take
you're
away
good.
from the atmosphere.
If explain what you would like to do in this moment.
Completely unimmersed. I can't believe it, Logan.
In a very calm and reverent way, Nelwyn will take a coin from his pouch and kneel beside the fallen paladin and burn out the center of the coin and take a little piece of that paladin. And then he'll call out to Alora, hoping that she can hear him. Alora, please. You have never been alone, and you don't have to be now. Stop this madness and let me help you.
With that, we're going to shift back to the next round of initiative, where we're going to start at the top of the order with Leif, and Xavian is going to run in, being just behind Leif. But no one's going to get bumped down into the initiative order to the end, basically.
Does he appear though? No one.
Nope. He doesn't
No.
come back.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
All right.
That's 6.
Okay. So Xavier shows up,
Mhm.
and he kind of rushes forward. You kind of feel the gust kind of pushing against you, not
Mhm.
slowing you down, but it's kind of like noticeable. And as you run up, you see just things, papers flying everywhere, and me standing in the middle of this this gust of wind. And then as I see you, I kind of shift the wind up, and I say, she teleported away, and she banished Nelwyn. She's stronger than I remember. I'm going to try to get a bird's eye view, but try to. She may be invisible, but I know she teleported. So try to trace her with magic or whatever you can do.
Leif, can you take me into the air?
Yeah, because that was my intention. I shifted the gust up. I think that takes a bonus action. So and then I grab you. So now it's easier for me to get up because the wind's pushing with me, and I grab you and I fly you in the air. Oh, and before I do that, I shake your hand and I give you a hug.
Good to see you.
And I'm like, thanks for coming. And then we shoot in the air.
Go ahead and roll a quick charisma, Asa.
Okay.
Just a charisma check.
Asa, I
Yeah?
feel like you need to know that when you were like, I want to get into the air and have a bird's eye view, me and Caleb immediately started going, bird's eye? Slapping our knees and everything.
Funny.
He's a bird!
Okay, charisma. That is my worst. Wait, charisma save or what?
Charisma, just a charisma check.
Okay, good, because that was a save, and I don't need to do that. All right, charisma roll.
And you can do it at advantage.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's a 16 right there.
So you see a bunch of the students after you're like, please tell me what magic has happened here. And you're seeing like they see kind of the fiasco you're creating. You see a bunch of them are starting to do they're trying to set up their own spells. Like they're setting up, like chronologists are trying to turn back a little bit to see what's occurred in this area. Abjurists are kind of trying to block the area from any more magic. They're trying to quarantine this area just because they kind of liked it, you're acting like somebody who is deeply in need, and these students are trying to help you.
Cool.
Necromancers are looking around, waiting for people to die so they can raise them, and
right.
necromancers are doing their own type of spells to help. Right. You see like a bunch of flies just lift from the ground and start moving around.
All the while, those necromancy students are just like, it's a good school, all right?
Right.
I promise.
They're like, listen, if we don't have to do anything, that means everybody else is doing their job. That's okay.
Right.
Nobody has died. So with that, I will defer back to Xavian.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do is I'm up in the air. I'm gonna use one sorcery point to cast distance spell, and I'm going to cast message, and I'm gonna try to reach out to Allura. If she's within 240 feet, she would get the message.
So let's read message.
You need to be able
I
to
believe
see
you
them.
have to point at them.
Oh, I do
Point
have
your
to
finger toward a creature within range and whisper a message. The target and only the target hears the message and can reply.
Did you know
As
that's
we are up in the
technically a
air,
joke?
can I try to see if I see her, like the cloak?
Yeah, can
she's
I do an
wearing?
investigation to see if I see her, and then see if that'll work?
Yeah,
That'd be
so
a
one
perception.
of you do a perception at advantage.
I can tell you her description if you want to look for her, Xavion.
Okay, what's your perception? Do you have any advantages there?
I have a plus. Let's see, +4.
Okay, you should roll at advantage.
Oh, okay.
You got a +9. If only I were there. But I'm too busy being
I got
fat
plus
and
shit.
lazy.
Okay, 14.
Let me
Look at
hurry
those
and roll. Sorry, I typed something.
No, you're good. Oh man.
14, you said?
Yeah.
So you don't see Alora.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess we have to kind of wait. We can try to see her again the next turn.
One sec. There has to be something I can do.
So we're gonna wrap back around to the top of the initiative. It's gonna Alarak, Wager, Xavian, roll initiative.
Rolling initiative.
10.
10,
16.
16,
21.
21. So it's gonna go Lake,
21.
Wager, Alarak, Xavian. That's the new order, just so
Okay.
everyone's with it.
And then
And then Nelwyn.
Yeah, because
And
they're still running, aren't they?
We just got here.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're
cool.
gonna get there once you use your turn. So,
Okay.
and then there's gonna be one round, right? So, like after this round, there's gonna be one more, and then Nelwyn reappears at the top of the initiative.
Okay.
So, so I'm just gonna skip Nelwyn for now. We'll come back to you, but not at this moment. So Leif, it's at the
Okay.
top of the order. What would you like to do in this moment?
I mean, the only thing we can do is continue to look for her, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll a perception.
Yeah.
got the bird's
Do you
eye.
do you want to help me against Xavion, or
Yeah, I'll help you do whatever
is
we
that
need
alright?
to do. We need to find her.
Okay. Okay, there we go. 21.
21. You see a figure that resembles Alora standing amongst the mass of students. Go ahead and roll me.
Like where we just were, or another mass
No,
of students? Okay.
Probably like at this point, like 150 feet away.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Towards the school or away from the school?
Away from the school.
Okay,
Go ahead
alright.
and roll me just an investigation check in addition
Okay.
to that.
Okay, 14.
So you see that figure over there that looks like her, and then to
Yeah.
the left, like 10 people over, you see a figure there that looks like her, and then a little closer to you guys, you see a figure there that looks like her, and then a figure further you see looks like her. There's 5 in
Frickin'
total.
frick.
Okay.
Well,
who...
I mean, just start moving around, Alarak. You'll find them as well as you found the Schmeegbins.
Which one is the furthest away?
The furthest one away is at 120 feet. The nearest one is
Okay.
90 feet.
And they everybody else just showed up, right?
Yes, they're gonna show up after your turn.
Hmm. Okay.
So, like, if you shout, they're probably close enough to hear you.
Okay.
So,
I see them running up, and I shout towards them. She's teleported away, and she's made copies of herself. Maybe the students can help you distinguish which one's her. I'm going for the furthest one away. And Xavion, do you want to be let down or come with me?
You can fly, and I want you to drop me wherever you're going.
We're really high.
Like drop me by one of the copies.
Oh, okay, sure. So I still haven't used my bonus action. So I'm gonna shift the wind again. So it's
You don't
like
have to get me
at my
close to the
back.
ground. Do whatever is going to get you there quickest,
Okay.
because I can
Alright.
save myself.
Okay. All right. So I shift the wind, and I'm only 30 feet off the ground, or maybe 40. But I'm gonna like just fly dash towards her. Can the gust help me get a little further as I shift it to like help me take off?
let me hurry and see. D&D.
You can't a gust. Well, let's see. A gust moves you.
Okay, so yeah, you'll be able to move the gust, but the spell you'll have to recast the spell once Nelwyn reappears, basically. So that's the timer. That's the 1 minute timer, or right after Nelwyn reappears. When you're 1 minute.
Yeah, no,
timer.
I mean, I only have one gust. So this will probably be the last thing I can do with it. And then, how far does it push you? Let me see it. I thought it told me.
It's a strength save, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and I'm just gonna
Isn't
like
it?
yield to it because like it
Strength?
pushes you. Yeah, I
5
think so.
feet.
Yeah.
5 feet. You create a small
10
blast
feet.
square capable of moving one object that is neither held nor carried and that weighs no more than 5 pounds. But it says one medium or smaller creature that you choose must succeed on a strength save or be pushed 5 feet away. So
Oh,
you
okay.
can use it on yourself and push yourself 5 feet away if you are a medium or smaller creature.
Are Aarakocras large?
He's
Well,
big.
I
He's
am a
big.
larger creature just in general, so I don't know what I'm categorized as though. Goliath
Medium.
in
You're
general.
categorized
I
as
think
medium,
that's
even if
oh,
You can use
okay.
it to push me.
Goliath size or medium. So
Okay.
since
So
we maintain those
it-
stats,
it's only 5 feet, but it's to our advantage.
right?
All right. So
I mean,
if I
that gives
dash,
you, if you use all of your movement, that puts you at 115 feet. I'm pretty sure. Is that correct?
wait.
You have
I thought
dash.
it's yeah, but it's only 40 feet extra to dash, right?
So that would be 80, right? Because your
Yeah,
movement is 40,
85.
and then
Yeah.
your fly speed added on top of that, which is what, 30?
I thought the fly speed was the movement, which is just 40.
So what I'm trying to help maximize is you're going to run on the ground your movement, and then you're going to leap into the air and fly.
I'm already flying.
So okay, so we'll just
take it.
away
You'll do
40
both.
Take away
Okay,
40.
we'll do both.
No,
You're
it's
being
too late.
raced by
You're
the
gonna
time.
get pushed. Like I'm sorry. This is just how it's gonna go. So go ahead
Okay.
and we're gonna remove one of your movements. So you're gonna just fly, basically.
Okay.
So
But you can
Also, I don't
dash.
think. Wait, I know, but like, is that how
can
that
dash,
works? Wait, so I can
I-
run 30
I don't-
feet and then
I
fly
don't
40
care
feet?
how it works. That's what I was going to give you. So,
Okay.
so we can
Well,
figure out how
using-
it's gonna work
How
later.
about using my
For
gust to
now-
give it to me? Okay, whatever.
It's too late. We argued about it. It's over. So
Okay.
so you're going to use your fly speed, your dash
Yeah.
speed, and then your 5 feet of gust is what's going to move you.
Yeah, so 85. And that puts us actually at the 90-foot allure, isn't it?
That puts you, that puts you just
Yeah.
below the 90-foot.
So I dropped Xavion right there.
Okay.
Okay.
So then we're going to go to Xavion's. No. It's not Xavion's first. It's Wager's first.
In fact, I'm last.
Right, you're
Me.
wet last. So fall on the same turn as Wager, kind of lined up with you as the mercenary. You're going to see that he's going to use a bonus action to basically get a different type of ammunition and load it in his gun. And then he's going to pull out a rope with his action that has a hook on the end and loop it onto a building and just pull himself up there. I rolled his acrobatics and he passed, so we should be good to go here. So he's just going to get on top of a building, basically.
Want to be that marksman so bad. He's my favorite NPC ever. He's so cool. All right.
Tried to kill him yesterday.
Are they? I didn't try to kill him. I tried to kill who?
No,
am I?
he tried to kill you.
Oh yeah, no, and it was the coolest thing anyone's ever done to Wager. I don't care. He literally made me Swiss cheese and poisoned me at the same time, and I'm like. Anyways,
Yes, man.
so Leif is going for the furthest one. Are they all in like a line, or are they in like a semicircle, or?
They're just in various spots. So if you can get the movement to get to them, I'm just going to say you get there.
What's
So
the
they're-
closest
they're not
one?
in a
90
straight
feet?
The closest one is 90 feet, and you just saw Leif drop Xavian right, like 5 feet away from it, basically.
And I told you that you can work with the students. Maybe they can know which way
Right.
she headed.
Can I? I think I can get like 5 feet away from the 90-foot one.
Okay.
Because it's. Oh wait, no, I'm like 15 feet away.
That's fine. Your best bet is probably to just use full dashes to get up there.
Yeah. Well, so what I want to do is I want to like dash, and then use use the gust to push me an extra 5 feet, and then finish my dash. Is that? I want to do that, and then whatever's the closest.
So
Aurora.
Leif, when did you use the gust on your turn? Did you use it after you used your full movement or before you used your
Oh, it was before.
Okay, so
The gust
you'll
is
have
gone?
to the gust is there,
Okay.
so you'll be able to use it.
Okay.
So it'll push you the additional 5 feet plus your dash action.
There you go. That's what I want to do, and then I just want to get to whatever one is closest to me.
All right, awesome. Alarak, it's your turn.
So the one closest to me is the one Wager's going.
It's where
So
one
one-
all of us are at.
Everyone's
Right.
there.
Except for Leif, who I think did. Now you moved. No,
Leif-
yeah, you are. You're just up above.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's above. And then no one is going to appear right back where he disappeared.
hmm And I'll just say for sake of ease, the student is going to say a gnomish man disappeared here who was working with the Birdman. So if you'd like, he's going to reappear in this area.
Okay, I'll probably stay in the area, but like I'm gonna like obviously just check around where we're at, and just to see, because I'm sure like when I got there, do I know like what everybody's looking for? Because I heard Leif scream.
Oh, like you heard that there's
I
a bunch of
heard that there's a
people-
bunch of like,
Aloras?
hooded Aloras around.
Allura.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna stay where no one disappeared, and then
Mhm.
just passively look around and keep an
Okay.
eye out for any
Go-
Aloras.
Go ahead and roll a passive, or not a passive, but roll a perception while you're there.
Perception.
Mhm.
Okay. 19.
19. You look around and you don't see. You notice that a lot of these students, again, are warding the area and using their various magic types to make certain things either go back to normal here or kind of lock down the area so that nobody can get in or out without somebody knowing. But you don't see one of the cloaked figures in this vicinity, basically. I guess what I'm saying is like you can see probably about 30 feet away from you right now until the people become too thick to see through and the stalls become too thick. As I imagine, there's some kind of market set up just outside of the Magic College's like campus, so that people can go, like the students will be able to go buy stuff. You know,
Okay.
capitalism, good money. You get to make a lot of money by being near a college. So that's kind of what's happening here.
Is there like a creature or an animal with a certain
No.
type of eyes that allow them to see extremely far distances?
I mean,
Owls.
A hawk?
yeah, hawks, eagles, they
Wait a
can see
second.
up to a mile away.
Can I
Do it.
alter the shape of my eyes to a hawk or eagle eyes just to see if I could see anything else?
And how are you making that happen?
Let me read.
I think it's thaumaturgy.
Yeah, I think it's thaumaturgy.
That'd
Yeah,
be cool
you
if
can
you do
alter
that.
the appearance of your eyes for 1
Is that the
appearance.
appearance or the function?
That's kind
Right.
of the thing that I'm stuck on. That seems like a function
Just
because, or it seems like it's just the appearance rather than a function.
okay.
Yeah,
Plus,
it might
such a
take
useless
a
spell.
different
That's such a
spell like
useless spell.
alter
I'll-
self or polymorph.
It's like
something like that.
prestidigitation.
if Alrak was
Prestidigitation
trying
came in clutch with Gotchmead, though.
right, if Alrak was like doing like a charisma thing, thaumaturgy could help him make that happen. Like I would lower the DC if he was trying to like intimidate somebody or get people's
Oh.
attention or make something like that happen. Thaumaturgy is very much an RP based spell. Most cantrips are.
So if I'm like trying to intimidate someone and I shape my eyes to like a dragon's
Right.
eyes or something. Like,
Right. Or you're trying to convince a dragon that like you are one of its kin, then like stuff like that. There'll be a deception check involved, but
Or-
that it'll help with that.
Or if you can't wink, you could just use it and make your eyes wink, so that you can sauce up the bartender a little bit. Be like,
Okay. Then I will just stay put and wait for no one, but keep my eyes open.
All right. I'll also say that like even if that would work, there's a wall of people. You would have to get a higher vantage point to be able to see. And even if you got the higher vantage point, you wouldn't need the eagle eyes to see further. So it's just the situation
Life
you're
for
in
my
where people
wings to
surround it.
work.
If only you had a flying speed. So we're going to go to after Alarak, it's Xavian's turn, who's now just 5 feet away from the first Alora figure.
Okay, did he drop me far enough that I have to do anything, or was I too high up or close to the
You're
ground.
close enough. 5 feet away allows you to interact, hit, speak, basically anything.
I'm
Okay,
pretty
I'm just
sure.
gonna try to interact with her.
All right. What are you gonna say?
I'm just gonna like try to grab her shoulder.
As you grab the shoulder, your hand goes through it, and the image flickers.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna shout out. I'm gonna try to persuade her. I'm gonna say, Alora, we aren't saying you can't do this, but just let us talk to you, please. And I'm just gonna try to persuade her.
You see the image in front of you turns and looks at you, and it still is Alora, and it's like crying. Basically, it's just a duplicated image of some sort, and it says, "This is the only way. This is the only way it's gonna happen."
Can I just use my action to just talk to her through the
Yeah. What would you like to say to the image?
Alora? I have failed you time and time again, and I'm sorry for that. I never should have left you. I never should have done any of that, and I'm so sorry. But Alora, first of all, I love you. I care about you. Let us do what we can to help. I'm not saying you have to. I don't even understand what it is that you're going through, but please just talk to us. Come and let us have a conversation about this because we want to support you. Even if you don't want us there in person, let us support you however we can. Please.
You see the figure, the illusion looks at you, and then it just kind of like and disappears as that illusion ends. At the end of initiative, we're going to go to Nelwyn, who is standing in this area, just having put the divot in the coin, correct, and putting the light in there.
Yeah.
That was the last thing that happened. Just making sure. Okay, so you put that in, and you feel the warmth and power behind this. You feel like, I would say, things that are like 50% of what you can feel with the seed, or the what you felt with the seed. This is somebody who is definitely powerful and active, wants to help, wants to make a change, wants something to happen. Uh, and then as you're standing in this room and the plants kind of grow around the seed, you see the woman or the queen who was crying by the corpse does a very like Christmas Carol move. Have you ever seen the one with Jim Carrey where they go into Cratchit's house and he's sitting on the stairs right after Tiny Tim has passed away, and Cratchit walks up the stairs and pauses in front of Scrooge where he can't see him, and he just sees like the tears and the grief on Cratchit's face before he like goes to bed. Something very similar to that occurs with Nelwyn, where she turns, not being able to, like, she's unable to see you, but she's seeing like just this room, and you see the grief and the tears that are no longer flowing just plastered all over her face as she then just walks through Nelwyn and goes out of the room. Uh, you see everything speeds up again, and you start to see like you hear noise upstairs and a whole load of nonsense, and then you see coming into the room is a small goblin man who has the same wizard Arkelos, but looking much older and has a little bit of a kinder visage, a deceptive visage. And then you see an orc fighter walk in, and Alarak and Xavian and Leif as a Goliath as they approach this seed, and then they pick it up, and Arkelos attempts to take it, or he tries to convey something.
Well, first you see Xavier and Misty step away.
Right,
And
you see, and you being in this kind of ethereal state, you kind of see more than what they saw. You're seeing like this darkness. You're seeing like the flashing of the image between Arkelos and this moment where the seed is so close, he finally can get it again, and the moment when he killed the paladin, this flickering of imagery, basically. And then, just like that, you see it begins to fade and fall, and you see just sitting in the darkness in the distance, alone with what seems to be tendrils of darkness clouding around it as it's trying to kind of smother some kind of light. You just see Alora all alone, just sitting there, and then Nelwyn reappears in the square out front of the school.
Uh,
Oof! Right in front of Alarak.
I get knocked on my buttocks.
And being very disoriented, I'm gonna look around, and as quick as I can, I'm going to. Sorry. Can I see? I'm pretty darn short. Can I see between everybody's legs to see Allura?
Go ahead and roll a perception. Because of the legs being there and sort of obscuring, I'll make you do disadvantage. Since you're trying to see further, I suppose.
Bless you.
No,
That was a
absolutely.
big sneeze.
Good one. Okay. Well, I definitely don't see her. That is a 6.
All right.
Darn disadvantage.
You don't see her. You feel.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
wait. Is Logan officially back then?
Logan
Or
is
Nelwyn
back. Nelwyn is
Okay.
back.
Yeah. I wonder if he would be able to use something that we were using this whole time. Never mind.
Yes.
All right.
I will
The
draw
meta
my
game.
sword and ask it under my breath. Where is she?
You see the sword points in a direction, points in another direction, and then just starts spinning
Oh.
What?
She's
like the
everywhere.
compass.
Okay. Follow-up question. Where's the phylactery?
You see it points in a direction, and then it keeps flicking back in the direction that you
Huh.
know is like Rindwald. So it's pointing straight ahead through the crowd, but also like flicking toward Rindwald.
The lid.
All right. For
I don't
the
know.
immediate moment, or the immediate response, I am going to run and into the crowd. Or actually, you know what? I know that she's over there. I'm gonna call out to the scholars around me and say, "Who can get me to the girl?"
You see one of the transmutation scholars looks at you and he says, "I can get you there." And he grabs onto Nelwyn and he says, "Which direction?"
That direction.
You see he looks back at Alarak and he says, "Alfred, grab him. We're going that way."
Oh, I thought he was calling me Alfred.
He gets he misty steps you and him using some kind of spell slot. He's gonna misty step, taking you and him forward. Another guy's gonna grab you and take you forward as well. And then you see once they get there, they're gonna be like spread apart, trying to get the crowd to kind of diminish away.
Heck yeah.
I'm gonna hurry and roll a quick roll for the mercenary.
I love the mercenary.
Okay. On his initiative, I'll resolve that. So, what would you like to do with the rest of your turn, Nelwyn?
How close do I get to her?
You are about, so Misty Step gets you, I think, about, what is it, 30 feet is how far Misty Step works. Let me.
It is 30.
Misty Step, yeah, it's 30 feet, so it's going to get you 30 feet closer, which makes you about 60 feet from Xavian at this point. Just a
Okay.
little, like 55 feet.
Then I
So-
will dash and make it another 50 feet.
Okay, awesome. So you reconvene up with Xavian at this point. We're going to now go to Leif, and then Wager, and then Alarak. So Leif, what would you like to do with the rest of your turn?
So when he was talking to her, and I see them talking, you said she looked back at him. So
Yeah.
was the hologram looking directly at him, or was it looking at him from like an angle? Like maybe she was 30 feet that way, so the hologram is looking at him kind of like at a slight, different angle.
Go ahead and
Does
roll
her-
me an investigation.
Like her real
Remember-
self. Like you get what I'm saying? Like her real self
Yeah.
was looking at him.
Yeah, you're
with that-
wondering
yeah.
if she's somewhere else looking at him, and therefore the image is reflecting her image.
Exactly.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay. Investigation.
It's a me,
Oh, nice.
Mario.
16.
So with the 16, you definitely could tell that that was happening. It was looking mostly straight on, but it was kind of looking at an angle just a little bit. It was looking just to the left of Xavier.
Okay, so she was looking to the left, so that means she's to my left, if I'm
If
doing that
you're,
right.
that would
Well-
mean if she's looking to the left, that would mean she's at your right. Because she's looking
Oh,
toward.
right. Okay, no, yeah. I was same thing, just different wording. Yeah, okay.
Right.
Okay, so she's to my right.
Mhm.
What holograms are over there? Is there how many of her are there in that direction?
You see to your right would be the furthest hologram.
The furthest? Okay.
Mhm.
And that one was the one I was originally going for?
That was I think that was the one you were trying to get to the furthest.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I imagine that hologram's still running, right? Hologram.
It's moving. It's not running.
moving.
It's moving. It's trying to
Okay.
blend into the crowd.
Okay. I fly towards that one.
All right. I
How
think using
you
your full
said
move,
I went 85, and you said she
Yeah,
was
you can-
originally 120,
yeah,
but she's
so
probably
you could-
further now.
You could, yeah. I'll say that you could still make it because you moved 85 feet closer to 120, so you would have
Yeah.
been at what, like 34 feet away. So at most she's like 50 away. So
Okay.
like you can absolutely get to the furthest one.
Okay. Okay, I get to her then. I have to dash to get to her?
Mhm.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, you'll have to dash, even though it's only 10 feet.
Yeah, 10 feet.
Dash.
Is she looking back? I want to try to be sneaky this time.
She isn't looking back, but I will
She
say
can
that Leif
sense
gets
it.
the feeling that she can kind of
Sense it, yeah.
understand or tell when you guys are coming.
Okay. Then I want to try to stay. I'm gonna get like right above her, but I'm gonna stay like 40 feet above her. Try to stay like at some kind of spell range.
All right.
So I'm gonna stay 40 feet above her and just kind of hover over her and move with her until I can
Okay.
reach her in my next turn.
All right. So following that, I believe it's Wager's turn. But right before that, I'm gonna have no. Wager, you resolve first, and then the mercenary will go.
Gladly. Can I? So when I felt her arcane magic back in the college, can I still feel that?
I think you're getting jumbled up by the illusions. Like you're feeling her magic in a bunch of areas.
Okay. What would a 19 passive like perception get me if I were to say I want to look for like just other than Alarak, because I know kind of where he is, and the marksman. Who can I see of my party?
Uh,
I can roll
Oh.
perception too if needed.
so you want to see who in your party is near you?
I want to know who in my party I can see from
Okay,
where
so-
I am.
So from where you are, you can see everybody who would be in front of you or next to you. So Xavian is closer to you, and Leif is in front of you, and he's kind of hovering about 30, 40 feet above the crowd.
Do I see no one with Xavian?
You see, yeah, I think you see Nelwyn just show up right by Xavian.
Okay, can I run in the direction that Leif is and go help him?
Of course.
I will dash.
All right, so you're going to run forward into that direction. Is that all you'd like to do with your turn?
I'm gonna
gets to her,
action
doesn't he?
surge and dash again. No,
Okay.
Is he able to get to her? Like,
I don't
He
think so.
85. If he uses his movement, he'll be like within 15 feet. So he,
okay,
I think he'll be close, but not as close as
Yeah.
you.
okay, I got you.
So he's going to be pretty close. Following that, it's going to be the mercenary's turn, who's going to roll a quick dex to see how well he does this. Okay, so he's going to hop from like the top of stalls to the top of stalls, and at the end, he's going to throw his hook to get him to another roof really quick. So he's going to just yank himself over there, and then he's going to train his scope on the crowd, and with a nat 20 perception check, he's going to yell out to Leif and say, "Behind you. That's an illusion. The real one's invisible behind you."
Oh,
And that's going to be all he's going to do with his turn. He's scoped in, so he's keeping an eye on her, but he's just letting you know where she is, basically. He's just getting close enough.
Yeah.
How many of us would hear that?
So you're all within
Is he-
what, 30, 40?
I hear
Yeah.
him for sure because I'm right next to life.
Right. Right. So she's probably closer to Wager at this point. Well, she's probably like split the difference between you two,
Mm.
just invisible.
Can I? So, I don't know how this works. Hearing that, can I roll perception to see if I can see her? Thought so.
So then following his turn, it's Alarak's turn. Which I'm just going to say everybody heard that for the sake of consistency.
I just had my
With-
book out.
Too bad the two non-spellcasters are there. Like,
It's okay. I'll shoot something and find her.
Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna run in that direction,
Mm-hmm.
but as I'm doing that, I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy and make my voice boom up to 3 times as loud. Would she be able to hear me if I did that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, did you hear what the mercenary said?
Yeah,
Caleb?
I did. That's
Okay,
why
yeah.
I'm
Yeah, I
running
was like,
in
I don't-
Leif's direction, and then I'm just gonna yell out to Alora.
I was like, I don't
Yeah.
think you even have to do that. I think she can just hear you naturally.
Yeah, I think she could straight hear you, so
Okay.
you wouldn't have to use
Then
them.
I'll just yell.
I mean, you
Yeah.
could still use thaumaturgy if you want. Really get your point
Right.
Just
across.
to really get the point
Yeah.
across. No, I'll just yell normally.
I
Right.
want the grimace shake from McDonald's.
I'm gonna scream out, Alora. Sorry, Alora. I know your quest, and I know you feel like you have to do it alone. I have felt the same my entire life. I've always been alone, and had to do everything alone. It wasn't until I met these friends and you that I've truly understood what a relationship is. And I know that you need a name for that phylactery. I have that name. And we need you.
So, did you use a full dash on your turn to move toward her or toward Wager?
What's a dash? Yeah, I did.
Like a dash action?
Da-
So,
What's this dash you
I never
speak
used a
of?
dash in my
Yeah,
whole
so-
life.
so you're gonna get up
What's a
to
dash?
basically where Wager is.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Hey, buddy.
+9 to persuasion. Let's go.
Comes in handy.
Hey, I
Freak.
don't have
It's
that.
18.
That's
Let me hurry and roll an opposed check to that. Oh, I've got my d20. You see, all of the illusions that all of you are near disappear. They just fizzle away.
good job.
And you see appearing, like the cloak like shimmer in front of you as she comes out of invisibility, and you see that she's got the phylactery in her hands, like as
Oh.
she's holding it, and she's like, have to promise that we will do it together. Have to be together.
I want to pull her into a big hug. And all I'm going to say is, I'm so glad you're safe. We will always be together.
And she's just going to kind of allow that hug to happen. She's holding the phylactery still and just kind of tucks it in, allows it to happen.
Wager's gonna join in on the hug, just one big group hug, and he's gonna. This is nice.
I'm gonna slowly fly down, just kind of let out a sigh of relief. And
Get in
kinda
here,
just-
Life. Get in
and
here.
just- yeah,
And you're just gonna
give me
feel like a
little hug.
shimmer in the air, and like a misty cloud just appears, and Xavion's there.
Poof.
As he-
A rainbow out of the mist.
He misty stepped her, I presume, is what it. So he
Yeah,
appears there.
it's for the dramatic effect.
It's for the
Okay.
dramatic effect.
Uh,
Cool.
you all. So I'm just gonna say everybody kind of gets there, and you see the mercenary like takes a breath of relief and leans on his rifle, and he just kind of stays on top of the roof. If you guys, so we're getting to the 10:30 mark. I don't want to remove from the immersion, but we could end here or we could go for a little bit longer. What do y'all think?
I kind of want to finish this out.
I'm fine.
I'm
I
fine. I'm fine to keep going, but I don't.
It's up to you,
sorry guys. I generally my bedtime is trying to get to be a little earlier
Hmm.
because when Emily starts her student teaching, we're gonna have to get up at 5 or
Mm,
before 5, like 4:30 ish. And
At that point, just don't go to bed.
Nolan. Ever.
anyways, so
Ever.
that's starting next week. So
Okay.
I'd like to get my schedule on track for that. Sorry.
So we'll just call it here then, just
Okay.
to be. So you guys start to make your approach back toward the college, and we're gonna end that session.
Can I just real quick? Can I grind this stone down into dust? Come on.
We'll resolve that next session.
Okay.
What the heck? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just
Okay.
finish it out. Like
Logan's the best.
Let's go.
All right.
We'll be
We'll be
speedy.
quick.
Are you sure? All right.
Okay. And really quick, I kind of
I grind down the stone.
We're not there yet.
Really quick, Leif.
Oh yeah, I look towards Alora as we're walking back, and I kind of squat down, and I reach out my hand. I was like, Alora, just reaching out my hand, because she took the bag of holding, and I was like,
I need
She's
money back.
she's going to place the bag of holding back in your hand, but I think she's going to hold on to the phylactery.
that's okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's all I
no
needed.
one's gonna hold on to her.
Okay,
All right.
and I'll kind of like rustle her hair.
Okay.
You
You guys approach, and you definitely see like she is adorned in magical items. She has an amulet on that allows her to concentrate on multiple spells at the same time.
Oh my
She
gosh!
has a spell of a. She has a pearl. She has a pearl. I think it's the ring of pearl or the pearl
She
ring.
spent all our money.
Yeah. Oh wait, no. I squat down and I grab the bag and as I'm squatting there, like, Allura, where did you get all these magic items?
She says, "I borrowed them."
Okay. We'll talk about this later.
But yeah, you see, she has on her like a staff of power, a pearl ring that allows her to store a free spell in there. She has a couple of other magical items that you didn't see used, and then she has this cloak of invisibility on her.
Invisibility cloak. It's an invisibility cloak.
Crazy. Okay.
Wow.
Body's gone.
Yeah, we can continue. That's funny.
Good.
Yeah, let's go quick. Yeah.
So what happens when we get back to the college?
Is Who Am I still there?
Who Am I is standing in the exact same place. Like a true NPC, his AI turned off when you got about 10 feet away.
Right.
So he hasn't moved at all.
That's awesome.
You guys get back to the college, and Who Am I is standing there. And the mercenary, Kavek, hops down and he says, "Listen, I came off as a little imposing before. I had very little to do with everybody, but nonetheless, when this crow told me about the prophecy, I had to act. And I hope that you know how much that means to me. That saving the dunes is the only thing that I have ever wanted to do. And now, before us," and he gestures to Alora, "this is the key. The key to save the dunes." He says, "I had to do whatever needed to be done to guarantee that she was safe and that she would get here. and I knew I couldn't be directly involved.
I know she has a lot to learn, but I believe Alarak can save the world.
My gosh.
You sound, Alarak, you sound kind of weird.
Sorry, I was
Uh,
quoting.
Are you okay?
I like to
Do you need to go back to
Oh,
the,
gotcha. What's
do
a
you need to
movie?
go back to the cleric?
Yeah, go heal you.
Let me. He's broken.
So, you guys need to speak to the headmaster now, correct?
I believe so.
So, you guys show up in the headmaster's area, and you see a very Gandhi-like looking man, very bald, very small, very
The
old,
one that was
very
in the
frail.
picture.
The one that was in the picture. Very small eyes, has no teeth, and he's sitting there and he goes, "Oh, hello, Laura. Pleasure to see you here again. How can I help you all?"
Would you like a butterscotch?
Would you like a butterscotch?
It's
Uh,
sketch.
I reach out.
I hope it's not a butterscotch.
You see his eyes blink, and he just moves on to the next person. He just says, then he repeats himself. So he was lifting his leg, hears that, looks at the next person, and just repeats himself.
Okay.
That's Leif's response when he goes to the next person.
Okay,
sorry, what's up? What did I miss?
So, we have a phylactery, and we need your help to change its magic.
Oh.
Or ownership,
Well, if you'll follow me down to the super secret spell experiment laboratory,
He sits down in his office.
we can fix that.
It's the cellar, ain't it?
And he sits in his chair and presses a button, and a door just opens out of the wall. Says,
Right there.
"I'll follow you in."
Okay.
I'm gonna wait behind and let him go in front of me.
He doesn't get up. He just sits there and stares at the place where you guys would be standing.
I know. I'm kind of
Do you-
hesitant too. I'm just kind of
Yeah,
like.
I'm gonna reach my hand out and be like, do you need help up?
No,
Or oh,
no,
okay.
and I'll be down there when you get there.
I'm not gonna go down.
I love Coolin's old people. Alarak walks
But-
in.
Screw it. Yeah, I'm gonna go in.
Alright.
I'm gonna walk in with
Yeah,
Alarak.
so
I
no
don't
one
trust
will
it.
hold
gonna-
Alora's hand
Yeah,
and guide her in.
I
it's
think
gonna
I
be,
think also,
Like a gas chamber, but
as implied, Alora has dealt with this guy before, so she just walks in. And he
Okay.
just keeps sitting at the desk, and he presses the button, and the door closes, and a bunch of like torches light up down the tunnel. And you guys walk for probably about 2 minutes until you enter this big chamber with a bowl in the center that has like a liquid in it. And then you just see a bunch of like gems in the walls. You see a bunch of artifacts. See tables everywhere. Bunch of like circles on the ground for like teleportation, or circles for specific spells that he uses over and over. And when you guys walk into the room, you see he's standing there behind the table that's nearest to the door. He goes,
Magic Man.
"Hello, come in, come in."
I grind down my gem. No, I'm kidding. Anyways,
That's like
Oh.
Sydney
that,
Rendo.
I grind down my gem. No, that's the new deer thing. Coolin won't let me grind down my gem.
I'm gonna turn to the wizard and say, I assume that
Well, is he in the-
doing something is, huh? Wait, did I not go?
No, you're in here.
Well, we're all
Oh.
here.
Is the wizard in here?
You're
Yeah.
the one.
Oh,
You're the
he's
one
in
who
the-
would know whether or not you
he's in the
came. You're in
front
charge of
table.
your character.
Oh, got it.
We're all there.
Headmaster, I know that I know the power behind the phylactery. I can't imagine that changing it is going to come without some kind of cost.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Okay.
Fair enough.
What do you know about changing a phylactery? Let's start with that question.
What do I know?
Yeah. Yes. What do you know?
You kind of see his eyes glaze over as he starts talking about like the great magic flowing through the arcana and the cosmic power that files behind it. He's like, in the beginning, there were two forces brewing in an infinite void.
I
After
like this
probably about
Narnia music behind
6
this.
or 7 minutes, he finishes and he gets to the point, like, then you understand, like, this guy's a little old and a little nuts, but he understands magic very well.
So he can help us with our task.
He can help you.
He may be a...
This is like the third NPC we've had that has trouble communicating with us.
Right. He may have poor social skills, but he understands magic.
Very intelligent, poor street smarts.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I
and
mean,
who am I is here too, right? In the
Who
Yeah.
am I is here.
okay.
And you see he's like, well, I suppose you're going to have to set it here so we can do a little bit of an identify spell on this. So he kind of taps the table with his gnarled arthritic hands,
Alora, would you
each
do the
knuckle
honor?
bulging with age. Uh,
Hmm.
She places the phylactery on the table, and immediately it looks like he kind of got just like hooked up to the electric chair and the lever was pulled. He like, ah, as the magic hits the table. And his eyes roll. His
Is
eyes
it
roll
pleasurable
into
yeah or an implausible yeah?
I think it's whatever you guys would interpret it to be. If you look at it one way, it looks painful. If you look at it the other way, it looks like he's enjoying himself. But he just starts letting out this like yell, and you see like black mist starting to like foam off and like latch onto him as he's trying to like I don't as he's trying to uh, enter the phylactery magically to understand what's occurring.
He's trying to what? The
I'm gonna-
phylactery?
I'm
Listen,
gonna make that an emo.
right,
where
Nelwyn's
someone's
going
like,
to
"Ah!"
reach up and cover Alora's eyes.
I was originally going to say as he attempts to penetrate the phylactery, magical knowledge, but
Pretty spry for his age, then.
right.
Oh
So
my
he's sitting
gosh.
there, and he like, and then it's like almost like in the instant of like how a microwave would finish. It's like, ding, and he just goes back to like being steady, and he's like, he looks very grim now. He looks a little more tired, a little darker, and he goes, "This is a phylactery for the lich that you've brought into this magical school, is it not?"
Fabian's just gonna like straight up
That is
face
what we
palm, like
said.
just
Like,
very
yeah.
visually.
He says, "One of the most deadly things that's ever walked on the plane of Renora, on this material plane, and you brought its phylactery into my school.
He's just
brought
now
it
realizing.
Yeah,
Right
can you help
here.
us change it?
Change it into what?"
Change ownership. Can you change ownership of it?
Can
The
I
magical
can I
Oh.
turn to Who Am I and go? Does he help us with phylactery?
You see Who Am I turns and looks at you and looks at him, and you see a pendant around his neck that's blocking divinatory magic from occurring on him. Imagine if you will, you're the superintendent of a college. Like, some diviners are gonna try and mess with you. They're absolutely going to try and
Yeah,
like tie
Fair.
something to you. So that's
It's fair. I'm just not
that's why
happy
he-
about it.
got this anti-divination thing on him.
It's fair. I'm just not
and-
happy about it.
And do you see Who Am I just looks back at you and then looks straight ahead again? And you see as he starts to panic, you see like what would be like a duplicate of himself kind of walk out from behind one of the many magical contraptions in the room, and it says, "Pardon my dubious friend here." And he comes up and he like gets the other guy out of the chair, and they kind of switch places as one walks back and the other one sits down, and he says, "All right, who would like the ownership of the phylactery?"
Wait. What?
What comes with ownership of the phylactery?
Well,
Yeah.
when you
Well,
have
I
a
mean-
phylactery, you cannot die unless it is destroyed.
Alarak, you have a name, don't you?
I have to change it from this name
Oh.
to another.
Hmm.
I mean, I
don't want
I reckon Alora.
it. Maybe.
Alora, I'm gonna like walk up, and I'm gonna say I'll do it.
Okay.
You see, he looks you up and down and he says, "You would dare to try and countertaint this very thing. You would
Yes.
attempt that.
Um,
I
This
will.
is
Xavier,
highly experimental magic."
maybe we should hold off.
No. I'm gonna walk over to Alora, and I'm just gonna reach out my hand for her hand and see if she takes it.
Alora's going to look at your hand. She's going to look up to you. She's going to say, "I appreciate the gesture, but I think we know it has to be me."
Alora, you have a whole kingdom that you have to worry about. I am an aimless wanderer, aimless adventurer, barely a place to call home. And I've failed you twice before. Let me make it right, please.
She looks down, and then she looks back up at you, just kind of as she's thinking what she should do. And I think you see a resolve in her face that rivals that of her mother's. And Melwin, I think you would see that it rivals that of her father's when he perished in defense. And she says, "To defend my kingdom best, I must destroy the Lich. And the best way to do that is for me to take this from him and make it mine. I'm
Aye,
going to do this."
aye, Xavier,
and-
this is right.
Very well.
Let her do it.
But, Alora, I'm here, and I just promise from here on out I will be your shield. I will never leave you again, and I will support you in this journey. This is now my purpose.
She looks up at you and she nods, and you feel that like there was no need. You feel as if all of a sudden there's no need for a promise. That promises are just things that can be broken. Things that add extra. Just add extra. I'm trying to find a word like
Fluff?
extra. Yeah, fluff to saying I care about you. I want to do this for you. And you feel as if that perhaps the promise never really mattered in the first place. But the action, that's what mattered, always. And this action has negated perhaps an action that might not have been something you. And she approaches the table, and
Can I hold
the-
her hand while we
You can
walk
hold
up
her hand.
together? Because I also have to do
right, you grab her hand and walk up, and the wizard looks at you and says, "When you utter the name, I cannot guarantee that something will not come out of here and attempt to take you away. But I promise you this. Once the name is said, she will be able to take control of the phylactery."
But when he says like I can't promise that something will come out and take you, I'll pull out my axe, just kind of be like, okay, don't know
They
what's
may
gonna
try.
happen, just to
I'm
kind of get
gonna.
ready.
Can I prepare an action?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna prepare an action on the condition that something comes out or something attacks Alora to react to that.
Wow, if
Right.
something comes out homophobic much, dude, what the crap?
My reaction is gonna be if something tries to grab her and like I don't know take her, my reaction is gonna be to try to like keep her or Alarak from getting pulled.
I was
Like, you know how-
just
Yeah, I was like, I'll do the same. I'll prepare a shot for
Alright.
if Alarak or
Can I add some flavor
Alora.
to this?
No.
yeah.
Maybe.
I just feel like it's like that raid cinematic. Like it's a raid cinematic, like Xavian's coming up with like electricity in his hand. You see like Leif roll back his wings, like flutter out, and he holds his axe. Nelwyn in his 2-foot stature just pulls out his sword and gets ready to go. You see Chase like flipping his pistol, does that cool reload thing and like flips it in. And then you
Becomes
see
Boba
Alarak
Fett.
just
Here,
yeah.
I got you. You ready?
Yeah, he does this.
See.
And then you just see
Old bird in the
Alarak
background.
hand.
You see the wizard's gnarled hands kind of come up again toward the phylactery, and he grabs one of his sleeves and he yanks it up, and you see a very vascular and ripped arm underneath the robe.
Ripped
he
as
lifts-
ripped as in torn, or ripped as in muscular?
Ripped as in
Muscular.
muscular.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
think about how much
Extremely
wizards
toned.
have to use
Yeah.
their hands.
This
They're
man
like
is
sitting there
yoked.
with their arms out there
That's
doing all
fair.
this
Jeez, bro.
nonsense. This guy is
Thinking.
ripped in his own way, and he lifts his hands in the air,
Netero.
kind of akin to the Emperor in Episode 9 when he summons down that massive lightning bolt, lifts his hands into the air, and you see just like an accumulation of things coming off of the walls, like these arcane gems inlaid in the wall, these tubes of liquid, these other arcane items and cases. You see like motes of arcana kind of traveling above his hands, and it's almost feeling static, like you're somewhere before lightning strikes. Your hair starts to stand on end, you start to feel a little buzz, and then he just and throws it into the phylactery, and it just hits it, and you see that black tendrils stretch across the table and just grab it like claws and start scratching as they're being like sucked in. And then he looks at Alarak and says, "Now."
Azildor the Banished.
You say that name, and suddenly the phylactery, and you see a crack, boom, opens as these black tendrils surge out, and a large mod beast kind of like starts snapping out at you guys. Go ahead and roll a quick initiative. It won't be long. So let's be messy with it.
6.
25.
25.
21.
But do we get a react since we had prepared actions ahead of
Yes,
time?
yes,
Did you
I'm
get
getting the
25
initiative.
too?
Oh, so we can react.
Oh, just
25,
5.
21. What did you get, Leif?
22.
Okay, so
Haha.
22, 21. And then you got 6. And Logan, what did you get? 21,
21.
right? And
Yeah.
then Alarak,
5.
5. So then it goes
Finally,
6
someone that rolled worse than me.
and 5. And you see he's like using his magic, and you see these tendrils of like multicolor that are kind of stretching from his orb of power that are like grabbing the arms of this mod beast and like trying to pull it back into the phylactery. And you see Alora sets her hand down as some vines stretch out and wrap around and start to constrict the beast. Everybody, we're just going to do raw damage. So on the bonus round, go ahead and just roll your attacks. There's no spells that will impact this. It's just you're beating a beast, basically.
Okay.
So just whatever does the highest damage. Roll for
Whatever
that.
does the highest damage, we're going to roll for that. So we're going to start at 25.
So I assume I still have to roll my hit dice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 25.
That hits.
That is 7. And then my second attack is a 19.
All right. So that hits as well. You know what? Just roll damage. We're going to say that it's
Okay.
out, it's big, you're not going to miss it.
So 14 in total. 7 and 7.
14 in total. You see, Wager, you fire 2 bullets into this thing, boom, boom, and it.
Can
Is
I
it hit?
specifically? I want to aim for like wrists or joints.
All right, so you hit at one of its wrists, and you see it flicks in as it kind of just like breaks down into the body, and it slams onto the table on that side. You see another claw comes out and sinks into the table. As following that, we're at 22, which is Leif.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so I rage, obviously.
and then just roll your damage or whatever you want to do in addition. We're just
Okay.
not gonna deal with the hits right now. We're just doing
Okay.
damage.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Do
so
big damage, Leif.
Okay.
Leif go burr.
And then I get 2 attacks. Nice. Okay. That's just rolling all my damage. Okay. So that's 10 radiant damage, and 35 regular damage.
All right. So you see, as you smack down on this radiant damage has changed from this yellowish light to being this bluish light that resembles the light that would surround the Titan of the Moon. As it
Oh,
wraps around this thing and begins to constrict it back as well. And you just clean, chop half of its face. It just, as it falls back.
Oh.
As that happens, Alarak, you see a face in this darkness. You see the face of the blue tiefling man kind of scream in pain as it gets hit. It like, ah! As it just slices that piece off. Following that, it's going to be 21, which is Melwin, right?
So is this an impure creature?
This would be technically considered an impure creature.
So double damage. He will initially take 8
Uh-huh.
plus 15.
All right.
So 23 plus sneak attack damage since others are surrounding.
Mm-hmm.
18, so a total of 33 damage as I stab this thing in the bigger half of the face.
You stab the blade of truth up into the side of its face, and you see this burst of light to reveal a truer form peels back, and you see, Nelwyn, you would see a figure that is like the one you saw in your vision, that was pretending to be your daughter, right? It's a decayed version that's screaming out, reaching toward you with a hand, bursting through, and it's begging. That's what's similar between Alarak and Nelwyn now, is that these two things are begging, like, please help, stop, that kind of stuff. Following that, it's going to be the mercenary's turn, who he's going to keep his rifle on his back. He's going to lash out with his blade, fing, 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 3 shots, and he's going to do a bunch of damage to it, and he smashes it down, and you see from the place where he smashed it down, Who Am I's crow-like raven face bursts out and caws right in his face. And then he just steps back to allow the next person to go. Following that, it's going to be number 6, which is Xavian.
Okay. So I rolled 25 fire and I'm assuming it automatically fails saves since we're all hitting.
Yes, it's going to automatically fail a save.
Okay, so it's going to ignite, and it's also going to take another 16 damage, lightning damage.
All right. You see, as it gets struck by this lightning, it erupts in flame. And as it splits again, Xavian, on top of the other figures in here, you see the visage of your father just laughing. Like it's got like a flagon of mead in its hand, just laughing, like, ha ha ha! Just all this kind of nonsense. Following that, it's going to be Alarak's turn, I believe.
Yeah. So would this thing be resistant to necrotic damage?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Raw damage, inflict wounds it is. That is 40 damage.
Wow. You see, this thing gets struck by this as it cracks and shimmers, and you see, as this part of its visage deteriorates and go away, you see the ethereal form that had attacked you before. The same as that, the ethereal form that tried to rip you apart in the woods kind of like burst out and reach. And then, Wager, you also see in this moment, you see Who Am I also, poof, a crow head burst out and squawk in your direction. All the while, Who Am I who's in the room is standing in the back of the room looking straight ahead.
While I do that, while I do my attack, I'm just gonna like say to this thing, I'm just gonna say you made your choice.
All right. You see, you see it screams, and we're just gonna say that this is on replay. Like this thing is bursting out, and it's like struggling and all this. You see the vines are slowly creeping up its side. You see Leif's light is pulling it in. You see the chromatic lights coming from the headmaster also dragging it in. These figures are bursting out of it as you guys are just repeatedly hitting it, slashing at it, defeating tendrils that are stretching out at you. This goes on for probably about 20 or 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden you see the vines encase it, wrap around its head like as a flowery, it almost looks like a Venus flytrap, forms around it and snaps down onto its head, and then all of the black goes limp, fades into some kind of tar-like substance that just slowly drips down into a drain and goes away. You see the phylactery raises as it kind of forms around, and you see that it changes from this crystal that was surrounded by brass and gold into a thing that is surrounded by rusted steel that looks like a paladin's blade had been molded into it with some kind of rooty but moving substance in the middle as it hits the ground. The wizard falls back into his chair, and then he gets up, and you see that one of his duplicates comes out and is writing something in a book, just taking notes on the process. And then you guys hear a thunderous and booming, like wicked scream echo out just from everywhere. It's not from like a specific origin, it's just echoing out from everywhere all at once. I think we're going to say, like, you guys run outside and you look up at the sky and you see the cloud of darkness that had once gone over the Lich has now fully placed itself over Bellamar, and a large black skull of smoke is bearing down on the city. And you see tendrils of light flashing up from the cathedral. The matriarch herself standing up on top of the cathedral, sending out massive beams from her hands to just make sure this thing stays at bay. You see some of the wizarding students casting warding spells on the walls to keep them standing strong. You hear bells ringing as people are running around trying to make sure everything's okay. You guys get up, and the mercenary walks up to Wager, and he says, I might not be a good man, but I don't believe in taking somebody else's due diligence from them. And he's gonna just take his rifle off his back, and he's gonna put some smoke into it, or not some smoke, but some powder into it. And he says, but this is the part of the prophecy that crow doesn't make it out of. And then we're gonna end the session there.
Oh,
Good stuff.
I was about to give the flavor of being like as Who Am I's mouth keeps like, you know, like biting out at people. I was gonna be like, every time that happens, Wager shoots out of like, this is the only form of vindication I'm gonna get. Like, I'm only gonna get closure from shooting this fake crow. So, man, that's a good way to end it.
Jeez.
Case wants to kill a crow.
I want to kill the crow.
What?
Listen to me.
Exciting stuff.
If any of you kill that crow, Wager will kill you.
You go back down there, and I'm already head in hand.
Yeah.
Ah!
You're like eating a massive drumstick from this bird. You're like, he looked disgusting, but he tastes good.
He tastes fantastic.
Is that cannibal?
Well, awesome session, you
Yeah.
guys.
That was a very good session.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That was great.
Very
I'm
good.
just now realizing I was not streaming this whole time. Lamau.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, let me just look up Turbo's stream real quick, but there was no stream.
I was like, cool, I'll stop stream, and then I was like, oh well.
I can stop stream.
Really quick before we all part ways, while we were talking, or talking playing, I thought of a couple other things for